here running up, blowing themselves up, or killing people and walking in buildings and killing each other, killing people up is Christianity and the damn Muslims. So we need to, once they say we're a hate group, we need to figure out why we're a hate group and they not. I guess they do deem them as hate groups too, but they got more hate for us than the people that's actually got them, part of my mouth, but killing people.
Hey, right. Judah, did you hear about the 31 members of white supremacy group, the Patriots or whatever? They got arrested in Idaho. I guess they were going to start a riot for some pride parade over there.
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, man. They all packed themselves in a damn U-Haul truck trying to go incite riots, man, over there in Idaho, man.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll pin the link up in a minute. But yeah, they all got
God.
arrested.
Like how fast they get out? Did they get out?
Yeah,
They still locked up.
yeah. Hold on. How many how many Edomites can you pack into a U-Haul truck?
Hey, that's a new one. Don't the scriptures say that the curse is gonna drop on the heathens too? That's a curse that's been on our people for a wild time, for a long time, right? How many Mexicans you could pack into the car, type shit.
God. Yeah, they're the real hate groups, man. They actually going to incite their whole purpose that day was to incite violence, right? We do not incite violence. We don't promote violence, right? There's a time and a place for everything. We know in the scriptures there's going to be a time for that, right? But right now, all we doing is just fishing for men. That's it. That's all we're commanded to do right now, right? But in that process, we also teach our people that they do have enemies according to the Bible, not according to our own words, right? They have enemies. They are a nation of people, according to the Bible, that hate their God, right? And it's that simple. We're not teaching anything that is out of the scriptures. You understand? While they watching us and paying attention to us, and we're getting all kinds of heat from our own people, you got real hate groups, right? That are planning to go kill other people or incite violence against other people. Now, where are these damn coons that crawl out of their caves with their masters that are going out here and attacking these types of groups? You're not going to see that. Our people are completely lost because I'm telling you who you are according to the Bible and how you're supposed to live and carry yourself as an Israelite. I become your enemy because I'm telling you the truth. That's the madness and the mental retardation we're dealing with our people. Right? Brothers go out here and we're not complaining. Nobody's complaining because we know what we signed up for. You understand? And we know it's not of our doing that we're making these moves. But we go out here and risk our lives. And again, no brothers complaining. I love what I'm doing. I love it. Right? But what we got to deal with is our own people. Not one Edomite came on that post and was against what we were doing. Not one. Literally every single one of them were Israelites. Go look at the posts and look at the comments. Right? But this is how much they want to protect their own damn oppressor, and they don't even know that's their damn oppressor. Right? I think that's one of the worst curse that happened upon our people is the fact that we love these other nations and we put them first over our own people, man. It's madness, man.
So lucky, and I believe y'all just went through that the other day on Clubhouse. How brothers trying to save heathens, and then the heathen came in the room and agreed with you guys to the T. Like it's always our people that against us the hardest. White people don't like us for real, but our people really go hard against us in this whatever you want to say, the movement of our true nationality.
Con, but through time they gonna see the Most High gonna keep on putting up the affliction, make the affliction more rigorous, make it harder and harder. So one day they either just gotta submit to the word of God, or they're just gonna die by the hands of their oppressors. There's like no really in between, man. How people be looking for that in between. They be having that lukewarm spirit. And now the Most High God is gonna turn up the heat. You ain't gonna be able to have that lukewarm spirit in these last days, man. He gonna burn that right up out of you, right? How many damn Edomites can you fit in a U-Haul truck? So you got Edomites loading up in a U-Haul truck, ready to harm people at a damn sodomite parade, right? You got Edomites that's threatening Congress people and threatening people that's passing laws because of the Roe versus Wade. There was a damn assassination attempt on the Edomite because of the whole Roe versus Wade thing. You got people showing up in front of these Edomite houses because they want to, push more homosexual agenda laws and more abortion rights and stuff like that. They showing up at these people's houses. You understand? That right now, as we speak, they got a big gate around the damn federal building in Washington D.C. because they might pass a law today that people don't agree with, and these people are ready to riot, ready to make noise, ready to hurt these people in that building. These ain't Israelites doing that, right? January 6th, you know what I'm saying? Them Trump supporters and the damn Antifa, they ran up in the damn state capitol, man. That wasn't the Israelites. You got this damn shooter in Buffalo killing 10 innocent people with the word nigger written on his gun. You ain't see no Israelites doing stuff like that. So we got to really look at things and realize they just trying to push an agenda on our people. We got to wake up, and we're open to dialogue. We'll talk to you. We'll discuss the matter. If you really feel like we're a hate group, come on stage. Just don't scoff in the comments, because the comments is gonna roast you anyway. Don't You might as well not try to battle the people in the comments. They're gonna roast you. But you can come on stage and have an open dialogue. Will allow you to address your point of view. But then we go by the scriptures. That's above everything else on this platform. This is a kosher breakfast, man. This is a biblical platform where we submit to the words of God in the Holy Bible. But you could come and state your claim and give your opinion. We'll hear you out. But at the end of the day, the scripture's gonna come out. So we're gonna move along, man. Make sure y'all pinging people to the room. It's an open discussion, an open forum. Convince me, man. Right? I want everybody to hashtag right now, cult or culture. Hashtag it for me. Hashtag cult or culture. Right? Because they say this thing is a cult and a hate group, but I say it's a culture. So everybody hashtag cult or culture. It's kind of a tongue tying thing, but I'm about to hashtag it so y'all can see it. Cult or culture. Right. Hey, Shalom, y'all were all on the stage.
Hey, Shalom. Shalom, Yahweh.
Shalom, Yahawahshi, Shabbat.
Yeah, Bashim Yashabrakatan. Hey, family, make sure you click on that link and check out that video. I'm actually going to change the link, all right, to these damn white supremacists, right? The 31 member white supremacist hate group that actually were planning to incite violence and riots in Idaho in the gay pride parade, all right? I'm going to put that link up, all right? Who's really the hate group here, right?
Hey, Salakia, y'all were all. How many Edomites can you fit in a U-Haul truck?
Say it again.
Riddle me this, my brother. How many Edomites can you fit in a U-Haul truck?
Uh, I don't know how many.
As of now, I think it says 31, but we're gonna post the article and see.
God. Hey man, this is crazy. Hey, y'all all you didn't hear about it? About the Edomites that tried to go to Idaho to incite violence over there and start a riot?
No.
Yeah, I got the link up. Yeah, right there.
Okay.
Elder Yahweh, and Yahweh Shalom, Kings.
Hey, Shalom, y'all.
Yeah,
What's up?
yeah, Abashim, Yashai
So,
Barakatham.
Hey, Shalom, y'all, what's up? Y'all about y'all Shabrakatah.
Yeah, Shalom, brothers. Yahweh Shem.
Con. Hey, make sure y'all sharing the room. All right, we should do a little bit better with the shares. Right, share it to your different social media platforms. All right, bring your pastor that loves everybody. I think God loves everybody. Bring him to the room. Right, bring him to the room and let's talk about this. All right, who really is the hate group here? Is it us? Right. Also, if you have anything to add to the topic or the conversation at hand, raise your hand. Come up to the stage. All right. If you have an opposing view, all we ask is that you stay in order, and we'll definitely deal with you. All right, because we do want the smoke when it comes to this matter. We want you to prove that we are the hate group, right? Or we're the ones inciting violence. When we can see that it's this other nations, especially the damn Edomites, man. Right?
And we got Black Jesus Minister on stage.
Well, Sidekick, good to see you, brothers and sisters. Good to see y'all. Thanks for having me.
Wait, who's this?
Michael James Shannon, his admin.
What?
What the hell is going on?
I'm the only guy who has the
Shalom, brother.
ability to start a room on my own accord on his platform.
Oh, it's just flunky.
So thanks for having me up. How we doing, brothers and sisters? What's going on? Shalom from Boston.
Hey, Michael, your mic is kind of muffled.
Oh, sorry about that, brother. I'm in the Matrix. I just said shalom from Boston.
Hey, what's going on? Go ahead, Sharp. You
That's a
got it.
Uh,
godforsaken city, but I'm on the fire
you,
department.
Are you in Beantown right now?
Dorchester, Mass, but I'm in Lowell. That's where I'm at now.
Y'all, what's up? This your man?
Who?
Who are you talking about?
I'm not. I don't bat for that team, buddy. Sorry.
Is this your man's them?
I don't know if
Who,
you're making a
Captain
homosexual
America?
reference, but we definitely don't swing on that side of the plate.
Michael, chill out, man.
I'm just, I'm
God,
trouble.
who's this man?
What's going
But
on,
anyway,
boys? What's happening today? What's happening?
Hey, hold on. First, I want to say Shalom to Zaquan, my elder Torah. Elder Torah in the building.
Shalom,
hey,
Shalom.
Elder.
Shalom, Elder.
Yeah.
Shalom, Elder.
Shalom,
Shalom.
shalom, shalom.
Yeah,
Nice to
Shalom.
meet you, Elder Terrell.
Shalom.
You got to get up to date, Michael, man. Captain America's a black man now, man.
Yeah, no. Well, I know. I'm only Gentile with Black Jesus Minister. I gotta play the white. Captain America's a good pick, man. I got a weed condom meme if you want me to put that one. Weed Conda. It's dope. Black, rest in peace. That was a good guy right there. He was a good dude. But as a matter, this is the Crown of Thorns room, so I know we might get some one West hood boogery, but I love all y'all. I'm not gonna condemn nobody.
What
You know why?
hood?
Who the hell is this guy? Who
Did
is
he just
this?
say hood boogery?
It's Black
Yeah,
Jesus Minister
yeah,
Flunky.
some doctrine about salvation
Hold
just
on.
for Israel and
Did
all
you
white
just
This
people
is
say?
going to
this
heaven.
is
Hold on.
this is a student of Black Jesus
Did
Minister.
you just say
That's my
hood
friend, brother.
boogery?
I'm not here to fight. I'm not here to cause.
Michael,
I'm not your enemy.
Michael, why would you say hood boogery? Is it because we're black and Hispanic?
Because when I hear
Hey, like
that
yo,
they want to smash
Hold on,
baby
Ama.
skulls against rocks and make all Gentile
I
women
want to hear
sex
this
slaves,
answer.
it's a little disturbing.
You said what? Say it
They want to
again.
smash Gentile babies' heads against rocks and make all
Who
the
wants
women
to
sex
smash
slaves.
Gentile? What are you talking
Hey,
about?
I heard a one West room talking about that yesterday.
can I feel this, please?
I'm
I
not
want to feel
saying
this.
every
Of
Hebrew
course
Israelite
you
is like
can.
that.
No,
That's not what I'm saying, brother.
Michael. I would like to address what you're saying. And are you saying that taking the women of the other nations because we're attracted to them is not a biblical doctrine? Are you
I
saying
know
that?
where we're going, brother. I know what you believe in. I know, but the thing is,
Wait,
we're
wait,
all
wait,
servants,
wait,
brother.
wait. I'm just asking you to
Not as
call it.
sex slaves, brother. That's a
Wait,
goddamn
wait,
felony.
wait. I'm just asking you to ever
Do I
admit.
condone a felony? No.
Wait, I'm asking you to ever admit that you know a Hebrew Israelite anywhere that
You think
has
it's
made a
okay to take
sex
a
slave.
Gentile woman and rape her?
Michael, I'm asking you, do you know
Okay.
a Hebrew Israelite anywhere that has ever taken a woman and made her a sex slave of any nation?
No, but that's what they were talking about.
Wait.
I just answered. I said
So,
no
wait. So, why would you come and infer that on this
because that's what
stage?
they said. That's exactly what they were talking about. I'm
So,
not saying that is the
wait,
doctrine of what. That's
wait,
not the Hebrew Israelite
wait,
doctrine. I'm saying
wait,
that's what those motherfuckers were talking about.
wait. You said Hebrew Israelites want to take babies and
No, no,
bash
no,
them.
no, 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 not all. I said not all. Listen, not all of Israel are Israel. You know
Michael,
that.
now you're changing. Now
Not
you're
Now
all of
you're
the
changing what you
Israel
changing.
are
said.
Israel. You know that.
Now
You
you're
did not
changing.
say that.
Uriel, I say yes. Yes, how about
Not all
that?
that is Israel
According,
are
wait, hold
Israel. You
on.
know that.
Now,
According to Psalms 137, 7 to 9, yes. Yes, we want to do that. Now, what's the problem?
You want to make women into sex slaves, Elder
No,
Torah?
yes, we
did
want to smash.
did
Yes, when the Lord give
did
us a chance, we want to
Okay, well,
smash
that
their
is your
babies.
belief, and I don't.
did
No,
I'm not
Moses
that's
do
commenting
that?
on
that's
your belief.
biblical.
I can't.
Michael, did Moses
Okay,
teach
brother, go
that?
ahead.
Did Moses teach that?
Moses did not teach raping and making sex slaves. I don't
All right.
believe.
Can we go to the Bible now?
We can go wherever you want, man. We can go to we go right down to Kokomo if you want.
So you're obviously not a Bible scholar.
Actually, it's, you don't know me, brother, but let's go to the Bible, the stick of Judah.
All right, let's go to Numbers chapter 31 and let's
I'd love
see if
to go to
Moses
the stick of Joseph if you know what that is. But
let's see if Moses teaches this. Let's see if Moses teach, and then I
all
want you to
right,
call.
I'll
I
stick
want
it out for you guys.
you don't have to
Do
narrate.
you believe that white people can go to heaven? I know it's a no.
Bro, Michael, shut up and answer the question.
Well, can Captain America be saved? He's a
Let's
goddamn
go.
hero. God damn it!
Let's go to
Oh my
Numbers
God, this nigga's
31.
goofy.
Let's go to
Can
Numbers
white people
30.
get to heaven, brothers, or am I condemned
So
from my
so
very
what you're
skin
gonna
color?
so what you're gonna do is
I'm just
say
asking.
so what you're gonna do is say the Bible is coming out, but
No,
I'm
I'm
gonna
just asking
talk
you a
over that.
question in your opinion because
I'm
of
gonna
my skin.
talk over that. So let's read Numbers
Genesis
31.
15:13. You told your God to go fuck yourself, himself. That
Numbers
hold
31.
on. You were put into slavery because you told your God to go f himself.
Let's go to Numbers 31 and verse 15. Can
That is
somebody
what.
read?
Michael, hold on one second.
Well,
Yeah. Hey, Michael, listen. If you're here to deal with us, we're gonna deal with you, right? All right. One of y'all put him down already.
I
Somebody put him
didn't.
down already.
I didn't. I'm gonna invite him
Okay.
back up.
I must got
All right. All right.
telekinesis.
Hold on one second.
I went,
Let me just get order for 1 second, Akim. 1 second.
I'm gonna go
Michael,
down and just listen.
okay, just listen for a second, okay? We do want to build with you, right? But you got to stay in order. You already know the drill. If the Bible is coming out, you
You
just got to
believe
be
white
quiet.
people can't
Hold
go to
on,
heaven?
Michael, hold on. If
I,
the if, Michael, 1 second, 1 second. If the Bible is coming out, Just stay muted. Then once the scriptures is done, you can build with the brothers, okay? Because we
brother.
do
I don't
want
want to build with you because you think
to. Okay. All right. You don't want to build with us.
because you
All right.
you believe I'm
Let me
doomed to
move you
hell.
down to the audience. Now I can move you down to the audience.
All right,
Go ahead and teach your
let's read number. Let's can someone read Numbers 31 and verse 15, please?
Hey,
It's
Judah,
not.
you there?
Khan, I'm about to grab it.
Yeah, bring
Numbers
that out,
31
please.
and 15.
Yep.
Can you repeat it again, King?
Numbers 31 and 15. Read that. I hope Michael is listening.
It's the
If
book
you
of
want me, I
Numbers.
can read it.
I got you, King. It's the book of Numbers, chapter 31 and verse 15. And Moses said unto them, have ye saved all the women alive? Be-
Why did he ask that? He asked that because the Israelites were at war with another nation in the plains of Moab, and they were plundering and spoiling the Midianites. Read on.
Behold, these caused the children of Israel through the counsel of Balaam to commit trespass against the Lord in the manner of Peor. And there was the pledge among the congregation of the Lord.
It was a plague among the congregation of the
Slakia.
Lord. Read on.
Now therefore kill every male among the little ones, and kill every woman that hath known man by lying with him.
Read on.
But all the women children that have not known a man by lying with him, keep alive for yourselves.
So that's Moses saying, slaughter all the men, the children, and all the women who have
And
lost their
keep the ones to
virginity.
marry them, not rape them.
So now let me ask you something. Did Moses say, take the women of the Midianites for
Yes, he
yourselves?
didn't. He did. He didn't say rape them though.
Are those women going willingly?
Yes, because it's not getting raped.
Get the fuck out of here. Yo, this guy's a joke,
What do you
man.
mean? Get the fuck out of here.
So what
They're
you
not
learned
raping the
so
women.
what you
Did
learned
Moses condone
so
rape?
what you learned
And a man of God.
So what you? I'm gonna put him in the audience to finish my thought because he's dead set on not having an intelligent conversation. So what you just read was in wartime, Moses, a man who is God's friend, sees the women of the other nations as spoil to be taken if we so ever wish. So don't try that up here. All right, we not even moving like that. So you have to
Brother, I
criticize.
just want to say one thing, brother Joel.
I'm not your
You told
brother.
me to
I'm
go
not
fuck
your brother.
myself.
I'm not your brother. We are not even moving like that. Moses and his army was moving like that, but in this day, we're not even moving like that. So if you're gonna criticize anybody, you have to criticize Moses, the friend of God. I thank you, brothers, for letting me make that point.
Con, let me real quick, and I just bring out something. Give me Psalms 137 and 7. Read 7 to 9. All right. See what they don't understand. This Bible is reality. This Bible is just. Everything in this Bible is just. Now, are we saying to go out there and do it now? No. But when the Lord brings judgment, these things is gonna happen. Read Psalms 137 and 7.
This is the book of Psalms 137 and verse 7. Remember, O Lord, the children of Edom,
The Lord, remember, oh Lord, the children of Edom, come on.
in the day of Jerusalem, who said, raise it, even to the foundation thereof.
They always been happy to see our destruction, man. The Edomites, they always been happy to see our destruction. Read on.
O daughter of Babylon,
O
who
daughter
art
of Babylon, come on,
who art to be destroyed.
who are to be destroyed. Read on.
Happy shall he be that rendereth thee as thou hast served us.
as they have served us. So now this scripture this scripture is not hard when you think about the babies that was fed to gators by the Edomites. This scripture become a little more easier to do when you think about that history. When you think about the horses that ran over the Gad's babies, okay, it becomes much easier to do when you think about the stomachs that was cut open when the woman was 8 or 7 months and smashed. The scripture become very much easier to do. Read on.
Happy shall he be that taketh and dashes thy little ones against the stones.
That's what David said. Happy shall he be who taketh thy little ones and dash against the stone. And that's why the scriptures say, acts of your fathers. And they will tell you about all them things. The generation, what they had to endure. Okay, when you pass down history and you hear about how they did our babies and what they did to our babies, it becomes much easier. But are we saying to go out there and do that? No. Scripture said, wait upon the Lord till I rise up to the prey. For my determination to gather all nations, so I could pour my anger on them. In the book of Zephaniah 3 and 8. So we're not telling people to do that. Nobody can hold our words against us, but we're saying when the Lord gives us power and control, and we get back in control, these scriptures are going to be emphasized, because as thou hast done, so shall be done to thee. And remember, they took our babies and passed it for gator baits. All right. With that, I yield.
Gone. Shalom, Chief. Shalom, Priest Daniela. Welcome to the stage. Shalom,
Shalom,
WFI.
shalom, elders.
Hawaii. Yahawahshi Shabrakatah.
Shalom, shalom.
Gone.
Shalom.
Yeah, hey, Shalom. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yeah, I was
Uh
just
huh.
My
Hold on.
rings. Uh, all right, let's go ahead and move you down real quick. Yeah, we're going to get this
What
off.
the hell is that, brother?
Sound like an
Another one of
Ishmaelite.
them trolls. One of them trolls.
Yeah, sound like Ishmael, man. All right, Khan. All right, just a very quick reset, and I'll come right to you, Hawad. Shalom to the room. Shalom. All right, this is Crown of Thorn, your kosher breakfast, right? Hot off the skillet, man. Breakfast is ready, right? Today's topic is, are Hebrew Israelites a hate group? Are Hebrew Israelites a hate group? Are we really the hate groups out here, right? If you think we are, raise your hand, come up to the stage, right? And prove your cause. All we ask is that you stay in order. The dude Michael, we could have built with him, no problem, but we can tell he's all over the place, man, right? And we're not the Most High God is not the author of confusion. We're not going to deal with that here. If no edification can come out, we're not going to tolerate you being on stage. If you can come up here, and lay your premise, tell us why you believe that we are a hate group or what we teach, right? It's all about hate, right? Come up to the stage and be part of the build and the conversation. We appreciate all the brothers from the different camps that is up here on stage, building with us. We appreciate y'all. And but for now we're gonna go back right to the queue. Hey Hawad, Shalom, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build, what you gotta add to it.
Shalom. Salaki, I'm driving this loud semi truck right now, but I originally had a precept on the woman being captive, but I guess we're kind of moving on. But to touch on the topic, I don't believe, of course we don't excite any type of violence, but in terms of us being a hate group, I think it's just kind of how you look at it. The scripture says in Amos 5 and 15 to love the good and hate the evil. And so with this world being evil, I mean, of course we hate the wickedness in this world. So I feel like, we do, like I said, also in Acts 17 and 6, the apostles did contrary to the decrees of Caesar. So in terms of how the world would view us as a hate group. You understand? Matthew 24 said we be hated of all men. You understand? We a hate group to the world, to not in terms of like we're violent or anything like that, but how the world view us, we a hate group, and the world is a hate group to us. You understand? Micah 3:2, it says that the world loves the evil and hates the good. So us being that good, we're just contrary one to another.
Con. Yeah, that's the point of the room, right? Of course, to the world and this society, they'll definitely look at us as a hate group. All right, and a lot of it is just because we are coming back to who we are, right? That's what the title is leaning on, obviously, right? We of course know what the scripture says about certain things that we're to hate, right? Things that are displeasing to the Most High God, we're definitely to hate. But we just speaking in the terms, and that was a great point you brought up, to highlight that when it comes to the eye of the society, right? But again, you know, this are conversations that we definitely need to be having, right? Because never let anybody try to blame you or make you feel a certain way, right? Because you are a nationalist or you care about your own nation, you care about your own people, and you put them first, right? We can see through the scriptures that that's how we're supposed to move as a nation, right? Like the elder touched on and brothers touched on earlier, we are not inciting any form of violence, right? That's not what this room is about, right? This room is about really getting down to the truth about who really are this hate group, right? Can we look in the past month and a half, couple of months, who are really the people that are inciting violence on all the nation of people that we can see, right? So with that, I'm going to yield to the stage if anybody else have anything else to add on. Also, like I said, if you want to be part of the build a conversation, please raise your hand, come up to the stage. Also, if you haven't, click on the greenhouse above our head. Follow the room. That way, when we have conversations like this moving forward, you get the notification. All right. But for now, I yield to the stage. If anybody else have anything to say. Hey, priest, you there?
Yeah, I know. Be in the Matrix in a second.
Yeah, Kai, you're
Yep,
a
it's
little bit
red.
in the matrix. Yeah, you're a little bit in the matrix. I was gonna ask you about an article we got up here. I didn't know if you heard about it. I think this just happened a couple of days ago.
I'm going.
That you in the matrix. You good, King. Yeah, when you get in a better area or a better spot, we can probably ask you the same question. But we got Jacob on stage. Jacob, what's going on? Welcome to the stage. You see the topic, you hear the build. What's going on? Shalom.
How you doing, brother? Shalom.
Doing well, doing well. What do you think about the topic and the build at hand, man? What do you think?
Um, um, I think people can't handle the truth. So so when they don't like what's being said or what's being taught, they try to throw stones, right? Because people just can't handle the truth. And on top of that, brother Joel, I really want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. I have never seen you in person. Neither have you seen me in person, but you've taught me so much through YouTube, man. I appreciate you so much. God bless you.
All praises to the Most High, man. I taught you what I was taught, man. I had good teachers, and we passed it forward.
All praises, man. All praises. Go ahead, Judah. You have something to add?
I'm just clapping that. All praises.
Khan,
I
Khan,
think
Khan.
I think Moshe, hey Ari, I think Moshe wants to talk to Yahweh.
Oh, okay, Khan. Yeah,
No,
Moshe,
no,
you got the
no.
floor. Go ahead.
Anytime Yawasop do that, no, no. Yawasop, I yield to your wisdom. Go ahead. Let me show me how to operate.
He's definitely wants to talk to you, the mighty teacher of the sons of thunder. Yeah.
You know,
Khan.
y'all will all learn that defeat of priest Sabak, so I yield to y'all all.
No, no. I learned after Shower Paul had come around, and you know what? I would never ask Priest Torah to be trouble with anybody's madness. So I'm not even going to do that. But Priest Daniel Allah, now he loved to deal with stuff like this.
Well, I guess the
Just
brother gave me the
because
floor.
Priest Daniel
Yes,
Allah.
brother.
1 second, Moshe.
All right,
You don't
man.
got the floor yet. You don't got the floor yet. Because Priest Daniel Allah is an Ephraimite, and he also has bad service. I'm gonna give him the. He's good. He don't have to talk, just like Chief Ephraim, the chief of the Ephraimites. So he doesn't have to speak either. So it just falls back on you, y'all.
Wherein hast thou loved me?
Moshe, you can now address Yahweh.
Wherein hast thou loved me, Ephraim? It says Ephraim shall not vex Judah. What happened?
It's okay. You got a contract. We got a contract.
All right. Well, I didn't come to address anybody in particular. I just responded to the title of the room in general. I answered the question and biblically. And I've been around this movement a long time, and I can't even count the hours I've been in debates of different camps of card and different one way divisions. It's been a long time. So I know for a fact that certain, not all, camp doctrines and certain camps, the way they teach the doctrine on Esau
Moshe,
and
one second.
Hamites
Moshe, one
leads
second.
to
One
leads to
second, Moshe. Moshe, can you hear me? Can you hear me,
go
brother?
ahead up.
No, okay,
Yep.
sorry, okay.
Yeah.
To cut you off. Now, what I want you to
Yeah.
do, and we're gonna deal with whatever point or doctrines you're bringing out that you're against, okay? But what I want us to do is touch on the topic real quick, right? Hebrew Israelites a hate group, yes or no?
Nope. I already gave that answer in comments. Not in general.
You said not in general, so some of them are hate groups, or not all of them.
Well, certain Israelites display that they hate people and promote a hate doctrine. I'm not going to put that on one organization in general. No, I'm not going to do that because I'll be lying on the whole.
Okay, so some of them are a hate group. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, some of us give us as a whole the image of being a hate group. That's the best way I can put it.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead with your point. You can finish your point now. I just wanted to see
Moshe,
where you stand on that. Go ahead, y'all. Oh, you got
Moshe,
it. King.
Moshe, is David a Hebrew Israelite?
Yes, David is a descendant of Eber through Israel.
Can I read you something that he said?
Go ahead.
This is Psalms 139 and 21. It says, do not I hate them, O Yahweh, that hate thee? Am I not grieved with those that rise up against thee? I hate them with a perfect hatred. I count them mine enemies. Does King David teach hate?
King David didn't teach right there. He just gave a testimony about how he feels. And we can't just follow everybody's example or we'll be setting people, husbands up to get murdered and taking their wives to it. We just
Wow.
follow all the examples of our ancestors.
I
Thus
don't
said
even
Yah. Just
I don't
follow
even
the
know what to say
Torah.
back.
Add
I
to it.
don't even
Don't
know what to
take.
say back to that.
That's crazy.
I don't even know
Don't
what to
add
say
to the
back to
Torah.
that.
Don't take.
Yeah, because the scriptures tell us that David walked perfectly before the Most High, save for the matter of Uriah the Hittite. So you're correct in terms of saying that him taking another man's wife was wicked, but outside of that, the Bible says David walked perfect. That means that he didn't sin when he said he hated those that hated God. He didn't sin. He did nothing wrong. So why shouldn't I follow an example of somebody that the Bible says walked perfect? Why wouldn't I follow the example? Doesn't the Bible teach us to mark the steps of a perfect man? So the Bible teaches us. And the Bible says David was perfect. So I'm supposed to mark his steps. So we don't understand what you're talking about, brother.
Well, this is what I'm talking about. A sister in the thread already touched on it where she posted that we can hate, which is basically being angry towards a person, but not sin. But once we get into the sin of abhorring, which is constantly ragging on these people and bringing out, you gonna die, you getting cut off, and you won't get no salvation. You gonna kiss our boots. We're gonna cut your head, all that type of stuff, and turning them away. That is once you have done that, you have got into abhorring them.
Don't,
You
don't
have
you realize,
sinned
brother Moshe,
from
that
your anger.
abhorring? Don't you realize that abhorring is a verb? Moshe, did you realize that? You know what a verb means? A verb is
Yes,
an
I do.
action. Okay, a verb is an action. So
Yes,
it's not how you feel or
yes,
what you
indeed.
say. To abhor someone is to do abominably. It is a verb. You have to do something to somebody to abhor them. We have done nothing to any of these nations, so we have not abhorred them.
Speaking is an action, bro.
Okay,
Speaking
so
is
what
an
is the
action.
action? What is the action at these camps that you have called hate groups? What is the action that they've done to these other nations? What is the action?
Well,
Besides
the
condemning them with the
first
scripture.
thing is
Hmm.
the first thing is they have gone away from just simply following Torah without adding anything to it or taking anything from it. That is the first thing that we've done wrong. Because if you just stick with the Torah, don't add nothing else to what you were commanded, then you won't be abhorring Edomites or Egyptians, which are Hamites. It's just that simple. But we don't got into using other scriptures and examples of what other men have done and said as a way to justify the things that we say, which is an action. When you say harsh things against people, you have just done an action. That is not a noun to talk or speak.
Yo, that is
Also, you put your hands on them, you know.
that is
Is
word
hating
salad.
someone that is word salad. I'm
That's
sorry,
word
brother.
salad.
Go ahead.
It's a whole bunch. You ever seen a pile of salad? You eat it and you're still hungry because there was nothing in it. It was like nothing in it but damn water. You have a pile of damn iceberg lettuce. You eat it and you're still hungry because there's no nutritional value. There's nothing in it. That's what he just said. That was word salad. Iceberg lettuce. There was nothing
That's
in that.
your opinion, but you're entitled to it, bro. You're entitled to your opinion. I won't try to change your mind, but at the end of the day, that's what it is, an opinion. Everybody got one.
Yo, all you gotta.
If I follow your logic that David is wrong for what he just said right there, I have to go against the Bible, who said David did not sin outside of the action he took with Uriah the Hittite's wife. So when David said, I hate
It
them
didn't say
with
that.
the
It never said
no,
that David didn't sin. And other than that, it
when
didn't
yes it
say
does,
that.
yes it does say that.
It does
Yes it
not
does
say
say
he
that.
did not sin.
Yes it does say
Posted,
that.
post.
Uh,
No, it
Priest
didn't. It
Daniela, do you
said
have a
that he
scripture at
was
your
what?
fingertip? I'm gonna pull it right now. First Kings 15:5. Because David did that which was right in the eyes of Yahweh, and turned not aside from anything that he commanded him all the days of his life, save only the matter of Uriah the Hittite. You wrong again. You're wrong again. So if
Nope.
that, how are you not wrong? What is a commandment? A commandment is law. Yes?
What
No,
does
no,
it
no,
mean
no,
to turn away?
no, 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 no. What is a commandment? A commandment is law. Yes?
We're dealing with what's said, brother. We're dealing with the scripture, right? We're gonna deal
And
with
this
what the
is why
scripture
y'all
actually
this is why
says.
Yawasop want me to talk to you, because brothers know how you are. I see this now. I'm gonna deal with you, Moshe,
No, you
but
don't
only if
know.
you
You don't know me. You don't know me, bro.
Moshe. It's no reason for
And
you
you
to
don't
be
know
off
my
mute.
gift.
Moshe, it's no reason for you to be off mute. Like, it's no reason for it.
You're wrong right now. You realize it. So now you're going to be as difficult as possible. The Bible just said David walked with the Most High and did not turn aside from anything that the Lord commanded him, except for the one thing he did with Bathsheba. That's what it say, brother. So when he wrote Psalm 139, that was righteous. You got to understand that. And if that's true, that means Psalms 139 is righteous. And that's the point, brother. So it's nothing to fight over. We don't need to fight. You just need to accept that.
No, it's not. It is nothing to fight over, bro. I agree. You just need to do what the Torah said do, and stop looking for an excuse to be going
And the
around
Torah
teaching
and
falsehood and overlooking scriptures that have
and
told you there's going to be a remnant of.
and 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 that means that when David said, when people hate God, he hates them. Now, David's not the only person who said that. We can read in the book of Amos that you're supposed to hate the evil and love the good. You see what I'm saying? So it's getting bad for you, brother Moshe. You really have no point except that you love white people and you mad at us because we don't. Come on, bro. It's early in the morning. Nobody trying to hear all that. Wake up in the morning loving your own people.
I
Wake up in the morning and talk
those
about how
who don't listen,
beautiful.
they remain ignorant. They remain
Wake up in
ignorant.
the morning. Wake up in the morning and talk about how beautiful your people are. Wake up in the morning and talk about how beautiful the black Native American Hispanic woman is. Wake up in the morning and talk about how intelligent the black Native American Hispanic child is and how innocent they are. Look at that picture of Shahpar's son in his avatar picture. That's a beautiful child. Wake up in the morning talking about that. Don't wake up in the morning telling us how we have to love people who don't give two shits about us. They don't wake up at 9:44 in the morning talking about how to love black people. They don't give a damn about you. And it's sad that you're a grown man of age and you don't realize that. I'm going on mute. I'm not talking to this dude.
All right. Well, I get an opportunity to speak and finish what I was saying. You know, it is written also in this Bible that a fool, it is well other a folly to speak before you hear a matter. To them that speak before they hear the matter is folly and a shame unto them. So your practice of cutting people off before they finish what they saying only displays your folly. And it only serves to cater to your ego. That way you can use part of what a person said to twist the whole point of what a person said. And then you can try to demean this person by only taking in part of what they said and then attacking that part. But if you were to hear everything this person had to say on this topic and act in wisdom instead of folly and increasing learning, you know, the wise will hear and increase learning, you know. So if you hear, which is what you got to do with people called a teacher. Everybody not apostle, preacher, evangelist, all that. You're going to be bored through long lectures and have to pick up a dictionary and go look up definitions of words used and follow up on long articles. You're going to have to do all that with a person called a teach, my brother. And you can't be disrespecting the teacher, interrupting the class, because then you're a class clown and you're going to flunk. Period. I'm not called to be no preacher, apostle, evangelist, all that, but given a gift to teach. But people don't like to listen. They are class clowns. And then they end up disrespecting the teacher this and making the class disorderly so others in the class cannot learn that may want to learn or can learn. But when you are part of a cult that you seek to control the narrative and the mind of your followers, you will do that when you feel threatened that what you are teaching them may be disproven. And then they can think for or see with their own eyes that, okay, this is wrong. And then that will what? Do what? Cause them not to look at you as such a great person anymore. So it's all selfish motivation when you get down to it. Like I was trying to say, You number one, you're teaching the lie that white man is Esau because this is documented eyewitness facts, which we are supposed to go by, not no charts. We are supposed to go by eyewitness testimony. You have no eyewitness testimony to Esau being the first white man. But what we do have
Are you
eyewitness
sure?
testimony to is that
Are you
The
sure,
Canaanites
Moshe?
and Hittites were white people, brother. Those
Moshe.
where white people come from, the
All
Canaanites.
right, all
That's
right.
why we
One
say they
second,
smell
one
like a
second,
dog.
one
That's why
second.
Yeshua
Moshe,
called them a dog. They are
Moshe,
Canaanites.
I
Moshe.
never heard that doctrine. I never heard that doctrine in my life.
Well, you heard a lot of
Yo,
one
that's
West
funny.
Israelite hood booger.
Yo, who you calling a hood
It's
booger?
not. It's,
Who you?
it's
Wait, whoa,
not a
whoa,
doctrine,
whoa,
bro.
whoa, whoa,
It's an
whoa, whoa, whoa,
eyewitness.
whoa, 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 whoa. Yo, I know this is not my room. This is HOI's kosher breakfast, brother Shawpaw, Ari. Please do not subject me to some Edomite coming to the stage making racial slurs against me. Please don't subject me to that. Please don't
Con,
subject me to that. Don't
Salakia, one
subject me to
second.
that.
All right, so this is what we're gonna do. Michael is not to come up to the stage for the day. Please, all the mods, do not bring him up. All right, do not bring him up. We can't have a
I'm
conversation.
just
So we're gonna
I'm
go.
just saying if that's gonna be the way it is, let me get busy on this cracker. Like I don't think that's funny. I get angry. I hate Esau with a perfect hatred. I don't that's I can't handle it.
Ah,
I can't handle that.
you
Salaki,
Hey,
get your
Shalak,
page
yeah,
taken
listen,
down.
yeah. We got you, brother. Ain't nobody, you know me, brother. Came on to me and Sabak. You know we don't tolerate no cracker disrespect. You know
Kind
what I mean? But we on this app. We still ain't gonna tolerate it. We still ain't gonna tolerate it, brother. So everybody want to get let loose, man. But we just trying to deal with some order and some structure, brother. But you already know. You already know what it is when it comes to Esau. You know what I mean? Now, this brother Moshe, man.
Salaki.
I'm actually working. One second, Chief. I'm actually working, but this brother Moshe is making a lot of comments. He's trying to break down psychologically cults and all of that, man. But break some scriptures, brother. Break some scriptures to back up what you're saying. We don't need to psychologically analyzing what a cult is and this and that and how people is manipulated. Bring scriptures. Prove all things. That's what I say to you, brother.
Real quick, if I could, because I was inside work and I heard some madness. Had to come back outside where I could have some good service. So he said the Canaanites are white people, right? Now, I've heard this doctrine before because Dr. York used to teach this doctrine. So when you read Leviticus chapter 14, right? I'm just going to tell you, brothers, because I can't really stay out here. When you go to Leviticus chapter 14, it speaks about when we went into the land if we were to find leprosy in the house. So Dr. York and a lot of unlearned Israelites use that scripture to say, see, the people in the houses in the land of Canaan were lepers. They were white people. No, that's not what it's talking about. That's actually talking about mold or mildew. When y'all get a chance, I'm giving it to y'all now. Y'all can go check it out. Leviticus chapter 14, started from verse 34 on down. The plague that was in the house would be like mold, mildew, et cetera, et cetera. That's what it was talking about. It's not talking about the people themselves. That's madness. These people are crazy, man. Salaki, are you?
I
Con.
feel you on
Hey,
that.
Chief, one second,
Why
one
I deal
second,
with the
Moshe.
scripture.
Moshe,
Go ahead,
one
bro. Go
second.
ahead, bro.
All right, Chief, you had something to add on? Go ahead, Chief. You got it.
Priest just brought it out. I was gonna say that is Dr. York doctrine. But he got it before me. Good.
Con. All right, Moshe, moving forward, right? Because we have biblical integrity here, right? And we try to deal with each other scholarly. So if you're going to make a claim, you got to go to the scriptures or you got to show some form of proof of what you're saying, okay? Don't just spew out words up here, all right? You sound like
I feel you.
now go ahead, you got it. Go ahead, continue your point.
Well, I agree that I need to bring some type of evidence and to stick with the scriptures. I'm not going to ever argue with that, even if I don't do it. I'm going to see that I'm wrong because I didn't do it. I'm not going to try to justify my action. So we'll never debate about that.
All praises. Now
All
go
right.
ahead.
But this is my thing. The scripture has given us instructions in both testaments on how to judge things, and that is by the mouth of two or three witnesses, at least two. And when we saying that this is Dr. York's doctrine, we got to consider that Dr. York was also an educated man who taught falsehood and truth. If Dr. York says 2 plus 2 is 4 and shows his work, he's still correct, regardless of what other falsehood he taught. And the fact of the matter, this man was a student of Egypt and primary source text and the eyewitness.
1 second, bro. Just stop it. Just go into what you got to say, brother Moshe. Dr. York taught that people we was
I'm,
green at
I'm
one
going,
time.
I'm going
Hold on. Dr.
into.
York taught that we was green at one time and we became black. All right. Dr. York taught a lot of stuff, but he
That's
taught
some
a lot of
falsehood he taught.
madness too. So
El,
so come on, brother.
Yes, indeed.
Just yeah, let's go. We don't have
Dr.
to
York
beat that
thought
case
that
to
we
the
was
floor.
I'm not
tadpoles.
dealing with all the madness.
You heard?
Go ahead, fam.
Elder Dr. York taught that we was tadpoles, man.
Yeah, he taught that
Y'all
foolishness
got a
because
lot
they
of
are
his stuff
part of the
from
culture.
comic books and Star Trek. Let's just call it real. He got a lot of his stuff from
I
comic
agree.
books and Star Trek.
Yeah, he made up a whole lot of stuff. I agree. All I'm saying is this one thing that he taught was not just something that he taught. This is what I just posted in the comments. This is by a European, Oxford educated, who used to write encyclopedia articles for a living, not some Dr. York cult, but he is referencing the eyewitness depictions of the Canaanites on the Egyptian walls by the Egyptian neighbors of the Canaanites who did business with them. And they depicted the Canaanites as white people with black hair and black eyes, and the Amorites in particular as reddish brown people, reddish brown hair,
Okay, Moshe, one
white
second.
people
One
with
second.
blue eyes.
One second. One second. Moshe, 1 second. All right, so let's do it point by point, right? So could you prove that point that the Canaanites is Esau?
No, I'm not trying to prove that Canaanites are Esau, because Edomites are Semites. They are descendants of Eber, just like us, who happen to breed with a race of goat, cave dwelling goat people, the seed of Seir the Horite. Remember, he married a holy bomber, the daughter of Honor, the daughter of Seir, a hairy goat demon, the Horite, a cave dweller. He married a she devil. That is why y'all said he spoiled his seed and produced Amalek, the first of the Goyim, part human, part devil. That came from Edom sleeping with the Horites, or the devils, the hairy cave dwellers. That's where that came from. That's how he spoiled his seed, not by being a different color than Jacob. That's not how he spoiled his seed. He also slept with a Canaanite of the children of Heth, or the Hittites, Turkish people, my brother. Eyewitness testimony and historical fact. The Turkic people are Hittites. And the people you see in Lebanon today, the white people with that black hair and black eyes, those are Sidonians, children of Sidon, son of Canaan. And the Amorites were
Huh?
depicted as basically the Aryan race, what you would call the Aryan race. Eyewitness testimony. The reason why he called that Canaanite white woman a dog.
Okay, Moshe.
Word
Go ahead.
salad.
Go ahead, priest. You got it, King.
No, just want to say word salad. That's all you got.
Yeah, what I'm trying to
Is,
figure out.
that is basically knowing the definition of words, brother. I mean, the illiteracy will see literacy as, word salad, because they don't know the definition of the words that they use.
No, you didn't prove anything. You just was talking. That's why I said that.
Proved it according to the instruction that we have in both testaments, which is to prove these things by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. I just gave you many witnesses that have depicted these people on the Egyptian walls. The Egyptians are not eyewitnesses to the appearance of ancient Canaanites. Then what is an eyewitness? That's all I want to know.
Do you read the metal netter on the walls of Egypt to know that that's true? What you just said, that the Egyptians said that those are Canaanites. Do you read the metal netter? Were you able to verify that? for yourself? You read the hieroglyphs on the wall?
Well, I'm not fluent in hieroglyphics, but yes, I
That
can
means
read
no.
hieroglyphics.
That
I
means
had
You
to
no.
said,
use.
That means no.
well,
That means
I'm
no.
not
So you don't
fluent
know
in
what
it,
the hell
but
you're
I
talking
can
about.
read. I can read. That means I can read it, but I'm not fluent in it. That's what it means. You can make it mean something else, but you're gonna be lying. I can read it. I just can't read every single last word. Well, actually, I can read every word, but I don't know the definition of every word that I read. I can make the sounds, but that don't mean I know the
so
definition.
are
Hence,
you
I have a
saying
dictionary
that
where I go
people
look up the
you
definition.
why do you use so many words to say nothing? But are you saying that the people they call Libyans and the hieroglyphics of Canaan? I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, that's what I'm
No,
trying
the
to figure out.
Libyans are who they
Hold on,
call the
Moshe.
Tamihu or
Hold
Westerners.
on. Y'all stop. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I'm just trying to get him to a particular point so we can build off of that because he's all over the place. Hey, Moshe, right? You gotta get it together a little bit here. Kind of all over the place. Okay, you're using a lot of words like y'all said, but you're not really making any sense. To you, it sounds good. It's not making any sense. And vision, we're gonna be right with you. Okay, so Moshe,
It don't make
what
no
is?
sense because you don't know the
Hold
definition
on a
of the words
second.
I'm using.
Hold on. This is what I would like to do, right? What is one of the doctrines? Because you said something about doctrines and the teaching, right? And really, I kind of want to stick to the topic of the room, right? What is some a doctrine we've thought that came out of the scriptures that you think, right? We're either misquoting it or we're not interpreting it right, right? Let's do that. Let's deal with one point because you're not here to teach us anything. You're all over the place, okay? Let's deal with one point in the scriptures and
But
we can build.
I'm here to teach, but
Hold
you're not willing to learn. That's the
on.
problem.
Moshe, stay muted, man. All right? I don't play around. Stay in order and you stay up here and you can build with us. But if you go out of order, I'm going to just kick you out of the room. Simple like that. All right. So pick a point that we can build on, right? And we can just deal with it point for point. But we're going to do one, then we got to go to the queue. All right. Then we can just have it more as an open build and a popcorn style kind of stage if nobody else come on stage. So just pick one point. Let's deal with that point. Then we got to go to vision just to give everybody opportunity to speak. All right. The floor is yours. Pick one.
The doctrine that I just spoke on, which is the idea that Edomites are white people, or the white man in general. That doctrine is false by eyewitness
Okay. Okay.
testimony.
Hold
And
on,
I'm going to
Moshe. Hold on. Don't go into a diatribe.
speak
What scripture? Hold on a second, man.
It's always save the damn honkies, man. What
Right.
the hell?
Kind of
Okay,
mind
we're gonna
control
take it.
does the white
We're gonna
man
take it point
have?
by point. Hold on, who's
What
speaking?
kind of mind control does he have,
Oh,
Ari?
I ain't trying to save
Where
nobody, bro.
where
I
no
can't
matter
save.
what happens, no
You
matter
can't save
what,
yourself.
where no matter what happens, somebody tries to come and save this man. Like I want that superpower that when I'm not around, people are arguing to save me because the white man got that power. How does he do it? I wish I knew.
Right, I'm on the same page, man. That's a powerful spell, man. Like it's on autopilot now with our people saving this damn heathen. He doesn't even have to
The
say not a
spell
word. Hold on,
thing
Moshe.
that you be trying to
Moshe.
save
I know you want to
Edomite.
talk, but you got to stay muted, man. All right, I'm trying not to mute you, but you got to stay muted. All right. Yeah, that's a yeah, y'all. Oh, you're right, man. That's a very powerful spell, man, that they have on our people. But Moshe, now the next thing I want you to talk about is bring out a scripture that you feel that we misquote, right? Or we're not interpreting it right, or we don't have the right understanding on it. Bring one out that deals with your point, okay? Then that way we can move forward on an actual build and a conversation. Okay? Go ahead.
All right. I just brought out one where Yeshua referred to the Canaanite woman
Call
as a
out the
dog.
scripture. Moshe, come on, man. You know better. Call the scripture out. Let's go to it and let's examine it together. All right?
The scripture. Am I still on mute?
Nah, you're not on mute.
Mark seven
Go ahead.
twenty seven. Mark 7:27.
All right, hold on. I'm going to read it for you, okay? Do we have any other reader on stage? Judah, you still there?
Actually, 26 and 27.
Okay, Mark 7:26 and 27.
Yep.
Hold on one second. Just have patience, Moshe. We're gonna build. Can anybody read in the audience? If you can, raise your hand. Come up to the stage. Come up to the stage. All right. If you can read, please come up to the stage. All right. If anybody can read, please come up to the stage. Okay, and help with the build. Let me see.
You need something out? I could bring something out real quick, King, if you need me to.
Right, right. Okay, Con. All right, go ahead. You said Mark what? 7:26, right?
7. Yep, 26 through 27.
Okay, Con. All right. I'll just go ahead and read it, man. All right, Mark chapter 26. It says the woman was a Greek, a Syrophoenician by nation, and she besought him that he would cast from the devil out of her daughter. Verse 27. But Jesus said unto her, let the children first be filled, for it is not meet to take the children's bread and to cast it unto dogs. Okay, go ahead and elaborate on it. What is your understanding on this scripture here? What is it talking about?
Well, my understanding there is that this woman was one of the Syro-Phoenicians, or Greek-speaking Hellenistic, not a Hellene, or what you would call her. But a Hellenistic would mean she is speaking Greek because of Greek influence. She was a Canaanite woman, which is also brought out in the other account of this story that she was a Canaanite. And Yeshua referred to this Canaanite woman as what? A dog. And that is no coincidence with Canaanite being so close to Canaanite and dogs being canines. In addition to the
Yo,
eyewitness testimony
what?
of just that they were white. Yes, they were white people according to eyewitness testimony, which I'm not in error by going by the mouth of 2 or 3 witnesses. That's how I'm instructed to judge and let everything be established. So if I'm going to establish who is the white man, I'm going to have to use 2 or 3 witnesses. No, none of us lived back then. But we do have people that did live back then that did business with and saw these Canaanites who depicted these people that they were doing business with, the Canaanites, the people to the east. Like the brother brought the Libyans, those are Foothites. Libyans and Berbers to the west that they called the Mihu or Westerners. These people were the children of Foot that lived west of the children of Mizraim, and they were also white. R1B paternity, which is the same as Western European. Footite children of Ham. And the Canaanites are a J marker that is proven by the testing of ancient Canaanite remains. And that is those people over there talking about they Israelites using the J marker. Those are Canaanites. Them people ain't even Edom, they ain't
Listen,
even Semitic period.
listen.
Brother,
But
is this
Canaan, white people are not Canaanites, and I'm gonna tell you why. Number one, white people themselves admit to being Edomites. Themselves admit to being an Edomite. The people in Rome, the
but they
Macedonians. Can I
don't
finish?
because
Can I
they lack
finish? Can
information
I
just like
finish without you jumping in? It's 10
go ahead.
o'clock in the morning,
They
man.
lack
Can I
information
finish?
like you, but go ahead.
Can I finish? Nobody did that while you was bringing your pseudo. So now, white people themselves will teach you that they are Edomites, right? The Macedonians are Edomites. The Agagites are Edomites. And more recently, in modern times, Herodians will tell you that they're Edomites. The white people that became modern day Jewry. The white people that you see over there will tell you that they are Edomites, converts to the religion of Judaism. And that's why they uh, uh, fulfill Ezekiel 36 and 5. So what you have to understand is you are referring to the modern day inhabitants of a place as the people from antiquity, right? Egyptians did become white people.
All right, I studied this. I understand that. When Alexander came in, especially under Cleopatra, you have a Hellenization of Egypt, where white people really was pharaohs and priests over there and enjoying the pyramids. They didn't build the pyramids. They didn't erect the obelisks. They took over the place. But then when you saying you using DNA to see who's who, you doing it based on the modern people that took the land instead of the original people that built the land. And you have to understand that, right? That's why white people, racist white supremacists today will tell you that Egyptians are white and that's white people built the pyramids. They're saying that because they're talking about the Hellenization period after when white people came to take over Egypt, because the Bible prophesied the downfall of the Egyptians and said that they would even be scattered, right? That's what Esau do. He takes lands and names them after himself, like Alexandria. But again, so understanding that, you have to know that when they're doing these DNA tests, they're doing it based on the modern inhabitants, not the original. The original Egyptians are very dark people, right? The Nubians were building pyramids before what you see in northern Africa with the modern Egyptian. The Nubians were building pyramids, right? They had step pyramids, very small ones, mounded, and they would make cobra heads in the mountainside to represent the pharaoh, and that's why you see the pharaoh's hat and headdress is like the gills, like the ribs that spread on a cobra. That's where that comes from, right? King Tut's dynasty will teach you about the Nubians and how he opposed them. So you need to understand the original history of that place. Your history is based on a more modern concept, and that's why you're confused. And you're right.
Right. Also,
That
I'm
is
also
false
that's
because the information that I gave you came from way before the.
yeah, 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 it got to be, brother, because if you're talking about the Hellenistics and the Greeks, you're going like 323 or 332 around that time under Ptolemy seed when they invaded Egypt. That's way, way after the pyramids and stuff. That's late down in history. So, like the brother Joel said, that would be crazy if you. I don't know what you was doing if you was doing that, but we talking about late times, with the Greeks. So I know you was about to say something though. Go ahead, brother.
What I was about to say was the testimony that I gave, the eyewitness testimony from the Egyptians, is from almost 1,000 years before the Hellenistic period, when the Egyptians were depicting themselves as black people and their Western Tamihu neighbors or Westerners as white people and their Eastern Canaanite brothers as white people. I don't know where he got the idea that this is coming from the Hellenistic period. This was long, like over 1,000 years before the Hellenistic
Did you just call
period.
white people? Did you just call
The
white people brothers?
Egyptians were
Did
depicting
you
these
just
people.
call white people brothers to the Egyptians?
Yes, because guess
So
what?
how did they
Egyptians
wait,
are
stop,
white
stop,
Caucasus
stop,
boys.
stop, stop. So now
They're white
The
Caucasus
Egyptians,
boys.
you called the Egyptians black people, and then out of the same side of your mouth, you said they have white brothers.
And I'm basing this upon information
No, no,
instead
no,
of
no, no, no. You're
opinion and
saying it.
emotions. Like,
You're saying it. I don't care where you're getting it from. That's what you're saying. So
yes,
now explain to
yes,
me how the
yes,
sons
because
of
the Egyptians
wait,
were
wait.
black Caucasoids, brother. They were not black Negroes.
This nigga said Egyptians are black Caucasoids. Think about what he's saying. To be a Caucasoid, you have to come from the Caucasus Mountains, nigga.
No, you don't, nigga. You don't know what you talking about, old ignorant
All right,
nigga. To a
all right,
Caucasoid
all right,
and
Damn.
a
all
Negroid
right,
is
all
a
right,
Oh.
physical set of features. It's a physical set of features that describe a certain.
all right. See how mad he get when see how mad he get to protect the white man? See how mad he get? I become all types of names.
Yeah, that was bugged out. That was crazy bugged
To
out.
be a Caucasoid, you come from the Caucasus Mountains. I don't care what Esau put on Wikipedia that you prefer to believe. That's what it means to be a Caucasoid. To be a Mongoloid, you come from the Mongol region. What is he talking about? A black Caucasoid. I never heard this before. It's quiet in
Man, so he sound like he got a stuffed nose, man.
a black Caucasoid. A black Caucasoid. The Most High had to put a difference between the Egyptians and the Israelites because we look so similar. But Egyptians are a black Caucasoid now. So what does that make an Israelite? A black Caucasoid. That's that's stupid. These people are sick.
And it always comes down to I'm gonna save Esau no matter what. I'm like not worried about how we treat any mongoloids, right? Like you said, not worried about how we treat any mongoloids. Definitely not worried about how anybody treats a negroid, right? But yeah, the Caucasoids got to be saved. They got to be the Hittites and the Canaanites. This man said the Canaanites or Canaanites or they're like the canine dog. I'm like, what kind of pseudo shit is he saying, man?
Wow.
I'm like, yo,
But you guys notice he never denied that he got that stuff from Dr. York, because these are old doctrines that York was teaching in the late 90s and early 2000s. These guys are just teaching the same shit. Same doctrine, literally.
Salakia. Ariala, 1 second. Check your back chat, Doc. And Shalom, King. Yahabashim Yashabrakata.
Shalom. Yahweh Shem Yahweh.
Khan. All right, so we're going to go right to the next on cue. Vision, thanks for being so patient. We appreciate you. All right. You see the topic, you hit the build. What do you got to add to it? And Shalom.
Yahawahshi Yahushai, Tazalakatham, Wabarakatham family. I just been building, listening, and checking the vibration in the spirit. I'm just going to start with bringing out this scripture real quick in Titus, the 3rd chapter, verse 9. It says, "But avoid foolish questions and genealogies and contentions and strivings about the law, for they are unprofitable and vain." You know, Moshe was going on for a while, but we know that everything he said was most certainly unprofitable and vain. And hopefully that let that be edification for the audience to see, like, those Babylons, it didn't really prove much. To say that the so-called white man is not Esau is to show you a lack of knowledge, wisdom and understanding and studying. When you go into the book of Maccabees, it goes into the power switch of the going into Alexander the Greek, which we know is an Edomite. When we talk about the Feast of Dedication and Hanukkah, right? We know that towards the end, when it goes into the first chapter, I'm just going to bring it out real quick. I'm not going to bring out the whole thing, but first Maccabees 4th chapter, I'm going to start at 60. It says, "At the time also they builded up the Mount Sion with high walls and strong towers round about, lest the Gentiles should come and tread it down as they had done before. And they set there a garrison to keep it and fortify Bethsura to preserve it, that the people might have a defense against Idumea." So we know that we were going against Ptolemy, the Greeks, Edomites, white people, Caucasians. So we had to retake and rebuild our walls in the temple to have a protection and defense against Edomites. Even when you continue to the 5th chapter, it says, "Now when the nations round about heard that the altar was built up, was built, and the sanctuary renewed as before, it displeased them very much. Wherefore they thought to destroy the generation of Jacob that was among them, and thereupon they begin to slay and destroy the people. Then Judas fought against the children of Esau in Idumea at Arabataim. Hopefully I'm pronouncing that right. Because they besieged Israel, and he gave them a great overthrow and abated their courage and took their spoils. With that, I'm going to yield.
Black Caucasoid. Wow.
Yeah, it gets no worse than that. Yeah, I actually think that was the stupidest thing I ever heard in my life. The black Caucasoid. Lord have mercy.
Hey, Shalom, what's a black Hakazor?
Yahweh,
The according to Moshe, the Egyptians are black Caucasoids with white brothers, who are the Canaanites. To be a Caucasian, according to the definition, is a white person of European origin,
I'm
white
confused.
skinned, a person from the Caucasus. Uh, I'm confounded.
Did you
Makes
say
sense to
Moses
me.
taught that?
When we tried to teach him that Moses, well, you wasn't here at the very beginning. It was even more stupid. Some some black Jesus minister proselyte was in here making racial slurs against black people, calling us hood boogers. And he said we teach rape and sex trafficking. Oh man, what a morning!
Well, I think I seen a Shalom Corey, Shalom Ariala, Shalom Yasha'Allah, but I think
Shalom, Manawa.
I seen Jacob's son. I think I seen him on mic. You got something to add?
Yeah, I was just saying he sounded ridiculous, especially when he tried to use the Canaanite and the canine. It was just like,
Oh yeah, that's the new one. The Canaanites are related to canines. That's why they Canaan.
got him. Yeah.
So is he trying to say that Canaanites have sharp teeth? What is he trying to say?
He was like trying to compare like the dog to the actual, like, because it's called a canine and the Canaanite. Like he was trying to like,
I now I got him. Now that's true because Christ said, "Don't give the children's bread and cast it to the dogs." And that woman was a Canaanite.
right? I think we should let Moshe up to have a conversation with Corey.
Well, no, I'm not in 5 points right now. So I wasn't really too prepared for this.
That is something you will hear on 5 points. I gotta admit,
We gotta, you gotta, shower for you gotta create another group. You gotta make y'all all a mod. Create another group, man. 5 points, and then you gotta choose which, you know what I'm saying, what type of room you opening. Crown of Thorns room or the 5 points room, man. 5 points got to be, for that right there.
yeah. We gotta have a 5 points room opening up, calling on Cain and what is it? Wait, Cain and Canaanites.
The
Canaanites.
Canaanites.
The
What
Canaanites.
he said? Foottites. He said foottites.
Nah, the brother makes sense to me. I get it now. They they dogs out. Canines, canine knights. Yeah, let that brother up, man. Oh, Hawaii up here. Let Hawaii deal with it.
Much wisdom with this brother
But
Moshe.
but the thing is, he's saying the Canaanite was a white woman.
No,
Oh, see,
I
he's saying
need to
that all
straighten out something because I'm being
he's
falsely
saying
accused. Number one, the
he's
brother
saying
keep
all
lying on me saying I said they are Footite. That's not what I said. Don't lie on people just
hold
because
on,
Yo,
you may
why it
not
sound
like
like
their
it's like
Moshe,
doctrine.
Gino
That way you
cousin?
won't
Like
be
hold on,
Gino
offended.
Moshe,
cousin?
Moshe. He didn't say all Canaanites are white people.
I never claimed all Canaanites were white people, and I never said that they were the Canaanites were Footite, like the brother just lied and said. I clearly stated that the children of Foot, which were called the Mihu or Westerners by the Egyptians, were white, just like Canaanites were white. What I was saying is that both of them, the children of Foot and the children of Canaan, were depicted by Egyptians as white people. Now, whether you disagree with the Egyptians or not, that's up to you. I didn't depict them as white people. And that was way before the Hellenistic period, like Joel falsely accused, because he don't know
mm,
nothing about Egyptian archaeology. I studied
mm.
and their history. This was around 3,500 years
How do
ago,
you know?
a
How do you know
thousand
what I
years
know?
before.
How do you know what I know?
You know, evidently, then you must not know if you think
How
that
do
was
you
the
know
only
what I
time
know?
white people was.
How do you know what I know?
If you think that was the only
How
time
do you
white
know what
people
I know?
was in Egypt, you don't know what you're talking about. Period.
I'll tell you. I'll tell
If
you
you
when.
think
I'll
that
tell you
white
when the
people,
Ptolemaic, the
if
white
you
people
think
came into
white people
Egypt
were
in
only
the
in
All
Egypt
right. If you're gonna
during the
scream,
Hellenistic period, you
if you're
wrong.
going to
And the
scream, if you're gonna
Egyptians
scream,
own
you
record
won.
say you're
If you're
a
gonna scream, you won.
lie.
If you're gonna scream, you won. But I'll tell you when white people came in during the Ptolemaic dynasties, and when they came in and established themselves and began to deface the faces of certain hieroglyphs. And why do you think all the noses are broken off? You think that only happened when what's his face, the little short dude from France came, Napoleon came? It was done long before that. And you don't understand that. And to even suggest
You ain't
that
said
white people
nothing but
no,
disagree with what I said.
you and to even I'm disagreeing with you because white people
You
had
think you
nothing to do.
disagreeing with me because you just want to. You
Ah,
just want to be right.
Moshe,
But you ain't said nothing to prove nothing I
you
said
Moshe,
can't
wrong.
beat
Moshe,
Moshe if he talks the whole time.
Moshe. I asked to bring you back up. So if you can, I want to be able to hear the discourse. I want to hear you guys going back and forth. So if you can allow, you know, Joel to kind of land his
Again,
plane, and then you come back with your knowledge.
there's a lost time period of Egypt where there's not listed kings and they cannot find coffin text or hieroglyph to tell you the names of certain kings. But most scholars believe that Narmer was the first, and he was the first pharaoh, but he comes from the side of the Nubians. So to even suggest that Egyptians was ever white when the two kingdoms of Egypt, the beginning of it was started by Nubians, is stupid. After that are other black people. However, these black people know the difference between themselves. If you study King Tut's artifacts, his governors, because King Tut was a child, so his governors felt that the people of Egypt began to worship the dark skinned Nubians too much. They felt that they were more connected to the gods because of how dark their skin was. This is dark people envying darker people. This is the opposite of today. Today, we want to be super light skinned. Back then, dark people wanted to be even darker. So now, if you look at King Tut's artifacts, he has black faces on the bottom of his drinking vessels, on the bottom of his tub, on the bottom of his throne room chair, because that was the representation of the new Egypt resisting the influence of the Nubian Egypt that was present before that. In both these Egypts, ain't no white people. So to suggest that white people was in Egypt before the Ptolemaic dynasties is stupid because there is no archaeology or history to represent that. What you are referring to is a modern day colored hieroglyph colored modern to show the difference between the Hittites, um, the Egyptian, um, the Hyksos, and if I'm not mistaken, I want to say I said the Hittite. I don't want to claim to know all the different nationalities, but I can see the hieroglyph in my head. And one of those people was a light skinned, very pale skinned person with black hair in an up bun. Now, this is where you getting this from, but that's not what that hieroglyph represents. That hieroglyph represents people that were at a treaty discussion and all the nations that was represented. You taking it like it represents all the types of people that are Egyptian, and that's wrong. And I'm gonna yield right there and see what you have to say about that.
Well, the first thing I want to say is I don't appreciate being falsely accused, and I would appreciate if you would actually respond to what I say instead of what you want me to be saying. That would be a nice start and a way to have a constructive conversation without me interrupting, having to try and correct you in the middle of telling a lie on me. Number one, I didn't get this from anywhere on the walls of Egypt. You asked me, could I read them? And my answer was yes, which I can do, but I never said that I
You
looked
can't
at the
read
walls of
hieroglyphs.
Egypt and got
You
this.
can't read
You
hieroglyphs.
can't read hieroglyphics. You
Actually, yes,
lying.
I can.
You're lying.
All right, anyway. Okay.
You're lying.
Anyway, all right.
I'm gonna tell
You
you.
know what it
I'm
means
gonna
to
put a.
read.
Can I?
I'm gonna put a hieroglyph. I'm
I can
gonna put a
How
pronounce
do you?
hieroglyph
words
right
in
now.
English.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I
put
can
a
pronounce
hieroglyph right
words
now
in
as my
English
pull to
that I
refresh.
don't know
Hold
the
on,
meaning
hold
of.
on, hold on, hold on, hold on. I've been wanting this hieroglyph deciphered for the longest time. I'm about to put it as my pull to refresh, and you gonna break it down. You ready?
No, I didn't
Are
say
you
that
gonna?
I can break down every single last word, but I can read it.
Get your
You ain't hearing
silly.
what the
Yo,
fuck
come on,
I'm
man.
saying, nigga. Nigga, you ain't hearing what I'm saying,
Look.
old stupid nigga. Shut up. Quit acting
Look
in
now. Look.
folly.
Do you
Quit
talk to the
acting in
white man like
folly,
that?
stupid nigga.
Do you
Listen.
talk to the? Do you
Listen,
talk to the white
stupid
man
nigga.
like that?
Yeah, I do
Moshe.
talk to him like that. I just told a crack in a Christian group to break
Hey,
the truth
Salakia,
off in
Salakia,
his
what's
ass.
going on? Yo. We can't have this. This is out of order. We're not doing that. Not right now. All right. If there's not going to be any edification, right, you might as well stay in the audience. It's that simple. You're going to come up here and you're going to build. Edification got to come out of it. It's that simple. We're not doing that. All right. We can bring you back up, but you got to stay in order. All that nigga calling and yelling, it's not going to work today.
Thank
Y'all, sure. I messed up.
you. Well, I can't hear you, Priest Daniela. You break.
Is it just silent right now, or is it my phone?
Yeah, your phone is not unmuted. So unmute your
Yo,
phone so it won't be silent.
Can I
yo, what
answer
happened to
to the
Moshe, man?
title? Oh, sorry.
Salakia. Moshe was dropped down because confusion. Okay. All that
I like
talking.
Moshe. Ari,
Right. No problem. I just want to give him a little breather. I'll bring him back up. I got you, King. All right,
oh, he
Moshe.
got a
I'm gonna bring.
timeout.
Yeah, a little time out.
Is
You know how this works.
can anyone find a fault in my explanation of Egyptian history? And it's just a summary. I am no Egyptologist, but I've studied it. There's two kingdoms. One was below the Sudan and one was northern. That is part of what the word Montezarian means. It means between two, or a dual hardship, or a rock in a hard place if you bring it into modern text, because it represents a two a two-sided kingdom, right? It began with the Nubian kingdom. They did build pyramids. They had Egyptian priests. They established some of the pantheon of the Egyptian gods. And then it moved to what you would know today as the modern Egypt, where the Great Pyramids are. And some of the modern kings like Ramesses and Akhenaten and Tutankhamun, to Nefertiti, etc. Those are not Nubian. Those would be some of the modern Egyptians. But all of these are black people. There's no white people involved in this. Am I wrong about this?
Well, you got to understand this, and I see two of me on the stage. I don't know why. That's weird. Oh, but yeah, y'all all. It wasn't that you were wrong. It was that the brother Moshe. I don't know if Moshe, were you listening to y'all all? The only reason why I think there was any confusion because when you unmuted, you didn't necessarily respond to the information he presented. And I think that could have been because you were in the room chat while he was talking, kind of commenting. So I was wondering if you was actually retaining exactly what he said and if you compared it back.
Yes, I did hear what he said, and that's why I was trying to correct him on drawing the wrong conclusion from what I said, because you'll end up arguing a straw man argument. That's an argument, a point that was never made. You beating up on a point I never made, bro. That is, you wasting your time, and in the process of beating up on a point I never made, you actually fooled yourself like you have disproven me. You got beat
Moshe,
up on the point I made.
what, one second, Moshe. I'm not talking about him beating up on a point you made. I'm saying, did you hear what he said? Whether you consider it beating up on the point that you made, did you hear what he said, and can you parrot it back? Can you summarize it?
Yes, I
What he
did.
said?
He said that the Egyptians dynasties were ruled by different people at different periods of time, and eventually around, well, he didn't say the time, but around the 7th century BC, the Nubians took control again, and he said that they established kind of their own or added to the Egyptian pantheon when they did so. And, things like that. I can go into detail of more of what he said, but I think that should be sufficient to see that I was listening to the brother. I know what his argument was.
Y'all all, is that sufficient?
Sirach says, talk not much with a fool. And it also says, talking with a fool is like hanging lead around your neck.
Exactly, and it's not up to you to determine who a fool is. The scripture determines that, and it says the fool, basically a person that acts in folly, is one who speaks before he hears a matter. And instead of you reading the link that I posted in the thread and seeing where this information comes from, you and Daniela have both made a fool of yourself. He called me saying I got this from Dr. York, when my response was to tell him that Dr. York didn't get that from his own mind, but Dr. York got that one particular doctrine, and I admit it, he teaches a lot of falsehood. So I'm not supporting the falsehood that he teaches. But one thing that he did teach, and matter of fact, I didn't even know he taught that, number one, until you just said that. So how did I get it from Dr. York, who I don't even listen to none of his teaching? Didn't even know he taught that Canaanite were white people. But I posted the link from BibleHub.com. Reverend Archibald Sayce, Oxford educated, used to write encyclopedia articles for a living, a Bible believing white man from Western Europe,
Oh,
based
wow.
upon eyewitness depictions and his own literacy in the hieroglyphic script to an Oxford University level, which neither me nor you are on when it comes to reading hieroglyphs. And if you took the time to read his article, you'll see where he broke down what these people were called in the pictures that he was talking about from way before the Hellenistic period, when these blue-eyed, reddish brown haired white people were depicted by the Egyptians were called the Amaru in Egyptian. That was the word
Wait,
Amorites.
are the
These were not
Egyptians white
Greek.
hair with blue
These were
eyes, or
Canaanites.
are the Egyptians blonde
Huh?
hair with blue eyes, or did they have a hieroglyph talking about
No,
people
and
that look
that
like
is
that?
something I'm glad you asked me, bro. I'm glad
So
you
your
asked
so
me
your
that
answer
because
being
that's
no.
gonna bring out some
Wait.
clarity.
So your answer being
No, they
no.
will not.
Wait. So your answer being no. What was the point of saying that?
The point of saying that is the Egyptians saw their Canaanite neighbors and they depicted them as reddish, brown haired, blue eyed white people from the
That's not.
Amorites,
That's
and the
not.
That's
No.
not
No.
regular
what
No.
that
No. No.
Canaanites
No.
said.
are
No. No.
black
No.
Wait,
hair
No.
and
No.
wait,
black
wait,
No.
eyes.
wait,
No.
wait,
No.
wait.
No. No.
Where did the
Yeah,
Egyptians say that their neighbors were
that's what I'm
Canaanites?
saying. These is, brother, if you would have taken the time to actually
Wait,
go to the
wait,
link
just
and read
answer
the
it. I
article,
don't
first,
care
you
what a
wouldn't have
white
to
man
ask me.
said because Nestle and Allen, it might be Nestle and
Well,
Allen
I'm
It's
out,
are
man.
Nestle.
I
It's
don't deal
Nestle.
with people who,
Nestle Allen.
who
Nestle
Hold on,
is
discount
that
Moshe.
the
Moshe,
Nestle
truth
and
just
Allen
let's
because
not
of
be
the
on this
Nestle.
real
color of
quick.
Wait,
people's
why you
skin.
leaving? Why you
Y'all go
leaving?
ahead and walk me through your
So
hatred,
all right,
and
so
I'll see you.
Moshe,
don't narrate,
Moshe,
just
just
leave.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
And Nestle and Allen are two white men who come decorated, and they are the people who Jehovah's Witnesses base their translatory choices off of. And all scholars will tell you that the Jehovah Witness version of the Bible is the worst biblical translation in the earth. But if I just go off a credential of Nestle and Allen because some white people named Nestle and Allen have certain credentials, I guess I'm supposed to believe them. And guess what Jehovah Witnesses do? They draw the Egyptian, the Canaanite, Moses, all the Israelites, the Hittite, and all surrounding people as white people. So I guess they must be white people because it comes from a white man with a scholarly source. I don't give a damn about some white man's credentials, sir. We have to do what makes sense. And when you study Egypt's own history,
Well, it makes sense, and
Egyptians
not to
do not.
argue with people who looking at shit you ain't
Moshe,
look.
Moshe, just let him
This
finish.
nigga just said don't argue with the white man. He got credentials. That's basically what he
No,
said.
I didn't
So
lie that bitch. I ain't say that bitch. Don't put words in my mouth.
Oh
so
my
now
God.
Yeah,
What is
nigga,
so
don't
wrong
put
with this
words in
guy?
my
Oh,
mouth.
oh
brother,
my,
that's
oh
not
my, where's the
necessary,
love?
brother. That's
So
not
Where's the
bad.
necessary.
love?
That's not
Yeah,
necessary.
that's
But
mean.
listen, what he's saying to us is white man got credentials, believe him. Instead of saying
Right.
I can prove this based on the people of that time's records. See how he put that that he inferred and gaslighted real quick? He said the Egyptians seen a people with blonde hair and blue eyes called the Amaru. He never said, and here's the text I get that from. Here's the hieroglyph that depicts that sighting, right? He just says that they seen that people. And then he threw in, and these are their Canaanite neighbors. Whoa. Did the Egyptians say that? Did the Egyptians say, these are our Canaanite, these are the people of the land of Canaan? So what you did was you took some white guy who's going to write himself into history most definitely. Everybody is white, probably according to him. You took his scholarship, you made it law, and you inferred that the people of that land taught such a thing. That's what you did. And that's not fair. I don't know why you cursed me out and called me all types of names for just trying to say that to you. Are you?
Can I say something, brother Moshe? Can you not make this an argument? Young brothers like myself that's trying to learn really want to be edified, but if I'm just listening to arguments, it's gonna make me want to leave. Can you please be, show some decorum?
So
Yeah, I
if
don't
I
think.
could real quick, Salaki.
Yeah,
Oh, go
preach.
ahead.
You got it. Preach. You got it.
All right. Couple of things, right? Number one, I was in the Matrix, Joel. You could hear me. I really wanted you to press him on that fact that he said he could read the metadata. So I was really hoping that you had pulled up those hieroglyphs because I'd like to see if he knows how to read the metadata too. Because I've taken, I
Con
would
Edwin.
say, two short courses in the metadata. I would never sit here and say I can read it, but I understand the concepts. So based on what he said, I'll know whether he actually knows how to read it or not. That's number one. Number two, concerning the article that he pulled up, that is called an appeal to authority in academia. And that means is that you appeal to someone's race and you appeal to their degrees, right? So this person has a PhD, whatever, you appeal to that. And because they're of a certain race and they have a certain level of education as far as being formally educated, they have to be right. That's not how you do scholarship. People with PhDs are wrong all the time. Okay, there are PhD courses about Christopher Columbus discovering America, and that's just wrong. So what we wanted the brother to do was to demonstrate. That's what, from the time he came in the room until now, we've been asking the brother to demonstrate for us what it is he's saying. Go find the hieroglyphs on a stele on a wall, so forth and so on, and demonstrate to us on these hieroglyphs that these hieroglyphs are saying what you're saying that they're saying. And when Yahweh all pressed them about reading the metanoia, that's when he started cursing you out, Yahweh, and calling you out of his name because he realized that he was in a corner. See? And so that's what's going on. To the brother, the young brother, Jonathan, don't allow what he's doing to deter you, whatever like that. Sometimes people come on a stage and they want to make things muddy to confuse people, but the truth is absolutely clear. When he starts yelling and cursing and going into emotions, that means he lost the argument because brothers are pressing him on a point, and he knows that he cannot answer the point. So don't allow that to deter you. All right. So with that being
Con.
said, I'll yield.
Also, the if priest, you would know exactly why I'm saying this. The person that wrote that article actually is the person that goes hand in hand with Westcott and Hort, and the Oxford movements, and these people who actually were atheists who secretly infiltrated through the Jesuits and became one of the progenitors of what Yahweh also mentioned as the Nestle Allen Grand New Greek Testament, which is the New Greek Testament, which is all your translations come from. Well, newer translations, I should say. So you're the person you're using is also a person that deals with the Hermetic hypothesis. The Hermetic hypothesis is actually teaches that every so-called quote unquote dark race that had great civilizations at one time was actually Caucasian, and the Caucasians went there and influenced these people and built the pyramids, and they wrote the Bible, and they were the Assyrians, and they were the Babylonians, and they were the Persians, and that's where all this comes from. So for you to use that as a source just shows your scholarship.
And Yahweh, I mean not Yahweh Salaki, Yahweh Sab. Another question that needs to be asked as well. The article that he pulled, is it peer reviewed? That's another thing. Meaning that do other people, other scholars agree with what it is he's saying? Because a lot of times you have what they call lone wolf scholars and lone
Yeah,
wolf
yeah,
archaeologists that come
that's
out
a
with a
very, very outdated scholarship, like
hundred
extremely
percent,
outdated.
100%, 100%. These arguments are, at least since I've been in the truth, they've been here about the Canaanites being Edomites, so forth and so on. Dr. York went as far as I was saying earlier of using Leviticus chapter 14, verse 34 as a proof text in the Bible that the Canaanites were white people. But if you keep reading down in that chapter, it becomes clear that it wasn't the people that had the leprosy, but it was the house itself. Matter of fact, really quickly, can
Nah,
somebody get that? I don't want to leave that on the table. Um,
I'll read
I'm
it.
just going to run through this real quick, and I'm going to run through this real quick because I got to get back inside to work. Leviticus, what is it? What did I say,
Call it
14? I
Adawan,
believe it's
Leviticus
14 and
14 and what?
34. I believe it's
All
14 and
right.
34.
This is
I
Leviticus
believe.
14. It might be 13 because I know the leprosy is in there.
Either one. Just
No,
check it,
no,
please. I'm not looking at
I
it.
think you're right. I think you're right.
Okay, right.
Leviticus 14 and 34. When ye come into the land of Canaan, which I shall give to you for a possession, and I put the plague of leprosy in a house of the land of your possession, and he that owneth the house shall come and tell the priest, saying, it seemeth to me there is as it were a plague in the house. Then the priest shall command that they empty the house before the priest go into it to see the plague, that all that is in the house be not made unclean. And
Keep reading.
afterward the priest shall go in to see the house, and he shall look on the plague, and behold, if the plague be in the walls of the house,
Thank
with
you.
hollow streaks, streaks meaning streaks, greenish or reddish, which in sight are lower than the wall. Then the priest shall go out of the house to the door of the house and shut up the house 7 days.
Right, so that was what you called houses can have what they call in ancient times leprosy. What would that be today? That'd be like mold or mildew, right? So if your house was infested, if you went into the land and you had a house that was infested with mold or mildew, that house was unclean for 7 days. That's what that's talking about. But they actually were using that to say that the actual Canaanites themselves were lepers in the land. That's madness. So with that, are you?
since years, I just want to say that I never argued what you arguing. Y'all pitiful. You sad, man. Y'all don't do nothing but try to make the people
One
or
second,
sources
Moshe.
they use look like they are not
One,
credible when the people and sources are
Moshe.
debunking your bullshit.
Hey,
Deal
Moshe.
with the point. Don't deal with the person.
Moshe. We were just the brothers was just teaching the point, because you still have like 200 plus people in the room that's learning, and then also you got to understand that, like in my background, I have children, so the children can be listening in as well, trying to learn as well. So that'll be at least
Okay.
300. Hold on,
Yeah,
Moshe.
I got you now. Ark. That's all you had to say. I'm back in line. I forgot that part about children maybe listen. I also forget
Hold on,
sometimes that sisters be
hold on,
here when I'm just talking to
Moshe.
brother. I apologize. I
No,
was
no problem.
my
No problem.
language.
We accept your apology, but I really wasn't taking that angle. I was just more so saying that children is learning as well. Like, I don't mind somebody, getting on stage like lying ass bitch. I don't mind that, because that gives my children an opportunity to learn what to do and what not to do. So it gives them the opportunity to see both sides. They learn to be able to pull sources and then edify people with authentic sources and teachings, as well as they learn what not to do as well. So I don't mind that. That's not what I was saying. I was just saying that they're learning. So that's why you see the priest Daniela and the brother Joel still teaching the position. So it's not about you per se. It may be about they may be teaching the people through you or through something you said, but it's still about the edification going on.
I disagree that they are teaching. What they are doing is using ad hominem. I mean straw man cheap debate tactics which is a personal attack on a point maker rather than his point.
Got you. So
Or debating a point that he never made.
is lying ass bitch, is that a personal attack?
Yes, indeed, that is in retaliation. That's self defense.
Got you.
Now, how I choose to defend myself is up to me.
So when they was going to Leviticus 14 and 34 and they just read down, was that a personal attack?
Right.
That particular reading of the scripture, no, that was not. But when he started saying things like, well, you just, what did Daniel say? How he said it? I don't want to lie on him, bro. I'm gonna say it just like he said it. I'm gonna be lying on him. He said,
So you,
something to the tone of,
don't lie.
go. You gonna let me finish?
Well, I'm saying you preface your
I
statement
mean,
by
you want
saying
to
you
talk,
don't.
go ahead. I'll be quiet, let you talk.
Okay, no problem. Thank you. Yeah, you preface your statement by saying I don't want to lie on the brother what he said. So when you're reaching for information to see what he said, you don't know what he said. So then you was about to continue to
Nope.
try to take a stab at what he said.
I'm trying to phrase it exactly like he said it.
Okay, go ahead. What he say?
But, instead of just trying to go through all, I'm going to get straight to the point. I basically was accused of, number one, by Joey. I remember he said that of relaying information that was in
Hey,
relation
hey,
to
Moshe,
later
Moshe, Moshe,
inhabitants of
Moshe,
Egypt from
Moshe, Moshe,
Ptolemaic
Moshe,
time.
Moshe.
Oh, I can't. Don't
Real
worry
quick.
about it, bro. I can't
Hold
finish
on.
not no
No, I'm
statement.
just
Don't worry
saying.
about it.
Listen,
Y'all
listen,
go ahead
brother.
with it.
Just listen, brother. Just listen. All right. You were accused of stuff. He was accused. All right, cool. Let's just move on, right? You keep making some points, so now I'm just gonna ask some questions because we need to understand
He
your
jetted
doctrine.
off the stage. Up.
Oh boy, it's ridiculous.
Hey, Salakia Akia, man. I just don't understand how this all proves that we a hate group though. Because that's what the title is all about. Prove to us that we a hate group. And the only thing he proven is that he, is the master at saying a lot of nothing. Could someone help me understand what's going on?
Well, I don't. I mean, I think if I'm not sure of his lineage.
But if he's considering himself of Israel or Moshe, etc., I mean, maybe he's saying he is of this group. And when you go back to the comments in the chat, he called everybody in the room lying ass bitches. And I tried to say the term bitch like he did, but I can't. It was perfect. The way that he was saying it, it was like it was dry and it had punch. So every time he said it, it was like ouch. You know what I mean? But in the chat, he said it the same way as well. It had like a capital T and C. But the point that I was making was, I mean, if he is a part of his group and he hate everybody, I mean, it, you know, does that make this a hate group? If he's a part of this shower party, of this group, yes or no?
I think he's a part of a group.
God, so I think that will maybe we have hate in this group. Like there's Israelites that come in his room every single day, and they know you know per the edification that goes out consistently over the last year, that most likely they're an Israelite, but they consistently come in this room and attack us. Brothers like Tamario, they come into the room and they just consistently attack our position. I think they demonstrate hate, so I think we do have hate amongst this group, but he's not necessarily this group because he doesn't have the understanding or apply the understanding. But I think it's still hate. Like there's no so-called Caucasian people that just continue to come in his room. People of other nations that just Moab or Chinese people just come into this room every day. That's just showing hate. It's always our people that take the stage and then want to talk about another nation of people. So I think they do hate themselves. So that's why they come into these rooms and then they try to put off the fact that they hate themselves on us. And we just see it and say, hey, bro, we know you just hate yourself. Let's read the Bible. So I think from that angle, there's hate, but there's no hate from the average angle. I don't see that. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. What's up, everybody?
Tamario Tomato. What's going on, man?
Just chilling, man. I thought this was a interesting topic.
Every day is an interesting topic to Mario.
But to just deal with the topic at
Hey,
hand.
Tamario, right quick, but before you deal with the topic, I just gotta ask you a quick question. It's a riddle, right? How many Edomites can you fit in a U-Haul van?
I, I don't know, man. Maybe 8.
Hey, man, it's looking like it's 31. But go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say to the topic at hand, just because it's the topic. I'll have to say yes, and I'll just be that simple with it.
Is there a reason why you say yes? Can you give me like at least one good reason why?
Oh yeah. It's there's a universal manuscript playbook out there with any hate group across multiple nations. That what they do is because most people need like this boogeyman. That's how you get influence. That's how you rise to power because like there's some people being America say, oh, Mexicans are taking our jobs, or the propaganda that Hitler spewed, or just different. There's a manuscript out there. So when somebody has to identify an enemy, that is a form of just to push an agenda or a narrative, that would be considered, by my worldview, a hate group.
So you telling me if a person identifies who the enemy is, that makes them a hate group, or because they identify who the enemy is?
You know what? Give me. I got to take a work call. I'm just making. I ain't ducking from there. I want y'all to hear this, but give me a second, brother.
You got your cell phone calling your landline, man. Just
Oh, we,
handle it.
we I missed it. I missed it. But watch this. I'm about to get.
Beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Go ahead now. Go ahead and answer.
You know what? Let me put myself in a do not disturb type of.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So I think it's important that like I don't I don't have any enemies. And it's not a nation of people that is singling me out. And so my understanding of this world is, you know, I don't know, like in Israel, in your doctrine, y'all brothers, you literally say that literally every other nation is your enemy. That is nonsensical. That doesn't make any sense.
Nonsense, dude.
And
It's not.
that is that's just hate. That's hatred, and somebody has to. And I don't just do this just to scoffing. Typically, a lot of people are listening and being indoctrinated with this, and it's very counterproductive. And I don't just scoff just for the sake of scoffing. If I could just sway one person in the audience that are, because they may not know that it's counterproductive.
Samaria,
Yeah, yeah.
is America a hate group?
No.
What?
Does America have missiles and men and ships facing every other way of every other nation?
Well, I know that you're well studied in history. I know that everybody's up here is well studied in history.
Answer
Does
the
America
question.
does America have men and ships and missiles and satellites facing every other nation but themselves?
Anything, as I was stating, one thing we could take away from history
Does
is you.
America
Answer the
have
question.
men and ships and missiles and satellites facing every other nation but themselves? Yes or no?
Well, I don't know about every nation, but sure, we got that out there. Absolutely.
So, yes, that's the answer. So, yes, is that the answer?
To the answer of your question is America a hate group? I'm gonna say no. That's just
So,
uh,
America
Corey, ask
isn't,
him again.
so America is not a hate group, right?
that's correct.
But a hate group is defined as a group that advocates and practices hatred, hostility, or violence towards members of another nation. So, what I'm asking you is, does America have missiles and men and ships and satellites facing every other nation but themselves?
Well, there is no need to be cynical with your understanding,
Yes or
Corey.
no?
Any nation that has that, they're
Yes
being
or no?
responsible shepherds, because what we know from history is
Yes or
somebody can
no?
come invade your land anytime they want to.
Yes or no?
No, I'm gonna continue to say no. It's not a
No,
hate group.
maybe listen to my question. I didn't ask you about a hate group. I said, does America have missiles and satellites and ships and men facing towards every other nation but themselves? That's what I asked you.
Well, I don't know if they have it at every. If we take the every out, if they have it in,
Does
another.
America have borders to protect themselves from other nations, not allowing them to enter without permission
Yes,
and
yes,
submission?
absolutely, absolutely.
Okay. And does America have men and ships at those borders with missiles?
Yes.
Does America have, stop calling yourself Tamario. We got to get through this. You said you was going to put it on do not disturb. That's the only reason why I started speaking. Tamario, are
Oh
you
yeah,
here?
I know. I put it. I put it on a different joint, and
So make sure those people that's calling in for their T-Mobile bills or whatever do not disturb us for the next
cracking up.
10 to 15 minutes. All right, Tamario, getting back to the point. Does America have armies lined up against other nations of people? Yes or no?
Uh, they do. They defend this
Mhm.
land. So yes.
Got you. Do
When you say every
America
though,
do America offend any other lands? Yes or no?
yes.
So America defends their own land and offends other lands. Yes?
I would say yes to that.
Is America a hate group?
No.
So it's so it's patriotic to defend your nation and offend other nations, right?
Well, the nations that are offended are
So
typically
it's patriotic to defend your nation and offend other nations, right?
well, respectfully, the nations that are offended
So,
are
per your
typically.
understanding of America, one would draw the wisdoms that Tamario placed on the stage that is patriotic to defend your nation and offend other nations, right?
All right, so we're not
Right?
purposely. Well, hang on. We're not purposely
Right?
offending other nations. When you have other
Does
nations
America
that are
defend their own
oppressing
nation?
their people,
Yes or
and we
no?
get involved just because they are
Does
offended.
America defend their own nation? Yes or no?
Yes, as well as all other nations.
Does America offend other nations? Yes or no?
Just to be scholarly, yes, other people are offended sometimes at our how we move, and
Is
that's a them
America
problem. That's a they problem.
patriotic? Is America patriotic?
Yes.
So one would draw from the wisdoms that you placed on the stage that it is patriotic for a nation to defend their own nation and offend other nations. And you will still be in the realms of patriotism, right?
Again, if we're offended,
Right?
if we're offending someone that's out there that's
Right?
oppressing people, that's a that's an issue
Right?
with it. Well, Corey, this conversation is more nuanced than you want to make it to
Have
be. First off,
America
Yo,
oppressed
Corey, don't let
any
it
other
go.
nation ever?
what was the question?
Have America
He
oppressed
heard me.
any other nation of people ever in its history?
Probably. If we're just talking about the history, is that happening
Have
today?
America oppressed any other nation ever in history?
Yes.
Is
Is
America a hate group?
America still patriotic?
Oh man, Corey, you the king of grandstanding, brother. But
Is
How's he
America
grandstanding?
still patriotic?
listen,
Is
America has
America
a
still
history.
patriotic?
This nigga
No,
is
no,
the
no.
Pope.
But ask me, are they still oppressing people?
Is
How about that?
America still patriotic though they have oppressed peoples?
This world has a history. Can we
So
update
what about
the narrative?
America's history? Are they still patriotic though they have oppressed peoples and still is oppressing people with so-called Mexicans at the border in cages? Are they still patriotic? Yes or no?
Or
Right.
redlining.
Why are there Mexicans at the border in cages?
Are they are they
Or redlining.
still patriotic? Yes or no?
No, I mean, who is America oppressing right now?
Are they still patriotic? Yes
What
or
is
no?
redlining?
Well, I'm trying to understand your position here.
You don't
Who is
have to understand
oppressing
my
right now?
position. I'm asking you questions about your position because you took this stage and Shower Park created a beautiful space for you to vent on who and who's not a hate group. So I'm walking your line of logic, learning from you. Is America still patriotic, though peoples of other nations, i.e., quote unquote, Mexicans, are in cages at the border? Are they still patriotic right now? Yes or no?
Well, I'm unaware that Mexicans are in cages at the border, but can you tell me why they're in
Are
cages?
they still patriotic?
Right, but can I get a good understanding of why people are in cages at the border? If
If
let
Because
me ask you a
yo
question.
I
yo yo yo
Let,
yo
let,
yo
let,
yo 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 yo
let-
yo
let-
yo yo. Wasting time. Wasting time. Corey, is your question designed to make people think about something like, hmm, if oppressing people is wrong and America does it, is America wrong? Is that all you're trying to get him to admit?
yes,
and what
Oh,
I'm
oh,
trying to
oh.
get him to
Okay, so
understand.
his rebuttal, I'm not talking to you. So his rebuttal is to ignore the question and maybe attack the validity of your oppression claim.
yes,
So would we have to suspend our intelligence and think that America, the America we live in, that we survive in every day, where white people just storm the damn Capitol because they hate the idea of black people getting what they want? Because they think, democracy is racist as well, but they feel like if Democrats win, it's black people winning. And they storm the Capitol with AR 15s. That just happened. So is he attacking the validity of your question and saying that America was only oppressive in the past?
yes.
Hey, I'm
I understand.
Salakia. Shalom, shalom. I think I'm a I'm gonna give Tamario the benefit of the doubt and say that that's not what he's doing. What he's actually doing is trying to find out if Mexicans, quote unquote, are being oppressed at the border or not. That may or may not affect his yes or no answer. Isn't that right, Tamario?
Well, what I'm asking when I bring that out is
And
if
if I may, hold on, Tamara. And if I may, it's not just Mexicans. It's actually primarily Central Americans and South Americans that are going through Mexico to get here. So keep that in mind.
Right. So
and,
Tamario,
and some Haitian.
if that Tamario, if that is explained to you, then you will answer Corey's yes or no question with a yes or no because it'll affect it,
well,
right?
the question would be, are these U.S. citizens at this said border?
Tamario,
And
no, they're
if
not. They're not. They're
all right,
not
so if
U.S.
they were
citizens.
not at the border, they wouldn't be in cages, right?
Tamario,
Wait,
they're
wait, no, 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 no. Hold
Tamario.
on, Ma, hold up. Yeah, that. What did you say the question was, Tamario?
Mm-hmm.
If these people are U.S. citizens that are
Right.
in cages,
They're
and
not.
and would anybody be in a cage if they were not trying to illegally get into this
Right.
country?
They're not. They're not U.S. citizens. What was your point with that?
All right, so again, why'd you bring that up as an argument? That's what you call a straw man, brother.
Do you believe that they were U.S. citizens?
No,
Do you think that it was okay because they wasn't U.S. citizens to be in cages? Right.
I wouldn't put anybody in cages.
But no. But I'm saying, do you think it's okay that they did?
You know, to defend this
Just be
land.
honest. Just use simple
No, I got
words,
you.
as
I
I
got
use
you.
simple words.
I
Do you
got you.
think it's okay that they did because they wasn't U.S. citizens, right?
I'm not okay with anyone being in cages. Personally,
Do you think it was okay that they did it though?
the problem with, and this is something
Mario,
that
you see how you
Did
don't
you say
answer
no,
no?
questions because you're
Did you
afraid?
say no,
well, no, no,
Corey?
no, 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 no,
So
no.
like,
We
1 second. I got it. Do you see how you can't answer questions because you're afraid to have the conversation, but you come to the stage to have the conversations? You
no,
just tried to make it a
no.
point. You just tried to make it a point that, oh, these guys wasn't U.S. citizens, so therefore they should be in cages or they should be bound.
Hold on,
When the
hold on,
entire
Corey.
point
Didn't
that,
America take Texas from them?
well, that the
Right.
point. Look. This is the point. The point is that he's teaching our position. I'm just allowing him. He says that those guys wasn't U.S. citizens, so they should have got bound. The point that we're talking about is America patriots or are they a hate group against other nations? So you
Right.
killed
So
your point by saying that these individuals wasn't US citizens. You actually forgot the topic and the point that we was driving home. So
Yep.
when you just put your foot in your mouth, I allowed you to. No, they weren't US citizens, which is why they were bound because America hates other nations. If they were US citizens, then they will be a part of their own nation and they wouldn't have been bound. So, did America bound them because they were someone of another nation, Tamario?
Corey. I
Uh-huh.
think,
Yeah.
and you should
Yeah.
know better. I don't know
Yeah.
why we have to.
Tamario, were they someone of another nation or were they bounding their own people of their own nation?
Can I explain? Can I answer your question?
No, I
Can
don't
I,
want you to say, like you're smarter than that, Corey. Like this is what I'm saying, Corey. See, 2 years ago when I met you, when we start building, you was a smart brother. I don't want you to do none of that. What I want you to do is answer the question that I'm asking you. Were those people US citizens, people of their own nation, or were they outside the nation of America?
all
Which
right.
one?
So can I respond how I want to
Which
respond and not like
by
what you're
answering the
doing?
question first
No,
and
no, no.
then expounding.
Man, if y'all doctrine is so strong, y'all don't have to
You're
do
afraid, aren't
y'all
you?
don't have to do that. Y'all don't have to
You're
do that.
afraid, aren't you?
No, I'm not afraid. Let's get into something though. Let me tap into something. See,
So
my
just
issue.
answer the question and then expound, and I'll
Well,
mute up.
all right, but something has to be in context first.
Were they of another nation or were they of the nation of America? All you have to do is answer that and be so-called righteous and answer it cleanly, and then I'll mute up.
Right. America protecting its borders.
Why
They
was it such a tough
w-
question to answer,
it,
Tamario?
well,
Do you
well,
think answering the question that the only question that matters right now will cut you?
well. Something is out of context right now
Do you
because
think answering the only question that matters right now will cut you?
are y'all brothers afraid of me, man? Like why,
Was
why?
those people that was on the borders of the nation of America, or were they bound because they were not of the nation of America?
Right. America was protecting its
Hmm.
borders. Like any
Were they
responsible,
protecting them
any
borders? Were
responsible.
they
Were they
protecting their
protecting their
borders
borders
from
when they
U.S.
took this
citizens,
place?
or were they protecting their borders from people outside of the U.S.?
Outside, brother.
So the people that were bound were outside of the nation of America, right?
Yes.
Got you. Are America still patriots?
Yes.
So you can bound people from other nations. You can defend your land. You can go into other lands and offend other lands. You can aim missiles and satellites and have men and ships facing at every nation and be proud of your own nation. while subduing other nations and still not be a hate group. Right, Tamario?
So about this, our country is made up with a multitude of different nations. So it's not just one people group that are in charge here. And so, like, this is your line of questioning is rather
Cap,
incoherent, and I
cap,
understand why. I understand
cap,
why because
cap. Everybody in
and
the
I under
audience, let me get a cap. Somebody throw the cap up there. Cap.
I understand why the line of questioning is incoherent because what Israelites do, what they teach, um, you know, black children is that
Tamario,
but
Tamario, let me
yeah,
kind of
yeah.
Tamario, because this is not getting anywhere. I ain't gonna hold you, bro. Because you said
But
something, and
that's
I want
because of
to ask.
those bogus questions.
Tamario, I
That's the
want to
only
ask you
reason
something
why.
about what you just
Nah,
said.
those were
Just listen.
really, really good questions.
Yeah, I want you to answer to something that you just said. Right? You said America is made up of many peoples, which we understand that that's true. And so you're saying that many people control the one nation, this one nation. So it's not just one nation that's oppressing people. Outside of quote unquote white people, which people group has any control in America?
Any U.S. citizen, that is what our way of life is about. Some people practice or teach people that this government isn't theirs, and so there's lack of participation. But for my understanding is, I run this country.
Hmm.
I have a say so in how this country is ran,
Got you.
and I'm not going to scoff at how it defends itself.
Okay, so now Tamario, with that being said, did you decide that we had to stand 6 feet apart when COVID hit? Did you decide that?
No,
Did you honor that?
yes,
Did you decide that we have to wear masks during this pandemic? Did you decide that?
I did not.
Did you honor that?
I did.
Did you decide that uh, there must be mandatory vaccinations if you work at a certain particular spot?
No.
No. Do you honor that?
Yes.
Okay. So who decided that all of those things were going to be put into place?
Uh, well, as far as that last question, that would be any company. If the federal government will say America, but if any other company chose to do that, that's a private entity protecting their bottom line. Respectfully, this is a global pandemic. This wasn't something that America created. Historically, whenever there's been global pandemics, nobody proactively did anything and just people died. I think it's plausible that that a responsible uh, shepherd was proactively presenting things to help fight this global virus.
Eh, okay, cool. In America, in the United States of America, yes, it's a global pandemic. But you understand that in Switzerland and different places, they did not have the same lockdown protocols as the United States. You understand that, right?
And I also understand that they don't have the same way of life that we have, where people are moving how they move like we do here. We are a little bit different than
So
any other
how
nation.
so?
In case you didn't know that.
Hey, the people. You're right, because the people in Switzerland are freer than in the United States. You understand that, right?
I mean, that's fine. Are they in also in close proximity like we are? Do they
Yep, they're in
hold
closer.
these
They're in
big
closer.
events like we have
Tamario,
here?
yes, they're in closer proximity because they don't have the same landmass radius, but they still have lots of people. So they're actually in closer quarters than we are, right? So there's many examples I can go down to demonstrate the point that I'm making. The point that I'm making is, Tamario, You, the citizen, do not make decisions. You have the illusion that you do. That's like I'm gonna ask you those questions. You didn't have nothing to do with the process of determining who gets to walk around without a mask and who doesn't. You didn't get to determine who has to take the vaccine and who doesn't. You don't get to determine whether, hold on, Tamara, I'm almost done. You don't get to determine whether or not you walk through an airport and get frisked and checked, right? And pulled to the side into an office or not. You don't get to decide that. No citizen gets to decide that. There's a particular group of people that decides all of those things, and you either acquiesce to it or you get put in prison or worse. Is that right, Tamario?
Yes, that is. I mean, sure.
Okay. So one group of people, not all groups of people, run this country, right, Tamario?
Oh no, no, no. The they're our Congress is made up of. I see more than one group of people in those bodies, and because of bad rhetoric and doctrine, we and people that look like us, we're not represented more because people believe that this isn't ours. They tell us, "Oh, you're living in the new Babylon." That's just nonsense.
Do you
And
think
so
everybody? Do you, wait, hold on. Okay, let's say that that's true, right? Do you think that everybody listens to us, Tamario, and our sentiments?
absolutely not. All praises to that too.
Do you think that most black people listen to our sentiments?
No.
So then we're not the reason why there's no black senators or governors or
Oh, bet. So it's
we're
not
not the
just.
reason, right?
No, I got you. But when you combine the Egyptologists and the Moors and the different other just overly woke scholars, then it adds up, brother.
Is this nigga blaming us for lack
Yeah,
of
I was just about to say
representation in
you're literally
American
now
government?
blame shifting and saying the reason why white people have so much control of the land and nobody else does
It's
is
because
because
of
you
us?
guys don't want to participate in the system. So the reason why you guys are oppressed is your fault. Tamario, is the reason why black people are oppressed today or any other nation outside of this United States, is it because of us? Is it our fault, Tamario?
If anyone feels that they are oppressed in 2022, it is absolutely their fault.
I yield.
So, whoa, hold on,
Wait. Please. Okay,
hold
yeah,
on.
what's up?
Okay, hold on a second. Wow. Can you repeat that? I need you to repeat it for the
In
record, bro.
2022, if anyone holds the sentiment that they are telling me as a black person that I'm oppressed. Oh, no, hang on. Let me not put me because that ain't the question. If anyone thinks that they are oppressed in 2022, they are delusional.
Okay. What do you know about the Lakota Indians?
What do I know about what?
The Lakota Indians.
Nothing.
Okay. Are they oppressed?
Well, I don't know anything about them.
Okay. Do they have running water?
I don't know anything about them, Yawasop. I mean, you can enlighten
They're
me though.
they're they are extremely oppressed. Extremely oppressed. No running water, extreme lack in electricity. They were displaced from their land and placed on a reservation in the Dakotas. They're oppressed.
Right. Do these people pay taxes, Yawasop?
Yes,
Who do they pay taxes to?
the American government.
Really?
Yes.
And let me look this up. You said Lakota
One
Indians?
second.
Lakota Indians.
Y'all, what's
See,
up?
this is, and
Well,
this is another
I'm
problem,
trying to
Tori.
learn from both of y'all positions.
Go ahead.
So if Tamario can just briefly tell us what the paying of taxes have to do with the points that you're making, y'all, what's up? Because I was
Oh
confused.
yeah,
I
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
know.
My
Y'all didn't
under
know paying taxes was a righteous
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Like you must pay taxes to be blessed. You must pay taxes to the white man to have your own land. I didn't know that. So if you can kind of connect how you brought in taxes with running water where they were oppressed on their own land and it was taken from them, can you make the connection of paying taxes? Can you do that?
Absolutely. My understanding of people living on reservations is that they're they are just they do their own thing. They're not paying taxes to the American government. They have this land. They're free to do whatever it is that they choose to do with it. Is my understanding.
That is an extreme misnomer. Extreme. And what you're gonna do is what most people do that have never looked into this topic and never actually done research. You're gonna do a Google research. You can't do that with a lot of these things. And that's your problem. And that's most of our people's problems. I could have kept moving on and on. We could stick to the Lakotas. We could talk about the Apache. We could talk about the Hopis. We could talk about a whole bunch of Native Americans who are oppressed in a land that was taken from them. Tamario,
Y'all, what's up? Why do we have to be so technical to speak about the native Indians and their specific tribes when the natives as a whole, we know what happened to them and why this land is no longer theirs? And then to build on top of that, we know exactly the history of black people in this country. Why are we suspending our intelligence to convince Tamario, who swears he's intelligent? Why do we have to suspend our intelligence to make these points? Like
Well,
you're teaching him something that I know he knows. That wasn't for you, Tamario. I'm talking to Yawasop, who's going to be genuine. Like, why do you feel like you have to do that, Yawasop?
because Tamario likes to play so many games, and it's kind of ridiculous. And it's honestly, it's a mental disease. Tamario has a mental disease, y'all. I'm convinced.
Salaki, I got one more question for Tamario, and then I'll pretty much that's all I got to say or ask. Tamario, was it a good thing? Was it a positive thing? Are you happy that the Pilgrims came and took this land from the Indians? Was that a good thing?
um, so my understanding, just knowing history, is some unfortunate things happen to people living in land. For example, Israelites uprooted people in the land of Canaan. Like this has been going on. Like I
And
mean,
Tamario,
what are we doing exactly? What are
that
we
was a
doing?
good thing. Tamario, watch this, watch this. That was a good thing.
I got you. And so that
So I'm asking you, was that a good thing that the Pilgrims came and uprooted the Native Americans out of their land and took it over? Was that a good thing?
right. So I'm not gonna say something is a good thing, but what I will say is anything that has happened in history, it's not a utility for me to be mad
How
about it, be
how
upset about it.
how
It has
how
already
long
happened, and I
ago?
can't change it.
How
I
long
can't change
ago
it.
does it have to happen for it to be history? How long ago? Is it yesterday, or is it the white man's argument? That was 100 years ago. How long ago?
Well,
How
as
long ago?
I mean, history is history. History can be
How long
yesterday.
ago? Is
It
it
could
yesterday? According to Mario, history is yesterday. So
history.
yesterday in Georgia, Hispanic people were being enslaved, working for 20 cents an hour, had their passports and wallets taken away, and were placed in a combine with an electrified fence by white people.
And there are women raped. Don't forget about that.
Tamario, did Fox News even report that?
Well, I don't watch the news, so I don't know.
Oh, but you don't watch the news, but you believe in this country. Now, the media is a part of this country because the media is how your presidents are elected, who you stand behind. You're a Biden guy. So I'm gonna ask you again.
Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa!
Because
I'm not a no, no. Don't
oh,
say
so
that,
you're
bro.
a
You
Trumpist.
don't know me.
You're a Trumpist. Either one of them. None of them are my people, right? My religion would
I'm
tell me
not
not to
married
follow
to
any of
any
them.
party. I'm not married to any party.
You're married to America.
I absolutely am.
Exactly. So you stand behind the president that they currently have.
I stand by the rule of the people.
Get the hell out of here. You stand behind the president that they currently have. Else you're not a true American. White people would tell you you're not a true American. And those are the people you're trying to save. Don't be at odds with your buddies. Now, is that oppression in America that the government didn't do anything about? They was running it. So is that oppression?
Are you talking about something that happened in Georgia? Is
The,
that pertaining
the,
to that, brother?
the thing that I hate the most.
He doesn't listen.
No, he does listen. He's just doing that on purpose. The thing that I hate the most is that people think I'm stupid enough to believe that they're stupid. I know you're not stupid, Mario. So you know what I'm talking about. And that's oppression. That means the local and federal government was behind that. They knew that was going on. And they did nothing to
Got you.
stop it.
Were those people U.S. citizens?
Whoa, 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 whoa. So you're telling me it's okay to rape women if they're not U.S. citizens?
Oh, absolutely not.
But that's what was happening to the women on that combine. And they and
Hey,
the and the
tell me the name. I'm about to look that up right now. I'm
nigga,
going to be
at the
able to
top of the
find that there.
It's
screen.
at the link up top, buddy.
All right, bet. Let me look at this.
Death to America.
Hey, make sure y'all share in the room. We got over 230 people in here, but only 67 shares. Y'all share the room. Share, share, share. Let's get everybody to participate in this discussion. Are Hebrew Israelites a hate group? Remember, this is your kosher breakfast. Half the skillet. Come and get it. Right? Sponsored by the Holy Spirit. You know when you hear it and the heathen fears it, right? So make sure y'all following this platform, the Crown of Thorns, and the other platforms attached. HOI to the Chariots Fly, right? God First Gang, SOT, ROM, right? Etc. Etc. Make sure y'all really sharing this room, y'all. Let's get at least 150 shares. Let's see if we can reach that. At least 150 shares, man. Let's get these shares up. You know, I want more people to come in and participate. A lot of people have a lot of things to say about so-called Black Hebrew Israelites, right? They try to say it's a cult, but it's actually a culture. They got to finish that word. Let's give Tamario a little bit of time to digest the information that's posted above. Y'all can check out that
Mm,
article too. You know,
mm.
because
Hey,
my prayers are with the so-called Mexicans, aka the tribe of Issachar, and death to all their oppressors. Kwame
hey,
Ashala.
hey, Shower Paul, I wanna ask you something. Now,
Yeah.
now we live in America as black men, and we know how the police system works, operates. We know about the thin blue line. We know about redlining, where they purposely turn our communities into ghettos and trash. We also know how they drop off weapons in Chicago so those young men can kill each other. And all of that is done at a legislation level, at a high level. We know that America hates niggas. We know that the president, when he felt that black people was organizing, he created COINTELPRO, the president at the time, to make sure niggas don't do that, right? This country has never loved us. We was never designed to thrive here. We were supposed to be slaves. And then when we began to multiply, they didn't know what to do with us. So they treated us like second class citizens and used us. Uh, we know that. They did experiments on us and they wholesale exploited us. We know that. Now that's not history because it's happening until this very day. I propose that Tamario knows that, right? But to pretend like he doesn't, I personally feel like that's insulting to my intelligence. You know what I'm saying, brother? So at this point, what are we trying? Are we trying to make Tamario see something, or are we using him as a teaching tool to show others what a coon look like? Like, what is the purpose of talking to Tamario at this point? That's my question.
Well, it's to help deal with your those type of projections, Joel. And me looking at this
What is
article,
it? Is what I said a projection? Is it
it
true that
is.
the United States? Is it true that the United States government knows and knew about redlining, which made it impossible for us to get equality in loans so that we could take part in purchasing housing and land during the civil rights era? Did the government know about that? Now watch Tamario show. Watch Tamario suspend his intelligence and admit on this stage that he doesn't know what redlining is. If he does that, he has to yield and he has to just go into a learning posture. But if he knows what redlining is, he needs to give an intelligent answer. Tamario,
Yeah. Let me. So
Tamario.
this
Did the
article.
government know? Did the United States government know and sanction redlining, which made it impossible for Black families in the '60s to get affordable loans so that they could buy houses? Instead, they were given predatory loans, which made it impossible for them to close the wealth gap, which put them behind in a race where you said we were once winning. I heard you even make that conversation. I heard you make the conversation that Blacks was doing very well in the 60s and in the early civil rights movement. They had good marriages and good families. The children were excelling in schools. Why did we fall behind in the housing race? Was it not because of redlining?
Uh, well, I wasn't around in the '60s. I
And
can't
there you
speak.
have so now you have to take a learning posture. So now you can't speak anymore. So redlining was predatory loans based on where you lived at. They would literally draw a red line around your neighborhood on maps. This is before Google, before MapQuest. Anybody in that area was not given a fair housing loan. They were giving a loan that was impossible to pay back. They would die in debt, eventually leading to their house being foreclosed upon and being sold. This was mandatory gentrification after the banks had made money off of you. The government knew about that. It wasn't until whistleblowers much later that through whistleblowing that practice was quote unquote outlawed. But why would a practice like that have to be outlawed if it was illegal to begin with? It is because the government was a part of that.
Well,
Okay, that's the United. That's the. I didn't ask you to well nothing. You're in a learning posture. The United States government has never been a friend of the so-called Black man. When they made the Constitution and said all men are created equal at that time period, Black people were not thought to have feelings. That's why they felt it was okay to whip you and beat you like that because they felt that Black people did not feel pain the way white people felt pain. This is all true. Okay, and this is the government that Tamario is proud to be a part of and wants to represent. He denies the history of this place. That's why I think he's the police. I think he can't say certain things because he's working. That's how I feel about Samaria. I'm gonna yield right there until he confesses more ignorance, and I'll have to teach him again.
yeah. You didn't listen. All nations have a past. Unfortunately, is this what it is? It is a disservice when you call yourself a teacher to make someone hold on to the same type of understanding of said country or nation's
That's a stupid
past.
response because to be a proper
Well,
patriot,
to
you have
you
to
it
believe
is.
in
To
the.
you it is.
You have to believe in what your founding fathers taught, and your founding fathers taught that people who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. You, a patriot, should believe in what your forefathers taught. You're actually teaching against them right now. Your forefathers taught people who forget the past are doomed to repeat it. And I agree with them. And I think if I forget America's past, I'll fall into the mistake of trusting them again, and they'll do their typical agenda to me once again. I think that you should know that better than anybody because you believe in this country. Right, Tamaria?
I absolutely do. Y'all
That
all,
nigga said absolutely diddly.
hey,
This nigga's
y'all
Ned
all,
Flanders in
y'all,
blackface. Get the
y'all all. It is
Yo, that nigga got coonery tongue tied. That shit was crazy.
is scholarly accepted that the Great Exodus, led by Moses, with some 2 million
Yes.
people. This is a
Yes.
scholarly consensus.
the hell are we
Yes.
talking about Moses
Now, let
for?
me ask you a
When we're
question. Let me
talking
ask
to
you a
you
question.
about America,
Let me ask
what
you.
are we talking
Yeah,
about
but
Moses for? What
what's
are we
the
talking
title of
about
the
Moses
room?
for when we're
He has
talking
to
about
deflect.
America?
What's the
When we're
title
Yahweh,
of
talking
the
about
hold
room?
on.
America, what are
Shut
we
up,
talking about
Samaria.
Moses for?
Yahweh,
When we're
he
talking
has
about
to
America
deflect.
and its history, man.
He does this every time, Yahweh. He has to
What are we
bring
talking
up
about
a new
Moses for?
topic. Goofy.
We're talking about America and its history.
Respectfully, the
You had
title of
no
the room.
idea. You had no idea, according to your own self-confession, you had no idea what redlining was. That was your confession. Now, to be ignorant of redlining is to be stupid in the arena that you claim to be an expert in, which is academia. You'd have to be stupid not to know what redlining is. Everybody knows what that is, right? Now, we have to talk about America's history. Now, when we talk about religion in America, we know that the only religion in America is Christianity. That is what America was founded on. When they said in God we trust, they were talking about the God of the Bible. When they swear in their presidents, they swear on the Bible. And America taught white supremacy through that Bible. We know that. But they don't follow any of the laws in that Bible. So when you talk about America, you need to talk about a country that's a hypocrite by stature. Because if you believed in the Bible, which you try to get us to believe in, you would have to call all Americans hypocrites. Because how come they don't include and love everybody? How come America doesn't include and love everybody? If they believe in the Bible, you know, you challenge us on the Bible all the time, Tamara. I've been waiting to get at you, dog. You challenge us on the Bible all the time, and you teach us that our Bible is supposed to be saying love everybody. How come America doesn't love everybody, Tamara? And if they don't have to love everybody, how come I have to love everybody? It's my question for you.
Well,
Do they have to love everybody, Tamario?
we're having two different narratives. We're conflating
Have to
multiple
love
things.
everybody,
We
Tamario.
don't have to do that.
Tamario, do they have to love everybody?
No.
Okay, so then I don't have to love everybody, right?
Right, but you don't have
So
to.
so wait 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 wait
You
wait
don't
wait
have
wait
to
wait wait
push
wait wait wait
propaganda.
wait
You don't have
wait
to
wait
push
wait wait
propaganda
wait wait
hating
wait.
someone.
Tamario just admitted that I don't have to love everybody. Well, if I don't love him, how do I feel about him, Tamario?
You just don't have to have an opinion about them at
Oh
all.
wait wait
You
wait.
don't have to love.
If I don't love him, I don't have to have an opinion about him. So how come America could just stop having an opinion about Mexicans, but it's not that way? If you were a Mexican and you try to come back into the land that was yours before America took it from you through violence, they put you in a concentration camp. So can I do that when a white man comes in my neighborhood? Because these people are my enemies. Can I put them in a concentration camp, Tamario?
So the problem that you have,
He will
y'all
never
all.
answer that question. He will not
Well,
answer that question. He's going to criticize me for asking it, but he has no intelligent conversation concerning that question. Tamario, if the United States government don't like you, they put you in a concentration camp. If they don't like you overseas, they send troops where you at and they occupy your land. So since I don't have to like America, can I send troops to them? Can I occupy my neighborhood if they try to come there? White people did that in Seattle. I'm just asking you, can I do it? What do you think, Tamario?
I'm not sure why you're demonstrating what you're demonstrating, brother. But
Yo, this
just
dude, man.
because
Hey, yo,
you
look, man. I
you
like
don't, you don't
making
have.
Tamario realize he's not as smart as he thinks he is. He's actually a coon. Because
Oh, is that
Tamario,
is
I
that
want to
what's
be
going on right now?
Tamario. I want to be an American. I want to be like America. I want to be like the founding fathers. Can I just see a place that I want and take it?
Well, you did that already in the land of Canaan. Was that land free of people? Like, like,
Oh,
like, the people live in that?
So now it's okay for me to hate the Canaanites, right?
No, no,
Because
no,
my
no, 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 no,
forefathers
no,
did.
no, 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 no,
Wait,
no. I'm
no. See, you
just
thought I
asking
was
a
going to run
question.
from
I'm
that.
just asking
You
a
thought I was
question.
going to run from that. So you justifying America taking this place from the Native American Indians and hating the Native American Indians, and you're an American and you back them, then there's nothing wrong with me feeling the same way, right?
It's a bit more involved than that. What I'm saying is that,
Wait. It's a bit more involved how?
well, right. I've been trying to answer this for the last 30
Involved
minutes.
how? It's a bit more involved
But
how?
right. Because of the doctrine that you adhere to and that you
More
teach
involved
people,
how? It's a bit more involved how? How is it a bit more
can I
involved?
answer the question?
Why? What makes it okay for me to take land from somebody like how America took it from the Native American Indians through deception too? They didn't remember they came with the Bible you believe in.
I don't believe it in it. I
You're not a
don't.
guy.
I don't
Then
know.
you're not a proper American because America is a land that's based on the God of the Bible. They swear on the Bible.
Uh,
In God
you
we
know.
trust is on their money. The God that they're talking about is the God of the Bible.
In this country, people are free to practice any religion. It's not
Tamario,
one religion.
Tamario, if you're an American, you believe in the God of the Bible. In God we trust. That God is the God of Abraham Lincoln. That God is the God of George Washington. And they believed in the God of the King James Bible. That's the Bible that they used when they swore themselves in. They do it to this day. Donald Trump swore on the Apocrypha. It was there. So my question to you is, if it's okay for America to take the land from the Native American Indians and hate them, is it okay for me to hate America and how they treat my forefathers and despise them? Is that okay? It's hard. It's hot in here. Damn.
It's not. It's not at
The
all.
walls are sweating. Tamario, is it since America hates the Native American Indians and took the land from them and it hates Mexicans and puts them in cages, can I hate America for how it treats my forefathers? Can I do that?
No, I think America just
He
fell
said
in
no.
line
His
with
answer
the
is no.
people
I yield.
before them.
He said no. I yield. I care not to talk to him any further. He
Yeah,
said
you
no.
should yield, brother. Yield, brother. Do that.
You see, it doesn't matter what you say to this brother. He already got his mind made up.
Well,
He gonna stand on his square for America.
so here's my issue, and here's why America doesn't resonate to these brothers up here, because all they know is oppression and captivity. They don't know anything about defending a land. When we get into Babylon and Assyrian and Persians,
We're
and
gonna move
it's
away from
just
the United
so you don't
States now, and
so
we're
it
gonna
doesn't
talk about
resonate.
Babylon, which is history, which he said is irrelevant because it's history. But we're gonna move away. Everyone understand this? We're about to move away from America. That's too touchy for him. How dare he speak against his slave
Oh well, we
masters?
moved away from Israelites if we're talking about America.
We're gonna move towards
You
something that
moved
is
it first,
history.
brother.
We're gonna move towards history, which he said is irrelevant. Even, to him, yesterday is history. But now he
What's
wants
the
to talk
topic
about
of the
Babylon.
room, brother?
Now we want,
So
yo,
someone moved this.
Tamario, I don't want to talk to you. I'm talking to the room. Remember, I said I care not to talk to you any further. Once you said what you said, I don't care to talk to you. You're done. So now everyone understand that. A person who said history is yesterday is now trying to his own position by bringing up something that happened 3,600 years ago. That's the way his mind works. Okay, don't fall into that trap. Don't be so afraid of your oppressor that you become like him. The Bible teaches us, envy not thou thine oppressor and choose none of his ways. America is a wicked ass place, and it's unfolding every single day how wicked this place is with the freedom that information can be spread in these last days. All right. So what I want you to understand is you have to make your own decision based on who you're going to serve. Are you going to serve your oppressor or your God? Okay. Your God teaches you in Ecclesiastes 7:7 that oppression makes a wise man angry. It frustrates a wise man. And knowing this is very, very important. All right. You have to do your best out here to avoid the trap of becoming and loving and sympathizing with your oppressor and forgetting the plight of your own people. You have to be a nationalist. All right. The hell with America until they switch
and start looking after my best interests. I'm not going to support a machine that destroys me. I'm not doing it. All right. I hope y'all understand it.
Does anyone up here actually live on a plantation? Like, I'll be really confused by this rhetoric. If you tell me that, Joel, that you live
Yeah, I
on a
live on a
plantation,
plant.
then we could talk. Like, that's. Do you live on a plantation somewhere, brother?
I live in the hood where if the cops come past and see you outside too late, they harass you. You got the police come, they make you go in the house when they don't when they're tired of seeing you outside too long. That's plantation to me. And that's literal fact. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
But back to the topic because it's funny that he said
That brother don't know what's going on. Salakia, real quick. So I changed the PTR on my profile to the Bush doctrine because he want to talk so much about doctrine. And this room is about are the Israelites a hate group? So Adawan Yahweh was drawing a connection to the country America because they practice hate group tendencies and they support and provide shelter for hate groups, right? And a part of the Bush doctrine, which is a political philosophy of this country during his presidency, says that it says these principles include unilateralism, preemptive war, and regime change. Preemptive war is the act of going to war with somebody before they do something to you because you have reasonable suspicion against that nation. That's preemptive war. Regime change is what we did in Iraq, right? What the so-called American government did in Iraq by implementing splinter cells in the government so that they can overthrow the government from the inside out and give America power in that nation. That's regime change. And they've carried this type of action out either overtly or covertly over 100 times. All right. So if we're gonna talk about being a hate group, you cannot support the American government and be against hate groups at the same time. It makes no sense.
y'all didn't have to move me down. I was just wanted to point out how somebody accused me of changing the narrative of the conversation when because I wanted to go back in history when we're talking about America and the title is asking about Hebrew Israelites. So, I just wanted to point that out.
Do you understand why he was drawing connections to the nation America?
Well, yeah, he uses the universal playbook, a so-called of, same thing that white supremacists do is you give the people an enemy to hate. This is how you get influence. This is how you get support. This is how you get power. It's a universal concept, and it's a wicked
Do you
concept.
understand why he was drawing a connection based off the title of this room to the country America?
Well, again, when people are spewing propaganda, they're gonna do those type of things to 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 deliver that message, to gain support for that message. It's just that's just a thing. I don't know why we're
What propaganda
acting brand new.
spread? What propaganda is being spread? Because he mentioned redlining, which you obviously don't know what that is.
Right.
right?
So he started out saying that was in the 60s. I was born in 1980. So I
What does
don't,
that have to do with anything?
because I'm on record of saying that this nation has a past. And I had a presupposition, if I can be heard clearly, that in 2022, if one is oppressed, they need to look in a mirror.
Okay, I don't even know what that sound. He asked you a direct question that you never answered. And I
Well, the problem
and I
with
want
these
to circle
brothers,
back to
the
that
problem with
question. I
yeah,
want
the
to
problem
force
with
you to
these.
answer that question because if you answer this question, it's going to demonstrate that no matter what nobody says to you, you're going to stand on your position. It doesn't matter what facts are presented. And what he asked you was, does America have a history that displays, and I'm going to rephrase it slightly, but it's the same question. Does America have a history that displays terrorist behavior against other groups of people? Yes or no? And do they know that they have done these type of behaviors?
I'm gonna answer no to that. When anytime before America gets involved, if we feel compelled to get involved, we're gonna tell you, hey, you need to correct some things, and or just something will have to happen, and that's
Okay,
just what it
so
is. Like
that's an
that's
extremely
like
that's an
people have a choice.
okay, so check this out. I want you to click on my PTR. My PTR is a screenshot of the Bush Doctrine, right? Because you want to talk about doctrine so much. Well, this is a philosophical doctrine implemented by the Bush administration based on the actions that they carried out on the world stage. A couple of the principles that are named are preemptive war and regime change. Preemptive war is what happened in Afghanistan and Iraq. We're gonna go into Iraq because they have weapons of mass destruction. 20 years later, no said weapons of mass destruction have been discovered. But yet and still, we have gone in there, implemented regime change, and kept our troops boots on ground for going on 15 to 20 years, right? So that's a terrorist action. Whether you agree to that or not, we really don't care. That's a terrorist action. And what we're saying is, how does that nation, how is it that that nation can call a group of people who has never done such things to anybody a terrorist group? That don't make no sense. So it doesn't matter what you say. That's what we was trying to let you know. Like, it does not matter what you say, because at this point you just demonstrating your own folly and your own foolishness.
Yeah, I got you. I can't argue that those wars that you're talking about, those are great points. I don't have a response to that because I can't disagree with your how you brought that out. And
So
again,
on that point, would you say that America is being hypocritical?
I don't know all the details surrounding that. Even though I conclude to your same conclusion as far as there were no weapons of mass destruction. But again, I don't just remember everything that took place because I didn't follow it that closely. So I can't necessarily answer your question. But just to take it back to the topic of the room, I've heard you brothers literally teach people that literally every other nation is against us, and you're against them. Like you don't like anybody. That's a very cynical doctrine. That is it really sad to teach people
Well,
that
I would
like
say I would say that black people, you need to feel like that because the other nations feel like that. I have actually looked into why Asian people
thrive in Black communities and how they knew to target us and become the leaders in the Black hair industry, and have watched many documentaries and listened to conversations from those people. I've also wondered why Chinese food does so well in our communities, and why in our communities soul food and small restaurants by our people are not the leading place of doing business. I found out I found out that it was due to the ability to get loans to open up storefronts was problem number one. That a Asian person could come here with no work history and apply for a business loan and be approved, where a Black person with work history in this country, a citizen of this country, and cannot get a similar or equally competitive loan. Also, I found out that those Asian people in your community that sell you Chinese food, I have them on documentary saying, we don't eat the food we sell to those people. That's not real Chinese food. And what we eat in our homes is totally different than that. That is not food. But they sell it to you. That's the Asian. In the hair stores, you will get karate kicked in your mouth if they think that you're stealing. And then when they're found to be wrong for it, they don't make public apologies. And our own women fight you to go back and shop at that store. Those people hate you and do not care about you. They nickel and dime you and put their kids into Ivy League schools. Let's talk about the Arab man who opens the store in your neighborhood and sells you pork, cigarettes, condoms, and drug paraphernalia. All of those things are haram to him. He also can get a business loan before Mr. Johnson can. Okay? And what he's going to do with his corner store, which Mr. Johnson used to have, Ahmed is going to also sell you blunt wraps, condoms, pork, every kind of tobacco product, and hike the price. And he will never ingest that for himself while catcalling your women. And the Arab man thinks you're a fool and a lesser than him too, as per his religion. Now, we're not even talking about the white man. Let's talk about the African on Canal Street in New York City. Well, we thought for a time in the 80s that Black Power movement, that the African was our brother. And when they locked down a portion of Canal Street selling fake bags and fake bootleg audio cassette tapes, we sought to be with them to open our own storefronts. And do you know that they not only bought out rows of stores and refused to sell to us, and they only sold to their fellow African brother. And they still have those sections of Canal Street today. That's another nation of people who you think is your friend who don't give a damn about you. So Tamario is about to explain to you why you're stupid for not loving every damn body, when in reality, nobody loves you. So let's listen to him explain. I don't want to talk to him. Let's listen to him explain to you why you're stupid for loving people who vocally hate you.
Got you. These hair stores and Chinese restaurant. Am I forced to patronize these places? It's a rhetorical question. Don't worry, brother. Also, just maybe in our community, and this is something that we need to work on. So let's actually talk about building. We're not financially literate. We're actually stupid when it comes to finances because we have to have the Louis Vuitton and all the extraness. And instead of focusing on what we need to be focusing on, or just, it's not just we, just any competent human being. And because we display such negligent behavior, when we don't reap any benefits from said behavior, we somehow want to point a finger at somebody else. Again, brother, I think it's
Tamario just said you niggas are
I think
losing.
it's
Tamario
dangerous
just said you
to
niggas are
teach
losing
people that.
because you want Louis Vuitton. He didn't say you're losing because you can't get a loan after graduating from a college in this country with a business major. You can't get the same loan that an Asian person who just moved to this country applied for with Bank of America, that he gets immediately off of the strength of his business model, which is to sell to you. So you could try to sell to you and you won't get that loan. But if an Asian man comes in and says, I want to sell to niggas, he gets a high premium loan. But Tamario says the reason you're losing is not because of that. It's because you want Louis Vuitton.
So, Joel is if I'm hearing you correctly, and I just want just for everyone can hear.
Please don't talk to me. I don't want to talk to you.
According to your doctrine, do you hate all nations?
Let's read Psalms 83 and 1 for the people. I refuse to talk to this coon. Let's read Psalms 83 and 1 for the people. Can I have a reader? If not, I'll read it for myself. This nigga's the police. This is Psalms 83 and 1. Okay? Keep thou silence. Keep not thou silence, O God. Hold not thy peace, and be not still, O God. For lo, thine enemies make a tumult, and they that hate thee have lifted up the head. According to David, we are to hate those who hate God. Let's jump down to verse 5. It says, for they have consulted together with one consent. They are confederate against thee, the tabernacles of Edom and the Ishmaelites, of Moab and the Hagarenes, Gabal and Ammon and Amalek, the Philistines with the inhabitants of Tyre. Assur is also joined with them. They have hope in the children of Lot. Do unto them as unto the Midianites, who the Lord had Moses destroy, and take the women for yourselves. As to Sisera and to Jabin and to the brook of Kison, which perished at Endor. All right. So these are the nations that hate God. And if you hate God, I hate you. That means I want nothing to do with you. That means I don't want to intermarry with you. That means I don't want to accept your religion. That means I don't uh, look at your standard of beauty as the ideal. That means that I do not let your doctrine into my household. And that means that I will not forsake the laws of my God for anything that you suggest. All right. What those nations would do, some of them would fly a plane into you. And I'm talking about Moab when I say that. And that's where you get your Pearl Harbor. He's straight kamikaze on you fools. What the white man will do is just nuke you off the face of the earth, or starve you out, or put you in an electrified fence enclosure and make you work for 20 cents while raping your women. What the Arab man will do is strap a bomb to his chest and blow himself up on your subway train. And the list goes on. But what the Israelite is going to do is reject all of their ways and serve his God. And what Tamario is going to do is tell you wrong for doing that.
So let me ask a genuine question. So I've been on this earth for 42 years. If we were to do a tally on murders of people that look like us being murdered by other nations or by our own, which is a greater number? That's a rhetorical question as well. No need to answer that, brother. So, like, have better doctrine, brother. What you're saying, what you just said on the call.
77 million so-called black people were killed during something called the transatlantic slave trade, and hundreds of thousands of you,
Oh, I'm
and
referring to the
hundreds of
last
thousands,
42
and
years.
hundreds and
I'm referring
hundreds
to
of
the last 42 years, brother.
can you not interrupt me, sir? I wish not to speak to you. And hundreds of thousands of you were hung, thrown off bridges, burned alive, dismembered, kidnapped, buried, executed during the Reformation era, during the restructure of this country, because you were still here building the damn place. So I want to say the total death toll is severely lopsided. Black on black crime is based on per capita. And if we did that same foolish comparison and invented a concept called white on white crime, white people would lead again while still killing you and everyone else.
You're going to move the
So
goalpost. I got you,
once
brother. Instead of dealing with
once
what was.
again, the question that you're being asked is a challenge to your intelligence. It's asking you to forget what has happened to you, and it's replacing it with an idea that you are your own worst enemy. And that is the ultimate survival tactic for an oppressive nation. If we can convince the people that we are oppressing that we are their friends and they are each other's own worst enemies, we can keep them in this state of oppression comfortably. And that's what one of our own brothers is on this stage trying to do. Now, white people are pretty good at voice impersonations, and I've never seen this guy in person, so I'm not. I think he's the police. I'm not really sure if he's a black dude. You know, Robert Downey Jr. could show you that white people can impersonate a black man, but also Matt Groening of The Simpsons can show you that a black man's voice can be impersonated by a white person pretty believably. But what I'm saying is the ideas you're being presented with, you have to reject to convince you that you are your own worst enemy instead of telling you that your people are your own best friend is the ultimate tactic of the oppressor. And for someone who presents himself like one of you to come with that idea, that is COINTELPRO at its best. I yield again.
Would I be out of line if I read one scripture? Take that as a no. So Proverbs 23:9. Speak not in the ears of a fool, for he will despise the wisdom of thy words. I challenge that because I think that we have to edify the flock. So I struggle with that particular scripture because that's why I come around, because I think we still have to do that. But you know, um, to have a doctrine to
Tamario,
where you're
Tamario,
not
what's 8 plus 10?
15, brother.
What's 8 plus 10?
8 plus what?
8 plus 10.
Bro, what are we doing right now, bro?
I'm asking you a question. What's 8 plus 10?
18.
Now, what happens when you minus 8?
Oh my God. 10, brother. What are we doing, y'all? So
10 means you're getting moved back to the audience. Cax, you were next, Cax. You've been waiting patiently. Cax man.
Yo,
Yeah,
yo, what's going on? You good?
yeah, good.
Shalom, people.
Shalom, King. Shalom, family.
Hey, shalom to the panel. Shalom, everyone.
Shalom, family.
Yeah, I was brought up by Yahawahshi. He wanted to deal with me real quick. I've been waiting for a minute. I've been waiting to get in.
Don't bear false witness. I don't want to deal with you. I don't want to talk to you.
But you
I
said
said,
come
I
deal
said,
with you though. You
I said, I said something very simply. If you would like to organize a debate, message me directly. Besides that, you can move around.
But you know, it don't take all day to do nothing. I just want you to explain to me.
That's it. That's what you came up here to say. It's going to be that simple. I'm not dealing with nothing else. You can make your own room.
Hey, Shalom. Can y'all hear me?
Kana.
Hey, Khan. Okay, Khan. Salakia. Just a little tied up. But who's next on stage? Who's speaking next? Let me see. Let me PTR.
We don't really have an order. I mean, everybody smoke.
Okay. Loss spoke. Cax spoke. Yonatan spoke. Oh no.
Khan.
Khan. All right. So yeah, it's more of a popcorn style. If anybody have anything to add to the topic, if you in the audience, you see the title, man. You know, come up stage. If you're opposed to what's being brought out, raise your hand, come up to the stage, and bring forth your point. All right. Again, throughout for everybody for adding to the topic and the conversation. Um, just a little bit tied up with work, but I am listening in here and there. So if anybody has anything to add, you know, just come up to the stage. And also, don't forget, keep sharing the rooms. All right. Right now we at 100 shares. We got 230 people in the room, and I know we're getting people in and out. Keep sharing the room. All right. Keep sharing the room. We should at least hit 120 in the next few minutes. Share the room, Israel. All right. We got new people in the room. If you haven't shared the room, make sure you do so. Also, don't forget, click on the greenhouse above our head here, right next to Crown of Thorns. Follow the room. That way, when we have platforms like this again or conversations like this, you can be part of the build. All right. Great topic. Again, we want people that disagree with us, right? That feel like we are the hate groups, right? That feel like it's not anybody else but us, that we are the hate groups. Just raise your hand and come to the stage. All right. I see Tamario here, and I know y'all would build on him a little bit earlier. Andrew is back. Andrew is here. Real quick, Andrew, Shalom King. What's going on? Yabashim Yashabrakata.
Shalom, Yabashim Shabrakatan to all the Akim and beautiful Aquaf Shalom. What's good?
Shalom. Hey, touch on the topic, man. What do you think? Do you think the Hebrew Israelites are a hate group, or do you think it's other groups? Go ahead.
I guess the term hate group becomes subjective because yes, we hate anything and everyone that the Most High God Yahweh hates. So yes, we do, we are. But in terms of the acts or things that has been demonstrated physically in terms of violence, no. We see that perpetuated by almost every other ideology other than us. So much to the point that now they're trying to make false flags or force people who have allegiances who's been radicalized by so-called black Hebrew Israelites. So it's just a smearing campaign now. No one can say we've physically done anything. We have no military might. We don't have no power yet until Hamashiach Yahweh returns. But yes, we are. We hate everything and everyone that the Most High God hates, right? But we have not demonstrated any form of acts of hate like every other ideology on the planet. With that, I yield.
Khan, great point. Yes, we do hate everything or any ideology that the Most High God hates, right? Our thoughts are based on the scriptures and the scriptures only, right? But like you said, as a hate group, like physically attacking people and all that, no, we don't do any of that, right? We leave that to the Most High God, the Yahawahshi and the angels and the chosen elect that will be that battle axe, right? So that's what we teach in here. We're not teaching anything other than that. But that's a really great point that you brought out. So, but Andrew, we got people like Mario on stage right now, if it's still on stage, right? Saying that America is not a hate group when we can see things that are opposite to that. Hey, Mario, Shao Paul asked you earlier, he give you a little riddle, how many Edomites it takes to fill up a U-Haul truck. And it sounded like you didn't have the answer to that question. Do you know what he was trying to get to when he asked you that question, to Mario?
I don't.
Oh, you don't? Okay, I'm
No,
gonna
what was
enlighten
he
you.
trying to get to? Yeah, I don't make
Okay.
projections, so I need him to spell it out for me, brother.
Yeah, no problem, brother. No problem. I'm actually gonna put it up for you because they say actions speak better than words, and Elder Priest Daniela always say proof beats words, right? So let's go ahead and see here, and I want you to tell me what you think about this, okay? All right, I got the article up. Go ahead and PTR, Mario. Hey, Salakia family. Shaw Paul, you there?
So it says dozens of white supremacists were arrested for being disruptive, I guess.
Have you read it?
Well, I'm skimming through it. Let's see. The men were members of a white nationalist organization called Patriot Front, traveled to Idaho from at least 10 different states. Yeah, I mean, you know, these are, white supremacists. What it say? I mean, these people don't represent me or my country.
Have they ever committed physical acts against our people?
Um, I would say so. In this particular article, it was a LGBT, whatever the acronym is, event. I'm gonna go on the limb and say that those weren't just a group of black people. So I'm just going to limb and say that. And so, like, and that's the problem that I have. Like, your guys' mindset or narrative is just so narrow-minded. Like, you try to twist and contort things to fit just a certain narrative. It's again, there's a universal playbook. Hitler did it. The Nation of Islam does it. They prop up some type of enemy to galvanize the majority. This is how you rise to power. It's a whole playbook on it. And you guys are no different.
Respectfully, the
But
just for the
I did
audience,
ask a very direct question, though.
just for the audience sake, respectfully, because I don't believe in it. If I'm modding, I'm not going to have any slander while I got a green bean. The Nation of Islam has never conducted a terrorist act ever, and all they've done is protect black people from white people abusing their power and stomping blood out of them. The Nation of Islam has presented themselves as a security force to protect people during rallies, to protect people during black events in their city from white supremacists coming to attack them. They basically served as bodyguards and human shields for other black people. They've never done anything in as a forward terrorist act, and it's unfair to characterize them that way. Those brothers are family men. They love their nation. They love their people. And they're very learned men and respectful when you speak to them. I just wanted to put that out there so that no cooning would have you believe that those gentlemen are terrorists in any wise. I yield again.
Oh yeah, so man, it's not hard to listen, Joel. I never said that they were terrorists. What I said was there's a universal playbook you give as the Nation of Islam would do. Tell me that I have this enemy. This
What
man
this
hates
dude
you.
did, what this dude did
This
was he
man hates
mentioned.
you.
What this dude did was he mentioned Hitler, a person who killed millions of people, put them in ovens, burned them alive, led wars, and also killed black people wholesale. Adolf Hitler was extremely racist and slaughtered black people. They won't teach you that, though. He compared a guy like that to the Nation of Islam and made a comparison. And I'm telling you, there is no comparison. I yield again.
So again, we want to have
Are you willing to accept that, Tamira?
no. Okay, if he wants to say it was an extreme example, if he want to use it for that, I'm not going to defend that. Okay, sure, they haven't done that. I didn't say that they did that. What I'm focusing on is people that give the majority of people an enemy to hate. This is a tactic to galvanize people to drum up support. There's a book called The 48 Laws of Power that goes over these type of tactics. He just kind of let Robert Greene let everyone know. Well, literally anybody can rise to power, and Israelites are not exempt from that. I know that is and you're probably
Let the record
unwittingly
show that the
doing it.
person that's talking to you feels as comfortable to make a comparison between Hitler and black people have done nothing like that. And he will only rescind such a statement if you're quick enough to catch him and call him out on it. Otherwise, he feels comfortable to say things like that about his own
Right.
people. Just let the record show.
Right.
So again,
Because remember, tomorrow you did. It was you that brought up Nation of Islam. We didn't. So when you give the when the examples was given by Brother Yawal, right? You totally negated that to try and redirect it to the point of that we are just trying to, we're trying to make someone our enemy. Like we learn over history. Now, Tamario, if I keep punching you in your face every time I see you, the 10th, the 20th time, it gets to like the 30th time. I'm sure at some point, maybe past, I don't know, probably past 20 or 30, you're going to start avoiding me because you know that when you see me, I'm going to punch your face, right? Um, can you now be called wrong for saying you want to avoid me? Because the past 30, 40 times that we've ever seen each other, I've punched your face. Is that wrong? Is that wrong of you to say, you know what? I want to stay away from Andrew? Is that wrong?
no.
Okay, so over thousands and thousands of years, not just weeks or months or like every now and again or the spur of the moment or in rare conditions, over thousands of years, a particular set of people has had a very beautiful fetish of constantly not just punching us in our face, but doing the most atrocious things. Are we wrong for saying that we don't want nothing to do with them?
Have you ever been punched in the face by
Okay, so
whomever?
that's the double standard when it comes to now
It's not a
using them
double
now.
standard. Let me tell you the
But it's a
double.
yes or no.
Right. So here's what you brothers do. Because I asked the question earlier when Israelites went to the land of Canaan. Was there people occupying that land, and what happened to those people?
So
So
you're going to
everybody everybody
run
has a
away from what I
past.
said.
Everybody
All
Yeah.
he
has a
does,
past.
no, Tamario, your problem is, I muted you, Tamario. Your problem is you always diverge. You
Mm-hmm.
always like to put like a smoke screen in front of something to get away from the question that's at hand. You like to what this is what you're literally doing. You're justifying slavery to your people. You're justifying colonization. You're justifying rape, robbing, and murdering to put up a smokescreen and say, well, the Bible says we stand on what the Bible says. But the conversation at this point in time is not what the Bible says. The conversation is about the United Snakes of America. So can you please stick to the topic and stop putting up a smoke screen? We're not dumb, bro. We see what you're doing, beloved.
Well,
Please stop it.
one thing I know about
Hey,
this.
Hey,
yo, what's up?
Tamario,
Hey, yo, what's up? Did you notice
Tamario,
that?
I don't want to ask you. I don't want to ask you what 5 plus 5 is again. Go ahead, Andrew.
Salakia, did you notice that it was a no brainer for him to say when it was between me and him because we're the same people. And that was a perfect demonstration of coonery. And every now and again, when I try and look at Tamira different, that coon spirit, that Micah 2:8, that first Maccabees 1:11, just pops up every now and again. You able to say no when it was to do with me and you, but when it came to the other nation, it was now, oh, let's divert. Why do you do that, tomorrow?
Andrew, I'm gonna tell you why, Andrew. I'm gonna go on a limb
Oh,
and
hold on.
say
So
that.
before you tell me why, there actually is a reason. That's what you're telling me. So there's a reason why you will not acknowledge or you will just negate or go straight past when we speak of other nations, but you're fine with it when it's amongst our own. There is a reason. Is that what you're saying?
Well, funny you say reason because Israelites tend to be allergic to reason. But to answer your question, Andrew, I'm gonna go on a limb and say that you have never been punched in the face by a white person. I would also posit that no one on this stage has. I know that I haven't.
That's not true.
Uh, oh,
You
you
can't say
Sorry.
that.
Before you go any further, I've done martial arts for over 11 years. I've traveled and I've done illegal underground fighting. I've competed at professional level. I've done semi-pro level in various types of martial arts. Not just judo, not just jiu-jitsu, but also taekwondo, muay thai, sanshao, wushu, and also krav maga. I have been punched probably the most in this whole room by white people. You may say that to someone else, but to me, you cannot say that to me.
oh well,
But yeah,
you were
go ahead, tomorrow.
you were participating in a sanction.
But
Or, well,
Tamario,
you mentioned illegal,
are
so
you saying
maybe some of them were
Tamario,
unsanctioned. But
Tamario,
you
Tamario? Are you saying that none of us up here has suffered police brutality?
give me the experience, brother.
I don't
I
have
can.
to. I'm not going to do that. I don't. And I don't. I'm not going to do it for you to just make an excuse and mock it. I'm not going to do that. But brothers up here has faced police brutality. So you need to stop saying certain things. You make no sense. Like I really don't like. Do you really believe everything you say, or do you come up here just to troll?
No. I have to deal with this question because someone has to be a responsible shepherd and properly edify the flock. And
You don't edify anybody.
when people,
Anybody, bro.
when
You're a
people,
black man, bro. You're a black man with grease lit up in your PTR, bro. What is wrong with you? I would respect more if you had a freaking Egyptian pyramid or some West African goddess on your damn PTR rather than a Greek building. Like, what's wrong with you, bro?
well, though those people, the pioneers of Western civilization, the
What's
uh,
2 plus 8? What's 2 plus 8? What's two
Hey,
plus
yo,
eight?
this brother worships the white man.
Boom.
I can't deal
And
with it.
as
I
a
can't deal with it.
an art historian, I would not give credit to white people for the construction that they built in Greece. I would say
I agree.
they had to borrow that knowledge, and the functional use of laying foundation stones and being able to quarry such large stones is data that they gleaned at the feet of what you would call black people. Also, how to use a keystone, which they use to make their aqueducts, is data that they got from so-called black people. I think that they would have had no problem glorifying such black people without taking the credit for themselves up to a certain point. And I think Tamario should know that as well. But this is part of the reason why I don't talk to him.
Tamario, just put your hand down. I'm not letting you up.
Tomorrow's the type of person where you'll die, where you're literally working together with brothers to escape or do a rebellion or revolution. Anyone seen the movie The 300? Remember when Leonidas met that deformed hunchback guy? Everything was cool in part of the army, and then he somehow managed to sold him to Xerxes. And then he thought that he was going to get some form of reward when it was barely anything. It was something trivial. And it wasn't even worth the selling. Almost like a Judas, where it just weren't worth it. But they'll be willing to sell out a brother, all for the sake of, oh, you lot are planning to escape the plantation? I'm going to tell master. I'm going to tell master, no, 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 no. That's tomorrow. Man like that, you have to stay away from with your life.
Hey, that's right. He's also a perfect demonstration of the successful campaign to destroy our people. He's the prime example of a successful propaganda campaign against our nation. Because if you're a slave owner or you're a colonizer, the number one thing you have to do, and we saw this with Hellenization, right? The number one thing you have to do is get your people to forsake their laws and to come and join your culture. So
Hey, watch how easy this is, Jonathan. Watch how easy this is. Be an oppressor for a minute. You don't even know what that's like, but be that for a minute. Hey, the natives are getting restless. Oh yeah, what are they doing? Can you believe these barbarians are trying to organize? Organize what? They're saying they don't need us anymore. They want to leave and go do their own thing. No, we need them to work for us forever to make our thing work. Well, no, they're coming together. And do you know some of them are rising up as leaders and saying we're the bad guy. They're turning our slaves against us. Send them to Mario. Yeah, send them to Mario. See, that's what I would do if I was an oppressor.
that's
That's
right.
what COINTELPRO is. Send them to Mario. Send one of their own to confuse their organization. Send them one of their own to take away their pride. Send them one of their own to take away their self-image. Send them one of their own to take away their spirit of unity. Send them one of their own. And while they're dealing with him, we have time to continue to figure out how to control these people. Because God forbid they should organize and become self-directed. And that's just very simple.
So, Salakia, it goes further, it goes worse. One of the other nations has just killed one of our own. We're in grief, we're in pain. Instead of sending we're even making plans of what we can do to get back at these people, make a difference, or demonstrate our outrage. Send a Tamaria. So at least they can. All they need to do is just focus on grieving and not doing anything else about it. So it can happen again. You lot are doing too much. Whoa, 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 whoa. You're trying to do a rebuttal. Send Tamaria. We don't need Jesse Jackson. We don't need Al Sharpton. Send Tamaria. And then Tamira could even go as far as even watering down or raining on the parade of the fact that we could be grieving. Because even when we said the very demonstration of things that he knows has happened, he doesn't want to address that. So yeah, that should be a new campaign. Send Tamaria, says the white man.
Yo, man. I hope y'all learned a valuable lesson today. Hebrew Israelites aren't a hate group. We're a love yourself group. And if loving yourself is hate, we got to think hard on what hate is.
If anyone's struggling to understand what Hellenization means, I'd like to introduce you to Tamaria. That's what you call Hellenized. Our people, but so Hellenized. Now that's just what it looked like in the Bible.
Hey, Salakia. Another good point to bring out, going back to the government of so-called America, since we're talking about hate groups, right? And America has perpetrated, and I mentioned this before, but I wanted to get the facts and figures. But America has perpetrated over 100 regime changes in various different countries since the 50s. All right. It says since the 19th century, United States government has participated and interfered both overtly and covertly in the replacement of several foreign governments. In the latter half of the 19th century, the U.S. government initiated actions for regime change, mainly in Latin America, the Southwest Pacific, including Spanish American, Philippine American wars. Right? But check this out. At the onset of the 20th century, the United States shaped or installed governments in many countries around the world, including their neighbors, Panama, Honduras, Nicaragua, Mexico, Haiti, and the Dominican Republic. Strangely enough, most of these are Israelite hotbeds, what we would call them, right? Places where Israelites, where we were predominantly located due to the transatlantic slave trade. And as we were trying to establish governments of our own in a post-colonial sense, they came with the regime change. So it makes perfect sense that as we try to build our own society here or a sub-society here in America, that they would try to implement a regime change and give us false leaders and false ideologies to follow after. This is why we have to take heed of our enemies and separate ourselves from them.
I say this all the time, right? If they ever said, all you lot go back to the Caribbean and the continent of Africa, nowhere else, just go there. We don't want nothing to do you lot no more. We don't need you. We don't want you in our lands. Like, make America great again. Let's purify this land from all those lot. And we all go back to maybe the continent of Africa and just the Caribbean. They won't just leave us to go over there. That's the problem I have. This is why I love that word fetish, because that's what they have when it comes to our people. And you see that with like Ezekiel 35:5, that perpetual hatred. They I think it's in Genesis, I think it's either 6, where it's basically talking about how the other nations, all they do is just wake up and think of evil. They're inherently evil. Okay, what can I do today that's evil? So they won't just leave us because they know that we will rebuild our societies, rebuild our kingdoms, and establish order. So they would want to somehow get involved or destroy that or prohibit that in some way, shape, or form. Like we see that even after, during the time of like Jim Crow, during the time of even the Great Depression, better said, the Great Depression, while the whole of America was economically being destroyed, there was a small area that was actually thriving, tipping the very scale of the economy. They couldn't leave that alone. They couldn't think, wow, this is to the advantage of the whole country. Nah. What can we do? Oh, everything's quite well insulated from being able to get their resources. They got security. Oh, they're not buying from us, but they're only selling to us. You know what we can do? Let's send the Shedemite though. This is why I hate when I see my people with an Edomite. That's all they have to do. Just say, and then they'll destroy and bomb and destroy a whole area. Now, let's say those young people did do something with that Edomite or did something to it. Let's play advocate. You mean to tell me that that was at the expense of a whole city, a whole area, $100 million back in those days? So I can't even remember. Can't remember how much it is time value of money of today. It's within the billions. It, because of that, they had to destroy the whole. Come on now, they will not leave us to go back to our lands. This is why Hamashiach Yahawahshi has to return, and he will fight for us. So we're not dealing with that foolishness when we get back into our own land. But Shema Mashiach Yahawahshi.
Sound like they sleep today.
Mario got people confounded.
I thought I was in the Matrix. Okay.
No, we can hear you clear now, Ottawa.
If you know the scripture in Maccabees where it says love and the glory of the Grecians best of all. If they ever make a movie, they gotta use Tamario for that part.
God, I don't want. That's a fact. That brother is delusional, man. But I don't think he's delusional. I really think he the police.
You know, I've thought that too. Like he just comes to yeah. I've thought that. I've considered that. Because
El
a lot of
Trotter
times,
brought to the
yeah, go ahead.
stage.
Yeah,
Go
real
ahead.
quick. They a lot of times they do that. They do what they call an assessment test, right? They send people in the room to kind of scope us out, come on stage, ask some questions to see what we know, what we're talking about, to assess, you know, how much we know, how many of us there are, et cetera, et cetera. Similar to how that guy, I forget his name, he interviewed IUIC and he also interviewed ISUPK, like he went to their school, asking them a lot of leading questions, like how many people are there in your organization and what do you guys do and this, that, and the third. And these things are just to assess us and get a better idea, like as though we don't say everything publicly, right? Anyway. So I've considered that, Joel. There's quite a few people that come in the room that I'm saying to myself, these dudes is the police. I already know. But we can play that game because we have nothing to hide. Our doctrine, we teach openly like Yahawahshi did. But that are you.
I mean, it's hard, man. You know you don't wanna teach the Hebrew Israelite doctrine because you got to work in this country. You've got to get by. You know, your family doesn't understand. That's where faith comes in. You have to have a lot of faith to push this word the way that we do, openly out in the street, showing your face, um, speaking openly like that. You have to have a lot of faith. You have to believe that because I'm standing up for the Most High, He's going to stand up for me. And if my ways please the Lord, He will make even my enemies to be at peace with me. You know, you have to believe that and have faith in that. And it gets hard. Some of our brothers who have no faith feel like they cannot make it in this world unless they become an advocate for the oppressor and prove to him that they are on his team. And then they can have the life for them and their families that they want. But that's faithless. And again, you can gain the whole world and lose your soul. So y'all have to be very careful with that.
Shalom El Yasha'Allah. If you want to get in there, you can.
Shalom, brethren. I didn't really want to keep harping on the Tamario character, but his spirit really sounds a lot like that wretch Jason in Maccabees, and the Akim already pointed out 4:15, but that's what was screaming out to me as he kept spewing from his belly. Uh, I just kept hearing that spirit of Jason, the wretch Jason, as the word says.
Khan. Hey, and one thing Adawan had asked him earlier, he said, is America aware of the systematic racism and the systematic oppression of the so-called Black, Hispanic, and Native people? And he didn't want to answer that. I think, as a matter of fact, he said, no, they are not aware. I think that's what he said, but I don't want to misquote him, right? I don't want to bear false witness. But if you look at a document called the Kerner Commission Report of 1968, right? The Kerner Commission Report proves by the pen of the government that systematic racism was the reason that Black America had fallen into such dilapidated, like our neighborhoods were destroyed, our economics were destroyed, everything was destroyed in our community. And that Kerner Commission report starts from slavery and works its way down all the way through the systematic oppression. It's like I want to say it's a document, but y'all got to read that, Israel. It's a heavy document, and they go into the politics of this country. They know exactly why they destroyed our people, and they know how they did it. So for anybody to come up here and say that that they didn't purposely do that, that's disingenuous and is not according to knowledge.
We also, and if I go to Matrix, let me know. But we also know, we always go over this many times in this room about the system of eugenics. Um, and a lot of times we just focus on when it comes to reproduction, as far as having children and abortion. But eugenics is the entire system, right? I always show you guys the eugenics tree. I think I'm in the Matrix, but you get the picture. Um,
Now you good? We can hear you.
it's a whole system. The entire system is based on um, destroying us. And like brother said, I'm working right now, so I only can paraphrase scriptures like Andrew was talking about in Psalms. They lay in their beds and think deeply about ways that they can conspire to destroy us, and that's what they do, man. You know, there's all types of conspiracies. And then they label it. Try to make you seem crazy when oh, you believe in conspiracy theories. Well, the scriptures speak about plots. That's in the Bible. A plot is a conspiracy. We see that all through the scriptures. So, I don't see brothers like that are willfully ignorant. You know exactly what we're talking about. We don't get up here and just whine, speak out of emotion, and none of that stuff. We attach our grievances to historical events that take place. Every time he's been in a room, that's what happens, right? We show him point after point historically. They went through of what with anybody, but for some reason he just refuses to publicly acknowledge what is so obvious. So it's sad.
He simply doesn't care.
Yeah, just treating like a publican at this point.
And also, one last thing. It's not even as though he cares if we're a hate group or not. He only cares that we hate Esau. I've never heard him cry for the other nations. I've never heard him cry for the Chinese or the Arabs or the East Indians. Just Esau. Just Esau.
Because they're not
Sad.
Greek.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Right.
I wonder if he knows what Hellenization is.
He knows.
And I know I keep saying that's it, unless I go in the Matrix. And that was Hellenization was a big problem in the ancient world, right? And I make no excuses for our brothers that were in Jerusalem, but I kind of understand why they despised the Jews that were in the Greek areas of the diaspora. They didn't like them. When you read the history, the Jews in Jerusalem did not like the Jews that were in the areas of dispersion amongst the Greeks. They didn't. And looking at tomorrow, I can understand why. It was still wrong because they were supposed to be the gospel and receiver. But a lot of the people that were in the area were like him.
Tamario is a perfect example of why there has to be a 2/3. There has to be a 2/3. How can you rehabilitate a person like that? How can you bring a person like that into the 1/3, right? How the Most High wouldn't do it because a person like that is innately already on the other side. You know what I'm saying? That's where his spirit is. So that's where his spirit will go.
Salakia, that's another reason why we bring out um the unforgivable sin is blasphemy of the Holy Spirit. Because the spirit's job is to wake a man up. You see what I'm saying? The spirit's job is to turn you towards these law, statutes, and commandments and turn you towards the truth in Hamashiach Yahawahshi, under his father Yahweh. So if a person rejects that, there's absolutely no way for you to repent. You know what I'm saying? It's a scary thing, man. We sign cry for Israel, but at the same time, like the brother said, we have to understand that it's got to be somebody who in that 2/3, man.
Right, right. This is a spiritual battle. It's spiritual before it's physical, right? Our elders always tell us that. So you just got people whose spirits were created for things like this. You know what I'm saying? That spirit was created to just rebel against anything that's holy, against any truth. You know what I'm saying? Like anything, if you notice, anything that is a lie, especially when it's coming from so-called Caucasians or any other nation, anything that's a lie, Tamario is with it. You see what I'm saying? That's because that's his spirit. Even if he is the agent, or if he's sitting next to a damn Edomite cracker agent while he's speaking, because honestly, I feel like, damn, you must be sitting right next to a cracker, or damn, your daddy is one, or your girl is one for you to be defending these people that hard. You know what I'm saying? Like, damn, you caping for these people that hard, bro. They don't give a damn about you though. That's a spiritual thing. Now we get pissed off, you know what I'm saying, about all the physical things about what he's doing and saying. But really what we're listening to is a damn demon. You know what I'm saying? That voice and what makes him speak and what makes him say the things that he says is legion. Remember in that scripture when the damn demon said that his name is Legion? Because there's many of them. There's many demons on there, brother, man. And you know what I'm saying? All we can do is pray for our people who have similar mindsets. But one thing about it, that brother's spirit is on the left hand side. It's not on the right hand side. Because he won't even adhere to any truth. Like truth. You know what I'm saying? Not even just the Bible, but truth. Yeah, that's when you know your spirit is wicked.
Hey, Khan, Salaki, I got a precept to go with that too. That's Wisdom of Solomon 1:4. For into a malicious soul, wisdom shall not enter, nor dwell in the body that is subject unto sin. For the Holy Spirit of discipline will flee deceit and remove from thoughts that are without understanding, and will not abide when unrighteousness cometh in.
Right, right. People like that, just an empty vessel, man. Ain't no the Most High not dwelling in that vessel. He's not dwelling in that vessel. They're just an empty vessel. And the only thing they can be a host of is demons. You know what I'm saying? That brother need a damn exorcism, or or damn that need his damn head chopped off when them days come. And that's just all that's gonna happen.
May I answer to the title of the room, please? Hello?
Yeah, go ahead. You good?
Oh. Yeah. To be honest, yeah, like I've come across like um different Israelite rooms and stuff for months, and like honestly, I would say that I'm in two minds with like the Israelites I've heard, because like even being in this room and listening and just being in and out of here and listening to you lot talking, like I'm not too sure if some of you guys really want to hear what other people are saying, like, because it kind of seems more like you're kind of separating more than everybody's coming together, kind of thing. I'm just speaking from how it's sounding and from all the other
Nah, we want to
Israelite
hear
rooms
it.
I've heard.
Yeah, we want to hear it. Go ahead.
I mean, it's only, I say that because, like, sometimes I would want to ask questions to you guys and kind of get to know more of, like, you know, why you have the stance that you lot have regarding the Bible, for example. Or even when I've spoken to Israelites and they talk about, for example, like precepts. I didn't know what precepts were up until I spoke to a Hebrew Israelite a couple months ago on this app. And I guess my main thing, I guess, with the more rooms that I've gone into, including you guys' rooms, is that it's like for the most part, I hear you guys and other people have the stance of basically where if you kind of disagree with us, then cool, then we don't want to listen to you. And it's like, well, that kind of stance is basically putting a lot of black people off of wanting to hear you. That a conversation can't flow that way. It's like me coming and having a conversation with my dad, and he's trying to tell me something. And if I come across resistant to what he's saying, then he's not going to want to speak to me. And I'm not going to want to speak to him. And then the communication can't flow. That's literally how it's coming across. So,
Excuse me.
as much as you'd want to edify, the edification can't be one sided. That's all I
Excuse.
wanted to say.
No, and that's a fair observation. Now, just to provide some context, do you agree that we have been taught our history, our culture, and our nationality by a group of people outside of ourselves?
I agree with that, yeah. Because in
Okay,
school, I mean, that's how I was taught. Yeah,
correct,
I understand.
correct. And a lot of the times when they teach us these things, including the Bible, they do not read off the paper and they don't back up what they're saying with sources.
I
And
mean,
so,
that's, yeah.
yep. And so basically, what you'll see us do is instead, don't look at it as we're not listening. What we want people to do is learn the proper way to discuss these topics by using factual evidence and reading off the paper.
I hear that, but I will say that listening to you guys, sometimes like your delivery is quite, I don't know, quite direct and clear cut. Like this is what it is, and you shouldn't question what this is. Now, how my parents have raised me is that they've made it very clear to me that I should question everything, whether it be people, even like because I grew up. My parents, they're Christians. I grew up in a Christian household, yeah. So and even all now, I still have questions about the Bible, still. And I probably will always have questions about the Bible, right? Even though there are people who read the Bible and interpret it in different ways, I still ask them questions because I know that they're coming with different perspectives. Just as when I read a Bible verse, for example, from any version, including the King James Version, I still have questions because each and every time when I read something, someone will come with a different perspective from what I've experienced by having conversations with people. Like, and I'm open to being wrong as well. Do you know what I'm saying? And when I've come into rooms like these, it kind of sounds as though like if somebody has a wrong answer or if there's kind of like a room to ask a question, it kind of comes across very like tense. There's not really much of a conversation. It's more of this is how it should be. If you don't want to hear it, then there's no further edification. And that to me is where you lose a lot of people. You do. End of story. Like there's no two ways about it. Hence why, like I remember earlier on, I think somebody said, what is it? Somebody came in the room earlier and was talking about white people, but it was what's the word? It began with a C. I can't remember now. Caucasoid, that's it. And like I looked it up because I was thinking, what's he talking about, right? But the room was so intense, there was not really much room to ask questions and kind of get clarification as to what he was talking about. It was between you all speaking to him, which I understood and I enjoyed listening to you lot. But it's just that openness to have that conversation was blocked because it's like I just kept on hearing you lot saying, "What's he talking about? He's just saying ridiculous stuff." But like
Hmm.
other people may not understand. Do you see what I'm saying? So there's not
No,
really much of room to have that conversation,
right,
even if you lot thought it was stupid. But you know.
right, and that's once again, these are fair things that you're saying, but you're coming from a place. So check this out.
Mm,
When you read the Bible, right? Do you believe
mm.
the Bible?
I
Like,
mean,
if you saw something on the page, would you then change your life and start moving that way?
no, I question everything. Like I
Okay,
said.
but I'm asking, once you get done questioning and you read the Bible for yourself and you see that something is there, is your faith of the understanding that I now need to walk this way or live my life
Yeah,
this way?
yeah. If I can see what's in front of me based on what I've read in the Bible and it's being played out in front of me, then yeah, I can't ignore that. Yeah.
Okay, perfect. So I'm gonna read this. It's Second Peter chapter 1 and verse 20. And it says, knowing this first, that no prophecy of the scripture is of any private interpretation. For the prophecy came not in old time by the will of man, but holy men of God spake as they were moved by the Holy Spirit. So I'm reading that to say that although we question everything, there's one correct answer according to what is on the page. So if you know that Christ died and rose, nobody can come to you with pseudoscience and philosophy and convince you otherwise. And a lot of the time, what we're seeing is people coming up with their thoughts and opinions. Like, for instance, the title of this room is, Are the Hebrew Israelites a hate group? Nobody has demonstrated how the Hebrew Israelites are a hate group. Nobody has demonstrated this.
So wait,
So,
is the I just want to ask. Sorry to cut you, but
no, you
I
good.
just
Go
want
ahead.
to ask if so. Is the objective of the room to basically see if anybody can demonstrate how Israelites are a hate group? Just so that I'm clear.
Yeah, that's the objective of the room, but I think that the moderators, I'll let them speak on that. I think that they would be open to having a conversation with you on a
Okay.
topic that may stray a little bit away from that.
Yeah, because I think that's what I kind of wanted to understand, like what kind of, like, because with all of the Israelite rooms I've been in, it's like, I don't know, to me, it just seems as though most of the conversations are quite circular in terms of, like I said, there's not really much of a conversation to be had. It's more so, yes, you will have your understanding. And like I said, I do enjoy coming into rooms like this because then I'm also learning about the Bible too. But like I then think about the bigger picture of from even like down to having like conversations I've had with my parents regarding, say, the black community altogether. And why is it that, say, now you have like groups such as Israelites and, say, even other black people, because I got black people in my family who come from different faiths and subscribe to different religions, for example, right? But even still, like, why is it that we're all still quite separate as opposed to coming together? And even in speaking with my parents, I've realized that it's purely down to like just having the patience to communicate with each other in spite of the fact that we may understand things or interpret things slightly differently. Or we may have slightly, like, slightly different or varying perspectives. Do you get where I'm coming from? So
No,
there is the
I get
it's
where you're
like
coming from.
it's like there's not much of a willingness to really meet in the middle, and that's what I've noticed regarding most of these rooms that I've been in, or especially on this app, not just Israelite rooms, but in general. There's not really much of a synergy. It's
So
more so. Go ahead.
I'm sorry not to cut you off, but I
Go
want to
ahead.
deal with something you said, right?
Yeah.
Because you said meet in the middle. And in this perspective, like we teach the Bible. No matter
Yeah.
what the room is called, we teach in the Bible,
Yeah.
right? And so when you're dealing with the Bible, the middle is what is written on the paper. That's
Right.
the middle.
Right.
And so We believe that we're already standing in the middle. We believe that we're already reading what's on the paper. And so when I read that verse, it says, no prophecy of scripture is of any private interpretation. Although somebody may read it differently, because this is how we've been taught. The pastor says, let's read this verse, right? And the
Sure.
verse says, turn around, go to the store, and he'd say, touch your neighbor and say, turn, right? But that's not what the Bible, that's not how the Bible should be interpreted. What's on the paper is on the paper. And so the only thing we're asking people to do is admit what's on the paper. And I'm willing to admit something that's on the paper. And so when we're talking about a hate group, right? We're talking about groups of people who have carried out terrorist actions against other groups of people. And we talking about violence, real violence. And the Hebrew Israelites have never done any such thing. But anytime black people, and we're just going to use black people, but we can talk about Hispanic people and Native American people as well.
Sure.
Anytime we try to band together and do something to help ourselves, we're going to be called a hate group. And that's a part of the propaganda that the guy was talking about earlier when he was in the room. I forgot his name, Tamario. He was talking about the propaganda, right? But
Okay.
that's the propaganda that's being used against us. We don't control media. We don't control Fox News and CBS News calling the Israelites hate group. We don't control that. We don't control the hate group list by the Southern Poverty Law Center. We don't control those things. So the propaganda is not in our favor. And so what we asking you to do is look past the propaganda, come in and have a conversation. Now that we're having a nice conversation, do you have anything in particular you want to talk about? Like any question
Well,
in particular?
there was something that you did
Hey,
say
hey,
that
hold
kind of
on.
stood out. Oh, okay.
Salakia. Salakia. Jonathan, I just want to address one of the things that T said before we move on to a question. T, is that your name? You want us to call you T? What would you
Yeah.
like us to
Yeah,
call you?
yeah. T's fine.
What's your nationality, if you don't mind me asking?
From the UK.
I know you're from the UK, but would you be considered so-called black or
Yeah, yeah.
okay? Okay, so well, I don't know where Andrew went, but you're probably from his tribe. But yeah, I heard you say that your family sometimes they act divided because and they have different religions because of your family is involved in different religions. You got people of all
Yeah,
different walks
extended
in your
family.
family,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Right. So, and there's a problem with unity because of that. That's what you were kind of alluding to.
Yeah, because they have slightly varying opinions to say mine and my parents, but it's more so I've noticed that it's more of a thing where I've had to be a bit more patient when I've spoken to some of my extended family members because of that. But still, eventually, it's a thing of them somewhat understanding my perspective, but it's more so of like a drawn out process of me just having the patience to have a conversation, whether it be me speaking to them on the phone or being able to see them in person if I'm able to see them in person.
Right. Now, why do you think that they can't unite? You
I
think it's?
say
Do you
that,
think?
yeah.
Yeah. Do you think? I want to make the answer more simple for you. Do you think it's just because of something that happened between them early on in life, or do you think it's because now they have a different philosophy on life?
I would say it's a bit of both, actually. Um, so if I was to give an example of my grandma, I mean, right now she's in Trinidad, and I think, oh goodness, she is. I think my grandma changed. She she was subscribed to so many different things growing up from what my dad and what she's told me as well. Like I know at one point she was a 7 Day Adventist, and there was a reason for it, but I can't even remember that at this point because she told me so many years ago. But like with some of the things that she personally experienced as well, that's kind of shaped her kind of thought process and the way how she kind of goes about, her day to day. And I had to kind of, I had to be a bit more patient when it came to sitting down and speaking to her on the phone, because I haven't grown up around her. She's in Trinidad, I'm in the UK. So I've only seen her probably like once or twice when I was a child. So being able to
Right.
actually have a conversation with her about, her upbringing, how she goes about her day to day, and just helping her to understand how different it is with me growing up, and kind of not really getting to understand why she's even little things like why she speaks to me the way she does, for example. Do you get what I mean? And
Right.
her
Right.
understanding of, okay, what she believes and why she follows what she follows. Those kinds of conversations, they were uncomfortable to have because there were certain opinions that she had that I was just like, why does my grandmother think this way?
Right. Right.
But
Now,
eventually, yeah, go ahead.
let me give you a little insight on why our people all over the world are so divided. Right. Um. Now you see, your grandmother has different views. People in the UK have different views. People over here in America, we have different views and
Sure.
philosophies. Right. We
Right.
were given these things. We were given religion and these other false ideologies so that we can be divided. You see what I'm saying? Like,
Right. Yeah. Oh yeah.
we were
Oh yeah.
given, so this is why we're trying to bring our people back to the truth of the Bible, to our original culture. We know that a lot of Israelites that are in the UK are from the tribe of Benjamin. We know this because we can
It
go
says in
down
the
the lineage
Bible,
of
I
most
think
of
it's there's like the 12, is it the 12 tribes of Israel? Is
12
that?
tribes, right?
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
So even though you are our people way over there, guess what? They have divided you as soon as you started learning how to even speak or read. They have divided you from your people with their philosophies and their false religions, right? And this is why we can't be on the same page. If
Right.
do you believe in the Bible?
I do. Yeah. I do.
Right. So this is white supremacy at work, right? This is this is how white supremacy works. See, this is why this is not a Hebrew Israelites is not a hate group. It's a love group because all we're doing is showing our people the love of the scriptures, the love that we have to have for one another, and that is love to show our people that you have an enemy and you need to have certain knowledge in order to escape the grasp and the falsehood and the wicked devices that the enemy uses, right? So the book of Amos, since you said you subscribe to the Bible, you believe in God, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the book of Amos, chapter 3, verse 3 says this: Can two walk together except they be agreed, right? So the Most High is trying to tell us that unless you agree with a person and you believe what they believe spiritually and even carnally, you can't really be together and move in unison. You're going to be divided, right? So what white supremacy does, is that they know the Bible too. So they know scriptures like this, and they say, oh, if we divide them and make them think differently and tell them, oh, everybody is their own person, you can think how you want to feel, you could do this, you could be gay, you could go over here, you could do that, you could be you could be whatever you want to be. And if we raise people that mentality that you can think whatever you want to think and that's okay, that reality is fine, right? Then they will be divided because they
Right.
won't be on the same page.
Right.
So this is just one scripture where the Bible is showing you that if two people don't agree, they won't fight for each other. They won't do certain things for each other. Right? Now, this is why families this is one of the reasons why families are divided. Luke chapter 12, verse 51. Do I have a reader? Can anybody read for me? Down to 53.
Khan, I can read for
Gone.
y'all.
Okay, Salakia.
All right, you said Luke 12 and
Chapter 12, verse 51.
Khan, verse 51. Suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth? I tell you, nay, but rather division.
Right. So this is red letter. This is Christ. This is Yahawahshi speaking. Right. He says, nay, no, but rather division. So it's Yahawashi's plan ultimately to divide the wheat from the tare, to divide the real from the fake, to divide those who are actually following the Most High God from those who are actually following Hashatan, or those who are who are set up just to be in the 2/3, right? So it's actually the Most High in the said division. So these spirits that He sent out, these spirits that He put on people to actually not hear the truth and to fight against the truth and to say that the people that are actually teaching the truth are not are teaching hate. These spirits are out there for division. So you can't fall into the wicked device. You know what I'm saying? Like most of our people have already. You cannot fall into the wicked device of white
Right.
supremacy
Yeah.
by going along with the false narrative and propaganda that they're pushing to try to create even more division or actually indoctrinate you. Like once you know these things, you should not continue to go in the wrong direction, which is that where you're learning things that will keep you divided from your people. So we
Mm.
are trying to bring our people back to be on one page so that there's no more division. And we are actually worshiping the one true God in righteousness. You know what I'm saying? We are trying
Right.
to do things the right way. So what's wrong with that? What's hate about that? There's nothing hateful about that. You know what I'm saying? But the problem
Mm.
is other people hate it that what we're doing is bringing unity. It's bringing more unity and bringing everybody back on one page because we're not over here talking about we're Muslim. We're not one person not talking about he's a Buddhist or he's a atheist. No, everybody's
Mm.
talking about the same thing and we're wanting the same thing. So that brings unity. You see what I'm saying? So this is
Mm.
what our people need, and the families are divided because the Most High wants them to be divided. But just listen to the last couple of scriptures on that, brother. Keep reading.
Verse 52. For from henceforth there shall be 5 in one house divided, 3 against 2, and 2 against 3.
Right. So that's saying you're not even going to be getting along in your own family. So this is what's going on with your family. What you were just saying. That's why I wanted to bring this out. Keep going.
The father shall be divided against the son, and the son against the father, the mother against the daughter, and the daughter against the mother-in-law against the daughter-in-law, and the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law.
Right. And if you remember verse 51, it says that you know Christ said that suppose ye that I am come to give peace on earth. You suppose basically he's saying you, and that's a question mark there. He's saying you think that I came to give peace on earth? Christ is not coming back to give peace. He's coming back with a sword. He's coming back to send people into that lake of fire. He's coming back to give people that taste of death that they probably didn't taste, or they going into that second death. And he's coming to liberate the Israelites, the real Israelites. He's coming to bring us back on top, and that has to happen according to the scriptures. You know what I'm saying? These are the things that he's doing. He's dividing your family because he's only going to take one of a city, two of a family to be with him, right? So this division is just a plan of the Most High, but you can't continue to fall into all of this division and these divisive things that you've been taught. You got to relearn the truth and you got to get on one page with your people, and that's how you get salvation. You see what I'm saying? Don't be like the rest of the
Mm.
people who fell into the tricks and the propaganda that all of these countries are pushing. You know what I'm saying? Even where you are,
Yeah.
because even like you said, even your family, they got different they're into different religions, so that's why they
Yeah.
can't unite. They won't unite until they realize that they're the Israelites, if they are indeed. That I yield.
I mean that's true. I guess it kind of plays out as well. Not only is it reflective of like the my family dynamics, but also with the various rooms that I've been into. Like I said, not just like Israelite rooms, but just different rooms of people from different countries. Like it it's interesting to say the least. I guess even for me, having like you said about how the that Jesus coming back with a sword. For me, if say now you told me that say a year ago, a couple years ago, I'd find that to be a tough pill to swallow. I would have most likely said no. He's here to save those who have been oh what's the word that have been baptized. I would have probably said that and been like no. I would have that would have been a hard pill to swallow for me. But you know, I've realized, especially like you know, my dad has always said to me, look, the truth hurts, but the thing is, he's always said the truth will set you free. And I've always seen that being played out time after time again, not just through the conversations that my parents and I have had together, not just through conversations I've had with friends, but conversations that I've had with people on here and that I've listened to on here as well. The truth is difficult to digest at first, but you know deep down that it's needed. You need to hear it. And I guess
Right.
that's what, and I guess like at times when I've been in like Israelite rooms, I've kind of had points of contention where I've heard things I've just been like, oh, I don't know, this kind of sounds like this person's kind of interpreting the Bible in this way. Like I'm not too sure. But then, you know, when I listen and then I read like the Bible verses that I've heard people quote myself, then I'm like, okay, so this may be, I'm starting to understand now where they're coming from,
Give
especially
me
if I
Matthew 10 and
see.
34. Yeah, keep going. You
No,
can keep
I was
talking. Give
gonna
me
say,
Matthew 10 and 34.
I was just gonna say, like, especially if I see those Bible verses play out in my day to day. Because if I read a Bible verse, it's one thing to read it and understand it and discuss it, but then it's another thing for me. It speaks more to me when I see it being played out on my day to day. It's like, for example, if I go out driving, and say now I'm reading say a Bible verse that doesn't necessarily speak to me at that moment in time, but it's only if I was to see something happen whilst I'm driving, for example, and I remember that Bible verse as I've read it. I'm like, okay, now that makes sense. Do you see what I'm saying? It's just, for me, I like, if it sticks out to me a lot more when I can see that Bible verse being played out, not just maybe in my life, but you know how my parents operate in their day to day as
Yeah,
well.
I see what you mean. When you see it spiritually, something spiritually happening that you saw in the Bible, it makes it more real to you, right?
Right,
And,
right.
and a lot of our people, they believe in what they see and not what they can't see, right? That is, that's a given. A lot of people, they believe in the seen but not the unseen, and
Right.
that's when they do that. That shows a lack of faith. That shows that they need to build up their faith, because you can read things in the Bible and never see it,
Right.
but but you can have faith that those things are going to happen and come to pass as prophecy. But if you don't actually see something happen, then sometimes it's like, you as people in America, the Jews require a sign. The scriptures say the Jews require a sign. We know, not even just America, but across the world, the Israelites across the world require a sign. So we don't usually just believe things just because we read it or somebody said it, right? A lot of
Right.
times we have to see it. But in this Bible, there's so much prophecy. That's why you have to clear your mind to get understanding. It's so much prophecy,
Yeah.
things that the Bible is saying that actually already happened, right? And I'm pretty sure or that it's actually gonna happen. I'm pretty sure that you've heard Deuteronomy 28 and the prophecies of us going into slavery on ships 2,000 years
Yeah.
before it happened,
Yeah.
right? So when we say like Deuteronomy 28:6 that we went into slavery on ships, and we served our enemies, I mean, when the Bible says that, when you look around, what other group of people went into a massive slavery on ships, and that still today having to serve their enemies to a certain capacity, right?
Right.
In hunger and want and thirst and need of all things. So this is something that you see with your own eyes. You see
Right.
this.
Yeah.
You see Deuteronomy 28 and 32 says that your people, their sons and daughters will be taken away from them, and they won't even get to enjoy them. Now, what group of people went through that on a massive scale? You see what I'm saying? So when you
Right.
get into the
Yeah.
prophecies, you really do see what the Bible is saying. But the problem is the way Christianity teaches the Bible, it doesn't let you see nothing,
No,
because they
yeah,
don't they don't teach you
that's
nothing.
been the
Yeah.
frustrating thing for me as well. That's why even I've there's been a good number of times where I've even asked my parents like, why do I have to go to church? Like, and I know my mum has not been happy when I've asked her that question. Because she's been
Right.
like, well, you have to go to church because, and because she's grown up with, you know, my grandma and my grandpa taking her and her brothers and sisters to church as well. So it's just been a thing where she's had to take me, kind of thing. So it's not really been much of a discussion. But with so many different sermons and stuff that my pastor has, and to be honest, with even like down to the concept of church, to me, I've never looked at church as a building or just a place of worship. Because of how I've grown up, I've always seen so-called church as my second home. I see my pastor as just family to me. That's how I've grown up. So I guess, and especially because I've noticed that my pastor, he's realizing that a lot of young people my age especially are leaving the church because most of us, including myself, have really questioned, like, what is Christianity? Like, what is this? Like, what is religion? Like, what is this? So now
Right. Your spirit ain't
he's
even with it. Your spirit wasn't
yeah,
even with
so
it. You know what I'm saying?
yeah, so I do have to give it in a way to the way how like my pastor's trying to speak to me even because he's trying to be patient with me regarding like okay how he kind of understands the Bible. But even then I'm still like I still have questions though. And I said to him that, you know, I'm coming to accept that there may be questions that I have that I may never get the answers for there and then because I know that from you know various conversations I've had with people, not just my family, that I may have questions that people may just not have the answers for. I may just get an answer and I may not even realize that I'm getting an answer to my own question. Do you know what I mean? Whether it be through someone else or through something I've seen, heard, I don't know, tasted. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I guess, I don't know, like, gosh, like, just really now as I'm thinking about, like, the amount of times I've gone to church and I've just not really paid attention, I guess I know for me why I've chosen to kind of step away from church is mainly because I just have questions. But I do know that I've always seen church as just me just going to see my family. That's it. And if I do have questions, then they're at least open to saying that they don't know something or they're still learning. Whereas I've spoken to other Christians outside of the church that I've grown up in, and you know, there've been people who said, well, this is how it is, and you know, it's like they're not really willing to say I don't know. And
Right.
that's been the
Right.
frustrating thing. They're like, well, there
Right.
has to be an answer for this, or if you research here and if you look at this book, and I'm just like, it would be so much easier if you just simply said I don't know, or if at least could you like at least like try to help me out as to where I can start so that then I can kind of get to understand. It's like, for example, like when I was younger, my dad
Let me
he
just read
would
this one
tell me.
scripture for you before you go into
Okay.
your example. Let me read this one scripture because it's going with what you're saying.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
the
yeah.
book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 48 says this. Now tell me what you think.
Okay.
It says, now this is Acts chapter 7, verse 48.
Mhm.
Howbeit the most high dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet. Now what does that mean to you?
Wait, can you reread that verse for me, please? I didn't hear you.
The book of Acts, chapter 7, verse 48, and it reads, howbeit the most high dwelleth not in temples made with hands, as saith the prophet.
I mean, how I listen to that is that, you know, he like yeah. I look at it as my immediate thing is Jesus is not, or even the Most High would not dwell in a building that human beings have made. That's how I interpret that.
Right, right. Now this is
Yeah.
this is the book of Acts. Now this is the Bible, chapter
Right.
7, verse 48. Right, and it's telling you that the Most High is not in those churches. Right, they fall out and act like they've been here with the Spirit and all that, but
Yeah,
the
like
Most High is not in those places.
yeah, or like speaking in tongues, is it?
Yeah,
Like that,
they
yeah.
what my brother Adarga Bar be saying he be saying some crazy stuff that sounds like it's in tongues. I ain't even gonna
Mm.
repeat it, but that's what they be saying. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
That's all BS. And verse 49 says, "Heaven is my throne, and
Mm.
earth is my footstool. What house will ye build me, saith the Lord? Or what is my place of rest?" Right.
Mhm.
So this is all telling you that, you know what I'm saying, the Most High is too big to dwell in a small place like some building that they built, right? He
Right.
says heaven is his throne and the earth is his footstool, right?
Mhm.
The Most High is not there. So this is why our people are in delusion and derision going into those places and then going back and teaching their children all of this BS that really white supremacy created when it comes to religion, not the
Mm.
Bible, because the Bible is not created by white people, it's created by Israelites. And it was put together and written by the finger of God through his prophets. But the way that
Mm.
they use it and misinterpret it and teach the misinterpretation leads people to think that in 2022, the real spirits that are with the Most High, the real Israelites that are coming back and teaching this truth, it
Mm.
has, white supremacy has taught that we're the ones that are wrong, or they're pushing the narrative that we're the ones that are teaching hate when we're just teaching the truth of the Bible. And
Right.
sometimes we don't do it in the nicest way because we're
Yeah,
pissed
that's
off.
the part that I wanted to get to because
Yeah,
it's sometimes
yeah,
like the delivery, I kind of get a bit put off by it as well. It's like I guess I'm less willing to receive what people say based on how they sound when they say it. And I was actually speaking to Andrew as well when I was mentioning this as well. It's the delivery. It's how people sound when they speak. That's the thing that really gets to me. It's like when my dad speaks to me and he speaks to me sometimes in like a tone that I can't receive. And I'm just like, no, dad, I don't want to hear it right now. Even though you may be telling me the truth right now, I don't want to hear it because of how you
right.
sound right now.
He
And it's
may
the same
be
with me with my delivery as well
right.
sometimes. So
He
I
may
understand
be he
that.
may be mad. He may be mad because you're trying to oppress him. Are
Yeah.
you trying to Are you trying to oppress your dad? You know what I'm
Do you know
saying?
what?
Like you
Oh.
know what I'm saying? Like you are you usurping your dad's authority? You know what I'm
Do you
saying?
know what? I'll be honest, right? My dad knows that for the most part, even both my parents know that for the most part, I don't like being wrong. I do not like to be wrong, I'll be honest. But
You have to learn how to take correction.
yeah, no, that's the thing. When I spoke to my dad recently, even like we came back because I had driven him somewhere, and I had driven back home with him, and we both sat down together, and he asked me, he was like, what, why, like, when I ask you a question, like, why do you not respond sometimes? Like, what is it? And I just outwardly said that it's because when I get upset, I'm only thinking about myself. It just came out, and I surprised myself, and he just looked at me, and he basically said, "Well, look, now that you've admitted this to yourself, now you admitted this and you've been honest, you know that it's ridiculous why you're getting angry, right? It's ridiculous. It's minute. Like you getting angry at something so small. Like what's like you're not thinking about the bigger picture. Like
Right, right, right,
he's always made it clear to me that I'm not your enemy. I'm your dad. I love you very much. Yeah, I'm not going
right.
anywhere.
And
Even
that's
when
the way.
sometimes
And
we have
that's
arguments. Mm.
right. And see, and your dad loves you because you've seen his unconditional love, right? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So and that's how we are with our people. Like
Mm.
we love our people,
Right.
but sometimes we're gonna give you tough love because our people are hard headed as hell
Yep.
and
I
stiff
know I
necked.
could be.
And if you try to say it, yeah, and if you try to tell everything to them in a nice way, they're just gonna ignore it and be like, whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But this verse right here lets you know why. Sometimes our message may come off a little abrasive to people because it's a little hard not to have this spirit because the scriptures, the Bible tells us that the things of this world cost us. So the
Mm.
book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 7 says, it says, surely oppression maketh a wise man mad, right? So if you're being oppressed by people, if there's a people in the world that's doing everything they can to keep you at the bottom, you know what I'm saying? Every time you turn around, it's some more bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Then you're being oppressed, then guess what? You're gonna be mad about that. The scriptures
Right.
say
that surely oppression maketh the wise man mad. That's why I just asked you, I said, are you oppressing your dad? You know what I'm saying? Because oppression makes any man that has any type of sense, any woman that has
Mm.
any type of real sense is going to piss them off.
Yeah.
And then the
Yeah.
last part of that scripture says, and a gift destroyeth the heart. So when
Mm.
they give us welfare and they give us stimulus packages and
Mhm.
they give us little trinkets to be quiet when a family when the police kill a black man in the middle of the street and they give the
Mm.
family a couple $1 million to be quiet and don't say nothing, that's a gift, and it destroys your heart.
Right.
It destroys how you really should feel and think and what you really should do about the situation. And they know
Mm.
that.
Yeah.
So oppression makes a wise man mad, and a gift destroyed the heart. You know what I'm saying? So
Right.
this is why sometimes you might even hear Israelites start cussing. You know
Mhm.
what I'm saying? You might even hear, because guess what? The scripture said the Lord's gonna put that spirit on you if you're a wise man. He's gonna put that spirit of anger on you, but not to the point of where you're gonna sin. Because the
Mm.
scriptures say, "Be angry, but sin not." We also know that, right?
Right.
So we gonna be angry. You know what I'm saying? So that's we're not always coming off in a conversation with anger, you know, but
Mm.
that's just a part of it. We if you see a brother that seems like he's angry, trust me, he's just in the spirit. He's just
Yeah.
passionate. He's just passionate about what he knows and believes.
Right. Oh, I understand that. Like from how I've heard like people sounding when they're speaking. Like I've understood that when I've been in like Israelite rooms. It's just sometimes like I kind of put myself in like the position of, say, now if I was on stage and someone was speaking to me that way, do you know what I mean? I wouldn't necessarily want to in that moment receive or want to hear what they're saying because of how they're sounding, because of their delivery and their tone. That's something that would get to me. So even though I know that they're speaking to me, for example, like how we're talking now, like you have every intention to edify me and to really, like, encourage me to at least, like, I guess I was, because I know I haven't really read the Bible as much, and I'm still kind of getting into the habit of reading the Bible a little bit more and understanding. But like, I guess for me, I'm more strung up on how people sound when they speak to me. I've always been that way since I was a little girl. So I think that for me, and I've realized that being on this app, I've kind of realized that, I guess, especially because this is an audio app, so I've realized that I'm kind of not by myself on that one. The fact that I kind of am strung up on how people sound when they speak to me, in spite of the fact that I can acknowledge that there's a message there and what someone is saying may well be valid, but it's the tone, it's the delivery that I've realized that is something that would put me off of wanting to really receive what someone's saying in that moment in time, even though they may have the best of intentions when they're speaking, if that makes sense.
Right. Our people
Mm.
focus on the delivery and
Mm.
the energy that's put into what's said and not the actual message. You know what I'm saying?
Right,
That's another
right.
thing that we have been, kind of socialized to do. Because, moving in our social groups and just around it with our peers growing up, when
Mm.
somebody speaks and it sounds hostile, like we don't hear what they're saying no more. We just hear the energy and the hostility, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? But when it comes to discerning the Bible in these scriptures, when it comes to discerning the truth, um, sometimes you have to overlook the passion and be able to discern the message and be able to say, look, oh, I see why that person is pissed off, because the other person basically just insulted their intelligence.
Mm.
You
I'll
know what
be
I
honest
mean?
though, sometimes that's so difficult for me, like, especially using
Right,
this app, right? It's been frustrated.
right. It
Yeah,
is. It
yeah.
is. And with our people, we listen to the tone of voice more than we listen to anything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Like, it don't matter.
Yeah.
Like, especially even in the hood over here, like, if you say
Mm.
something, you could be saying all the right things.
Mm.
But if you saying it the wrong way, everybody gonna look at you with that one eye kind of squinted, like, so what is this nigga really trying to say? You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
That's how we are. But when it comes to the scriptures, man, all we doing is just trying to edify the people, and we can't always be, like the pastors in the church. We
Right.
can't be like them at all, because truth be told, the scriptures say they speak to you sweet things. They
Yeah.
prophesy
Yeah.
sweet things because they want you to stay listening so you can keep giving them your money. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
Yeah.
So this is why, you know, we don't try to deliver things so smooth and so sweet, because the people
Yeah.
that's doing that, they just lying to you anyway. You know
Yeah,
what I'm
it's
saying?
true.
This book of Isaiah chapter 30 verse 10. The book of Isaiah chapter 30 verse 10 says, but this is about your pastors. It says, which say to the seers, see not. Oh, matter of fact, let me start at verse 9. Do we got a reader? Anybody read Isaiah verse 30, chapter 9, and then read down? Uh, just keep reading till I say stop. We don't have a read, I can read it. All right. I guess ain't nobody listen to the
I
Slacky,
can
I can
read
read
it.
for you.
All
Okay,
right.
go ahead.
Martha,
We'll
you
start
go
at
ahead,
verse
King.
9.
All right, Isaiah 30 and 10. That's what you want, right? Let me pull it up.
Start at 9, yeah.
The book of Isaiah, chapter 30, verse 9. That this is a rebellious people, lying children, children that will not hear the law of the Lord.
Now that's talking about us. You know what I'm saying? We are rebellious, stiff necked people. We will not hear the law of the Lord. We'll hear everything else. We will hear God loves everybody. We will hear all the paraphrase and falsely interpreted logic that comes to us from white supremacy,
Yeah.
right? Comes down to the black pastors from some white supremacist school that they went to, false,
Right.
teaching them to teach us bullshit. But keep reading.
Which say to the seers, see not, and to the prophets, prophesy not unto us right things, speak unto us smooth things, prophesy deceits.
Right. This is what the Israelites want to hear. We say to the seers, we say to the pastors, oh, see not the prophets. Prophesy unto us right. Not don't prophesy to us things that are right. We don't want to hear what's right. We just want to hear you tell us whatever, lies you gotta tell us, but just tell it to us smoothly. Prophesy to us deceits. This has always been happening.
Is
You
that
see
like
this.
Pastor, like, is that like TD Jakes? Like those
That's
guys with
like
like the
TD
flashy
Snakes.
suits and
That's, yeah,
stuff?
that's like TD Snakes. That's, you know what I'm saying? That's Howell, Joe Osteen. That's, that's all of these false pastors. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like, they say to the seers, see not. Don't see. We don't want you to see what's really going on. Like, see,
Yeah.
our people don't want to know what's really going on, because if they really see that, then that means they have to change something.
Yeah. Because I've
And
always,
people are
oh, no, sorry,
lazy.
go ahead. Yeah.
People are innately lazy. Like, literally, our people are lazy innately. They're like sleep. So they don't want to change nothing because that's too much work. You see
Right.
what I'm saying? All they got to do is believe according to what the church told them. The pastor in the
Right.
damn church said, all you got to do is have faith. You know what
Exactly.
I'm saying? But
Yeah, because
James 2 and 18 said, faith without
okay.
works is dead. But yeah, go ahead and
Right.
talk. I know you've been trying to talk.
No, I wanted to say, like, you see, when it comes to like people like TD Jakes and Olstein, like those guys, because I remember, like, when I was younger, like watching my mum have those two guys on TV in particular, and in particular TD Jakes. What stood out to me about him was the fact that he would always wear brand new suits, and I realized that I would only merely be attracted to the suits that he had on, and the fact that the building that he was in, that was so big and it just looked amazing to be in. I didn't really pay attention to what he even said. I just liked the fact that he had a flashy suit on and his voice was very entertaining to listen to. Do you know what I mean? But I didn't really, to me, from even with me being so young, I just felt like he wasn't really saying anything. It was more so about the entertaining factor of it. And it wasn't really a thing of, I didn't feel like I was learning anything from him. He was just somebody who's making a lot of money from, I don't
Right,
know, from running a church.
right. If they teach you the truth, if they taught you the real truth, you wouldn't be in there.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
right.
and you wouldn't be giving them your money every
Exactly.
week in, week out. That's why they don't teach you the truth, because as long as they keep you in delusion, you're gonna keep coming, because you're gonna keep thinking you need to hear what they gotta say. You're gonna think
Yeah,
because all they're really doing is giving you motivational speeches. They're not really teaching the
exactly.
Bible. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? So they're passing around the plate 7 damn times, you know what I'm saying, in 3 hours or whatever at church, just so that they can pay their damn, you know what I'm saying, mortgage and they new Cadillac, their note for their new Cadillac. The church is
Right.
already. I was telling the brother I was teaching their camp this weekend.
Mm.
The church is already getting 501c3 money. They
Oh, what's
already
that?
get a check.
What's that? 501c3.
501c3 in the U.S.
Yeah.
That's the money that every religious organization, every church, every nonprofit organization,
Mhm.
they go through a 501c3, a government agreement or
Mhm.
contract where they basically pay these nonprofits grant money.
Mm.
You know what I'm saying, to build up what they're trying to do.
Is that
And
like
it
paying
but
taxes basically to the gov? Is it in a way
it
basically?
comes from the taxpayers' money.
Oh,
It
okay.
comes from the taxpayers' money, right? So this is
Yeah.
what these nonprofit organizations have, and even there's a couple of Israelite organizations that went into getting the 501c3, but we don't really push that or advocate that
Yeah.
because the government will try to control you, right? We're not
Mhm.
knocking any brothers that are doing it, but they will try to tell you what you can and can't do based upon that 501c3, and if you go against what they say don't do, then they
Right.
could take that money away. So these churches, they gonna keep the lights on because they got grant money. They get money from the
Mm.
government. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So when they say, "Oh, we got to do the tithes to pay the bill," they not to pay their bills. That what they saying the truth. They're talking about to pay the
Yeah.
bills, the light bills on the church, but really they paying they damn light bills with your money, and more than that, they getting rich off
Mm.
of the people. You know what I'm saying? So they teaching smooth things, lies. So we don't teach that way. We don't try to sound all smooth like the pastor be like, we're not trying to sound all smooth and bring our people into the truth. We don't do that. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like that's not necessary. You know what I'm saying? That's a
Right.
serpent. That's how a serpent speaks. You know?
Yeah, because it's like they know what they're doing. It sounds kind of like manipulative. It kind of reminds me of like a lot of the rooms that I've listened into, or like conversations that I've had with quite a few people at this point on this app. It's like it's like I can you. It's like when when you're listening to someone speaking, and at first they may sound like they're coming in good faith, but then the more they're how the more, as the conversation develops, then you start to hear where their heads really at, if you get what I'm saying. Like to me, it's that part is quite interesting when you start to really hear where someone's head's at. The more you have as the conversation develops, and when you listen to them speaking, especially because like there have
Right.
been people that I've listened to on this app for months who I've realized at first I may have seen them as someone who I could actually listen to and even like take notes from, but then something would happen, they would get into drama or somebody would say something to them, and then I hear a completely different side to them that I didn't think that I would hear. But then
Right.
again, I don't know these people. Do you get what I mean? But it's like it's almost I kind of feel like disappointed because I'm just like, well, hold on, you're a part of my community. Why? Like, I was taking advice. I was taking notes from you. Do you know what I mean? Like, like
Right.
here I
Right.
am as a young person trying to learn and trying to navigate myself in this world. And, I get this. It's disappointing. And in many ways, it kind of makes me think I'm kind of thankful that I'm still at home with my parents. And because in many ways, I've even said this to my parents, like, this world is I don't know where this just outside of my family and my close friends. I like just to me. I mean I'm in my early 20s, but I still feel like whenever I step outside of my parents' house, I'm stepping into the big wide world. Do you get what I mean? I still feel that way. And honestly, like, as much as most of me just wishes that I didn't have to feel that way, especially amongst my community, it's like I still have to have a guard up. Do you know what I mean? Because it's like, even I've realized, even like amongst my community, people don't really want to be honest with themselves and therefore have a conversation where it's progressive and there's honesty throughout or there's respect throughout. Do you get what I mean? Even if like you may not agree with what I'm saying, I may not agree with you. Just as how we're talking now, there still is a conversation, and I'm learning from you, and I'm listening to your perspective, and I'm enjoying this conversation as you're listening to me. Do you get what I mean? Like there's not really
Right.
that many
Right.
conversations that I've heard on this app, which is
Somebody give
disappointing.
me the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 4. Revelation, chapter 18, verse 4. Who got that? Can y'all read that real quick? If not, I got it. All right. So, just want to read this real quick. The book of Revelations,
This is the last book of the Bible. So this is the last book of the
Yeah.
Bible, not the last chapter. So
Right.
this is trying to let us know what we need to do. All right. So it says the book of Revelation, chapter 18, verse 4, and it reads, "And I heard another voice from heaven saying, 'Come out of her, my people, that ye be not partakers of her sins, and that ye receive not of her plagues.'" Right? So this scripture is telling us, come out of the world. The Most High is talking to us, telling us, come out of her, my people, come out of the world. Like you say, when you leave your family's house, you go out into the world,
Yeah.
you feel like going back home. You still just don't feel comfortable,
Yeah.
right? Because your spirit is trying to tell you that you're out here in the world, and maybe you're kind of carnal or worldly, and it's trying to just tell you to go wherever your protection is.
Yeah.
Go wherever you are safe at and comfortable. You know what I'm saying? And where you're safe and comfortable are at is around people who keep the law, statutes, and commandments of the Most High God. That's where you're going to be safe and comfortable at. Why? Guess what? Because none of those people are going to harm you in any way,
Right.
even if they rebuke you a little harsh maybe if they see you doing something wrong, they
Yeah.
don't hate you. They're not going to harm you. They will never do anything to you. You see what I'm
Mm.
saying?
Yeah.
The Christian pastor will sit there and tell you he love you, and he don't keep no commandments. He'll tell you don't keep the commandments. But if you leave your wife around him, he'll be flirting with her. You know what I'm saying? He'll be committing lustful acts which come from covetousness out of his heart, which then turn into fornication, which may turn into illegal or immoral sex acts, right? The
Right.
pastor will do that. Pastors have been known to not only will they do that to your wife, they'll do that to your children.
Right. Yeah.
They'll,
I've
you know
heard
what I'm saying?
stories about that. Yeah. Yeah.
They'll,
That's true.
they'll, you know what I'm saying? Let their lust, because they are worldly, get them to do pedophile acts. You know what I'm saying? That doesn't happen in the nation of Israel. You see what I'm saying? Like, people over here are not perfect. Trust me.
Right.
People still have problems and flaws, and
Yeah.
mental situations still go on over here because we're still in captivity. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? We're still in a certain form of bondage. But
Right.
your pastor is gonna sit there and he's going to bring you into the world, not bring you out of it, because that's what he's doing, and that's what he's been taught by his master, who he believes and trusts, so-called white man, right? So, the scriptures is telling you to come out of the world, because when you think about it, what is the world? What is it like? When I say the world, I mean these different social groups and these different groups
Yeah. Yeah.
of people who just don't give a damn about nothing, right?
Yeah.
So these people, when you think about it, they don't care about you doing. They don't want to even deal with you unless they can use you for something. Most of the
Yeah.
time, people are just trying to use you for your connections, or maybe even your brain. Maybe you're smarter than them, so they just want you to figure out stuff for them. You know what I'm saying? Or people,
Exactly.
want to. The world wants to use you to their advantage all the time. But why not let yourself be used to the Most High's advantage? Come out of the
Right.
world and let the Most High. You come into the world of Israel, the world of knowledge that you serve in the Most High, because that other world just wants to use you up, and it don't just want to spit you out. They don't care about you, not for real. But with that, I yield. Yeah, man. This world don't give a damn about. You know what I'm saying? The way that because this world is constructed. This world is constructed by those who hate the Israelites. So
Oh, yeah.
you
Sorry. By the
know.
way, my mum called me, so I didn't really. I didn't catch the last little bit of what you were saying.
Oh, yeah,
But
I stopped. I had paused, and I
oh,
saw you
oh
on the
yeah.
phone.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. No, but I guess one thing I have realized, especially being on this app, is that like because I mainly started using this app because I wanted to network, because I sing, so I was like, you know what, maybe I can use this app to connect with other people who like sing or play instruments, or and just maybe like have conversations with people. And I, I've always been one to be pretty like open to wanting to have conversations and kind of give people the benefit of the doubt. But I've realized very quickly using this app that there are people who don't have the best of intentions. So, for example, I used to have my picture up on here, and because people have listened to my voice, and I've heard people on here saying that they like the sound of my voice, they wanted to see what I look like, and I've never had an issue with showing people what I look like. So, I've sent a few people a picture of me, so a few people know what I look like, and months ago, and even up to recently, I've had people change their current picture on their profile to a picture of me. And I've had people try to shame what I look like on here. And I'll be honest, like it kind of, when I've had people do that, it's taken me back to when I was in school. And it reminded me of when I would hear my classmates call me names and try to shame how I look. And I had like, I've had the option, of course, to be reactionary and try to defend myself, but I've chosen to be like, you know what? And I've chosen to just think to myself and remind myself, look, I'm old. I'm older now. I'm not in school anymore. I'm not there anymore. Your approach has to be different. So I've chosen, for the most part, to just not respond to people. And especially on an app like this, for me, that has been hard to at first. But then I've realized, look, ultimately, like, these people are only revealing themselves to me by behaving in this way. They're showing me, how they really feel about me. And at least it's better for them to do that whilst they're on the phone and I'm a fair distance away from them than for them to be smiling in front of me at my face and then I'm hearing that they're talking behind my back. Do you get what I mean? So I've
Right,
realized
right.
that even though at times this app has made me feel uncomfortable, I've gone through ups and downs on this app. I've had people block and remove me all because I've complimented people's voices. Bear in mind it's an audio app. Sometimes I've taken notes on what people have said, and yet and even when I come in and I try my best to be respectful, even though sometimes there have been moments where I've had to defend myself because I felt disrespected. Even still, when I come in and I try to be as polite as possible, respect people's like rooms and spaces. It's like I've realized that people will just have any sort of reason to not like you. And bear in mind, I don't know anybody on this app other than the people that I've invited personally on this app. Do you get what I mean? So it's being on this app has been a roller coaster. It's been a journey. It's like I'm still young, but I feel like using this app, I feel like I've just grown years older mentally.
God,
It's been a
God,
lot. It's
getting some gray hairs over there.
yeah,
You know what I'm saying? But
yeah,
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 man, it's the reason. Israelites, even when if they like saw you wear something and they try to tell you, "Oh, sister, you supposed to dress modest or whatever." Some brothers and some people they just but truthfully, their intent not malicious. You know what I'm saying? Even though
right,
it may sound that way. If you the person that you probably like, oh, hold up. It sounds like you trying to make fun of me. You know what I'm saying? If you the person that gets quickly offended because it's like, hold up, in your life before when people have said things that way or in that tone or whatever,
yeah,
they've been trying to belittle you. You know what I'm saying? But actually, when brothers are when they see you, like maybe doing something like that, and they like, man, look, only if this sister knew this. Let me just let her know this, and then they just blurt it out, right?
right,
There's a certain skill to how you do things, but sometimes shock value works as well.
yeah,
Meaning, if you don't care about how that person feels about what you gonna say or whatever, then a lot of times that's actually the approach that we take sometimes because the shock value of it will make people go back and actually study because they're gonna be pissed off. They'll be like, I can't believe this person said this motherfucker said so and so, and they be mad about it. I know because I used to get rebuked like that years ago. You know what I'm saying? When I first started getting in front of the camps and just standing there and talking and didn't not knowing. that different things were off about me. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Right.
Um, and it was love that they were exhibiting, but it was tough love. But you
Yeah.
know what I'm saying. At the same time, I just happened to not be one of those people that wear my feelings on my sleeve
Mhm.
and was able to go back and read the Bible for myself and say, you know what, they were telling the exact damn truth. And I don't. The only reason that I was fighting against it because I'm kind of still wicked. You know what I'm saying? Like for real.
Yeah.
Like that's what those are my thoughts, and I had to get myself together, right?
No, I
Because the
would say
Bible
I would say
says,
that's the same for me as well. Like some like deep down, I would know that something is the truth, but then it's like yeah, like sometimes I still would want to do my own thing when I know that that's wrong. It's like I think this was like around last year. My mum and we had looked at I'd like oh goodness we looked at oh what's that it's like this fast like the fast one of those fast fashion websites, and we had seen that, you know, some of the clothes that the women nowadays are wearing. Like my mom looked at one dress and she was like, you know, I've noticed nowadays women are wearing less and less clothing on their dresses. Like, what's going on nowadays? And my parents every single time I leave the house, like my parents, they'd want to see how I look before I leave. They would not, if the, I've never been allowed to wear the crop tops and whatnot. If I'm wearing a top that looks a bit low cut, my dad would be like, no, you need to put something over that. End of story. There is no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Do you know what I mean? That's how I've been raised. So even when because there was one point over here where people were wearing like lingerie as a top and then wearing jeans, and my parents they weren't having that. They looked at they made sure to let me know, like, you see all of what's going on right now, like these women wearing, you know, lingerie as tops and as jeans. That's not happening. Like, you know how to dress. Like, you know that how we raised you in terms of how you should be looking, because other people will be looking at you and this will be the impression that you give off to people even before you speak to them. So you have to be mindful of that. That's how I've been raised constantly. So even when my parents are at work, for example, at the back of my head, even before I leave the house, I look at how I'm dressing before I leave, and I'm like, would my parents be okay with me coming out like this? Not even if other people, would my parents be okay with it? Do you know what I mean? So
right.
yeah.
Yeah. Let me get the room back engaged for a minute, and
All
we'll
right.
come back to you.
Oh
But I want
yeah.
to get the room back engaged into what we're talking about here, because man, we got a couple of people coming to the stage, and we're gonna bring up some more people.
All
But
right.
yeah, what do you guys think about the topics? Right, we're gonna ask this question to everybody,
Oops.
and I'm gonna ask you this question, and then once you answer it, we'll go to the next person. I think that'll be a better route. Are Hebrew Israelites a hate group? What do you think?
Salakia, to the mods, could I kindly announce there is a room in the audience by Edomite, right? You don't need to go in there. Just don't go in there. About one rest Hebrew Israelites, this, that, and the other. Just there's an Edomite up there. Don't go up there for just to go and waste your time. I know I'm saying it, and I know some people can't help themselves. Quickly go and check it out, see what's going on. It's just basically an Edomite woman just calling the Israelite, calling one with people niggers and this, that, and the other, saying which you don't need to go in there and entertain it. Just stay into rooms like this or other rooms where there's a bit more edification or some form of like substance to it. Um, so I could see that a good few of us. I went in there as well just to wonder what was going on. I thought it was a biblically connotated thing as a spin off to this room. But it's not. It's literally attacking character and just being racist. So please, it's not a room for edification. It's not a room for any builds. It's not a room. No Bible's been brought out. It's just a terrible room. So just stay in this room or go into another room. Salakia. Because you know
Andrew,
our
thanks,
people,
thanks
Salakia,
for
our
that.
people just love drama. We just love drama. We love contention. We love anything where it's just like back and forth, back and forth. So like Bible says, follow peace and pursue it. So just stay in a place of peace.
Andrew, thanks for that announcement. If we got anybody that want to speak to the topic, come on the stage, or just even ask a question. You know what I'm saying? Look, you got brothers on the stage right now many brothers that can answer your questions. Any questions you got had, always had about the Bible, any questions you got about the Hebrew Israelites, any understanding that you want to come to a better, actually that you want to come to a truthful understanding of, just ask your question. You know what I'm saying? This is your chance. We're not gonna be on here all day. We're not on here all day. I'm not. I know that for sure. And you know what I'm saying? The Most High it's gonna be a famine of the word soon. Famine of the word is coming, and you're not gonna have access to these brothers, to us, to be able to ask your questions and actually get a right answer, a truthful answer, right? So you're not gonna be always. We're not gonna always be at your disposal like this. Like this, you don't understand how much of a blessing the Most High has blessed you with right now, with us being on Clubhouse like this. Brothers still on the stage. They haven't left the stage. Brothers be at work. You know what I'm saying? Brothers be doing all type of stuff. And we're still on here just to try to help you out and edify you. We're not doing anything hateful. We're not doing what these crackers do. They out here trying to figure out how they're going to kill the next nigga. We're not doing that. We're not worried about whatever they doing or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We are teaching our people. We are trying to edify you all. We're trying to help y'all live and not die. Because our people out here dying in so many ways. It's more than 1,000 ways to die. You know what I'm saying? It's an exponential way. It's an exponential number of ways to die. And we're trying to keep you alive through these scriptures.
May I ask a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Why is it? Why do our people like drama? And I'll be honest, I'm asking because I'm also one of those people as well. I'll be real.
Anybody want to take that? I know I've been talking a lot. Got brothers up here that can answer these questions. Anybody available to take that, as I should say, because I know everybody, brothers want to take it. But that's a nay. You know what I'm saying? Is it a nay? But yeah, I got it. Hold on. This is Proverbs chapter 6, verse 18, and it reads, "And heart deviseth wicked imaginations, feet that be swift in running to mischief." Right? Let me just start reading. Let me read that again from the top. Proverbs chapter 6, verse 18. As a matter of fact, let me start at 16 because gives you more context. The book of Proverbs chapter 6, verse 16. These six things doth the Lord, that's Yahawah, that's in all caps. These six things doth the Lord hate. Yea, seven are an abomination unto him. Verse 17. A proud look, a lying tongue, and hands that shed innocent blood. Verse 18. And heart that deviseth wicked imaginations. Right? There's people that make stuff up, talking about that they teaching the Bible, they teaching lies.
Right.
Feet that be swift in running to mischief. A false witness that speaketh lies, and he that soweth discord among brethren. Right? These are all things that the Lord does hate. He hates six things, but the seventh is an abomination to him. Right? So, listen, our people, it seems like they're swift to run to mischief, right? That's because they're not heeding to these proverbs. They're not heeding to the Bible. You know what I'm saying? Like any type of drama, we know that we live in, this is a spiritual battle. We know that we're living in a spiritual battle. And what's happening is everybody is born with a certain spirit, right? That spirit has been here before though. That spirit is just being regenerated from another time, and we can prove that in the Bible as well. So that's a whole nother lesson for another day. It's a long lesson right there. But your spirit has been here before. You ever seen a newborn baby and people say, "Man, that baby been here before."
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Like the baby just doing things, and it's like, damn, how did he know that? How did
Yeah.
he know this?
Like it's instinctive. Like
And
they already, yeah. Like they already know.
right, you like, damn, that ain't been here before, right?
Mm-hmm.
So everybody's spirit has been here before. You know what I'm saying? And the Most High created good spirits, and He created evil spirits. You know what I'm saying? So what happens is the people whose feet are swift to run the mischief, they just have this that evil spirit. They just have that spirit of the serpent in the garden, right? That's
Right.
not a color. That's not a color of a person. That's a spirit. You know what I'm saying? And that spirit just so happens to be the spirit that, maybe 99.9999% of the time that dwells in Edomites. But guess what? That spirit also dwells in our people too. You know what I'm saying? That spirit also dwells in some of our people too. They are called the 2/3. You got 2/3 and you got 1/3 for a reason. The 1/3 is the 33%, the 144,000, and the remnant that's going to actually get salvation and be the governing body. The 144,000 will be the governing body of Israel, according to the Bible, right?
Oh yeah,
It's
because I
in
was
the book
gonna
of
say it
Revelation.
says in the Bible, doesn't it? Yeah, that number.
It's in the book of
I knew that
Revelation,
number.
right?
Yeah.
Yeah, everything I say is coming from the Bible. It's not going to be my own words. It's my own words,
Yeah.
but I'm paraphrasing. But I'm
Yeah.
really just saying what the Bible says, and if there's any confusion, I will go straight to the scripture. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
But there's a certain people who have this spirit, this evil, this spirit of evil, right? In the Bible, they called it the tree of knowledge, wisdom, and understanding that was in the garden. That was the serpent. You have the other tree, that's the tree of the light, tree of life. That's the spirit of Yahawahshi. That's that's the good spirit. That's the spirit that most Israelites, people that are knowing Israelites, have. You know what I'm saying? We do have some Israelites, they don't even have that spirit, man. They just know that they Israelites. But they really have a spirit on the left hand side and it manifests. You can see it, right? You can see it because they're not teaching anything truthful. Like damn they teach 50% of the truth just to teach you 50% lies. And we expose them too. You know what I'm saying? So it's a spiritual thing why people's feet are swift to run the mischief, because right here in Proverbs it tells you do not have feet that are swift to run the mischief, because that's one of the things that the Lord hates. But our people don't know what the Lord hates or what he loves, because the damn church and all of these other religions don't teach that. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? The
Yeah.
only place you're going to get that from is here. And that's why I tell people they have a rare opportunity to learn something here. So come up and ask your questions,
Yeah.
because being scared is not going to get you no understanding. Being scared to come up and speak your voice, let your voice be heard, that's not going to
Mm.
help you get understanding. You have to speak up and
Right.
ask these questions, right?
That's true. I mean, I guess I could say that I was at one point one of those people who was a bit shy and a bit afraid to come up. I would rather listen. But then I would get frustrated because I'm like, I wish I answered this question. Why didn't I come up and answer and ask this question that I had? But yeah, so I would say that, I know, I guess you kind of speak to me in that sense, because at one point I was one of those people who were a bit hesitant or shy to come up. But I'll be honest, I'm glad I did. And for anybody who's listening, honestly, like, even if, like, you want to ask a question in the chat or just come up, like, honestly, it's helpful. But thank you so much. I gotta go now. My parents are home. But thank you.
Are you on the bar?
You're welcome.
All praise to the Most High.
All right, let's show true unity, right? Let's show real unity in this room. Let's do a exercise 101. As I said before, don't go into that room. If you see that room where it says, well, let me try and find it. Blood clot room. Yeah, what one West Israelites are going into rooms and trying to sabotage. Everyone, if you can report the room and just do it as disruption and harassment, then it will say, like, just say foul language. Then it will say, what is it she's saying? She's calling all of us niggers. So let's show real unity amongst us Israelites, and just do a mass reporting. All praise to the Most High. Oh, how I love my people. Shalom.
Con, I don't even know what that room is. I ain't looking for it or nothing.
Just some ugly Edomite that's just on. I don't know what possessed her. They're inherently evil. Just literally just starting beef and war by enemies necessary. So, but I think because people see the title, they just go straight in, and there's no scriptures being brought out. It's just literally just wickedness.
What's the title so I can report it from the outside?
God, it's called One West. One. She can't even spell Israelite properly. She's put EA rather than AE. One West Israelites are going into rooms and trying to sabotage.
Damn illiterate bastard. These people can't even spell and be trying to talk shit. Fuck out of here.
The only Bible that was brought out is that Edomites have been wiped away. They don't exist. There's no such things as Israelites as well. Obadiah's got rid of all the Israelites. You can see it there. That's the only Bible. Other than that, y'all just niggas.
Yeah, they ain't gonna let you speak in there at all. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but there's no point trying to go up on a stage and just be diplomatic. Let's all do it. All Israel, let's just unify. Go to there, just report it as harassment and disruption, then do it based on language, and then just say, yeah, she's calling us niggas. If we do a healthier number, that room can get shut down by Shema Mashak Yahawahshi.
Right. We should do what they do
Mm.
and use all these bullshit tactics just to get on stage and report every last one of them while we on stage and all that old bullshit they do. Send the clips in and all that old shit.
And you know it's crazy? I just saw someone ping me into a room where it says the Hebrew Israelites are the synagogue of Satan. I'm like, you must not read Revelation 2:9. The synagogue of Satan ain't us. It's those so-called Jews who pose as us, like the people in the concentration camps, the people that Hitler told us about. That's the synagogue of Satan.
I really would I really was I want to say somebody ping them in here, but them motherfuckers ain't nobody friends with them to ping them in here. You know what I'm saying?
Uh,
Ping the smoke.
Well, I'm thinking we could all go into that room.
Nah,
who
we
said
ain't
that?
gonna be able to really get on stage. Nah.
Nah, she's letting people on stage like one by one, but it's not a conducive conversation. It's incoherent conversation. You're literally wasting your time. So the best thing to do is just report it. I got a precept
Right.
for what's going on,
What?
and it's good that everyone hates us. We all know this one, Luke 6:26. Woe unto you when all men shall speak well of you, for so did their fathers to the false prophets. So it's never a problem when we get this ridicule, this attack, this, that, and the other. It's not like we cry, "Oh my gosh, why can't they just accept us? I'm just being it is." I don't care. I'm not. We're not the LGBTQ. We're not fighting for acceptance. You will know what acceptance is when we're ruling with a rod of iron, crushing the wine press. When we be turned from fishers into hunters. So
Con. Con. I got an idea. My mind is always working, right? I got an idea. The people that are already in there, don't go in there. But the people that you see on the list, send them a message and tell them, hey, report the hell out of them. And also ping the people, the person that made the group and the moderators, ping them in here if you can. You know what I'm saying? If you
it's
want to follow them
literally
or
one
whatever.
Shedemite. It's literally one
That's
Shedemite.
it.
That's it. Literally.
Oh shit. I'm just saying, I'm trying to. Nah, she ain't coming up out of there. I'm trying to, you know what I'm saying, get the whoever's already over there, just send them a back check. Like, look, man, hey, report the hell out of that room and ping whoever in there that's with that white supremacy bullshit. And let them. One of them need to come over here, even
And
though,
it's
even
only
though,
one, but Salakia, you don't
it's
need to
only
go
one.
into the room to actually like report it as well.
No, you don't. No, you don't. So I'm just trying to get that type of smoke in here. So that's what they want. Then bring it over here. Then what's up? We ready for it. But of course, that's why they went and made their own room somewhere else because they knew they gonna get their ass roasted over here, and the truth is gonna come out. The truth is gonna keep coming out. See, when they report us, they don't just report from the outside. You know what I'm saying? They come in, they sit at the bottom, they clip, they hit the 30-second clip button. They record clips of you going on your passionate when you go on your passionate rants. They clip that and they send it in, and that's how they get you shut down. So it's like you do the same shit they do to us, even though the same rules don't apply to them because we know who runs this damn app. It's their buddies. So at the end of the day, you know what I'm saying? All I say is do unto others as they do unto you. You know what I'm saying? Do unto others as they do unto you. Straight like that.
Salakia, priest, you there? You there?
Yeah, I'm here, bro, but I'm driving, so can you hear me even?
Can I can eat is that book. I know I'm being annoying, but I'm gonna keep annoying you until I get that book.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go back and brother, if you only knew how many people I promised to help with things, and sometimes things get convoluted, and sometimes I forget.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Salakia,
all
don't
right,
worry about all
yeah,
them
yeah,
lot. Yeah, don't worry
yeah,
about all them lot. I need that book. I need that book.
yeah. Oh Lord have mercy. Okay, yeah, I got you.
Okay, so for anyone that's asking, you pretty much go to the three dots of that nasty room with that dog. You do report, harassment, and disruption is the option. And then when they say like what is she saying, you say she's calling black people niggers. That's all you have to do, and then just submit. So we need a healthy amount. There's a good amount of people here. You don't need to go into the room to listen to that bullshit. Don't go in just to listen to the bullshit and listen to the drama. Just see the room. One West Israelites. I can't remember what it said. Let me find it again. Go into. I think One West Israelites are going into rooms and trying to sabotage. Just report it. That's all you have to do. Just three dots on the room. Click report. Three dots on the room. Report. Harassment and disruption. Then when it says what has been said, just say she's calling black people niggers. That's all. But yeah, I'm gonna be back. I need to take a phone call.
Unfortunately, quite a few of our people did the exact opposite of what you said, and they went in there because
I know.
17. She had 17 people. Now it's up to almost 50. That's
I
why. That's
know.
why Yeshaya. That's why Yeshaya read that scripture. It's true. It's not just true about Jakes in the world. It's true about Israelites too.
Yeah,
They
they love drama.
love freaking drama, man. For real. It's crazy. It's crazy.
Look, he lot disappearing. Oh gosh, what's wrong with our people? But I'm just letting know I'm disappearing and I'm not going to the room. I need to take a phone call. So no one say, "Oh, dear Andrew goes." But yeah, Salakia.
So Sean Paul Ari, I don't know if you guys are there, but everybody else on the stage is caught up with me. So I don't know if you what y'all want to do with the room because I'm about to go in the Matrix. Yep.
Shalom, shalom, Marcus.
Hey,
I was
shalom,
working.
shalom.
I was
Y'all
working
shalom,
for a
Kathar.
minute. What happened? It got wild out here on this
It got
plantation,
dead.
man. Huh?
It never got wild in here. It got dead in here. Um, I just had a bill with a sister maybe 30, 45 minutes, and everybody been on mute and quiet. So everybody's busy or just can't speak right now. So I think it's just the topic. We probably killed the topic already. So best thing to do is maybe somebody else create a room and then everybody just transition over to that to talk about whatever that topic is. But you know what I'm saying? Everybody ain't got time right now. It's a Monday. A lot of people busy, man. You know what I'm saying? Trying to get back, in the motion of things. Work week.
Yeah, yeah, working out. But what happened? The brother was talking about report somebody. What? So me and Mike came in here and caused some disruption.
La, it's a room that an Edomite opened in the hallway, right? The room is named. It says One West Israelite something. They can't even spell. It says one West Israelites are going into rooms trying to sabotage, and it's some cracker that opened the room, and she's just spilling hate in there. It says she calling the niggas and everything. So when you go down, when you scroll down the hallway, you will see it.
Oh,
It's
wow.
some cracker. Yeah, yeah,
God, crazy, y'all. God.
yeah. Then Peckerwood, they're gonna make response groups or whatever and just say stupid shit. So it is what it is. Yeah, so I don't know. Somebody ping Corey or Dominic Mahalal, not Dominique. Somebody ping Corey or Mahalal or Yawasop or just ask them why they gonna open a room today. Matter of fact, yeah, you know what I'm saying? Because if they're gonna open a room, then this will be a good time for them to transition or anybody else, any other group that might want to open a room. And you could automatically have 150 people in that room if you do so.
Yeah, I know I could probably do it like 45 minutes, but that's too long. But if nobody else does, I'm gonna do it in like 45 minutes. If nobody else does, I just want to make sure I'm home first because I'm driving and I go in and out the matrix. But I'll open it. And I'm gonna open up a room directly addressing that topic. If
Con,
if nobody else
con.
does before then, so But if somebody gets a hold of Corey or Dom, Mal, see, you got me doing that, Ishaya. If somebody gets a hold of them, yeah, if they're gonna open up a room, then I ain't gonna do it. It's all good.
Yo, Shy, you got everything set for the fourth already? You set up?
Like, I gotta get my shirts and all that, but you know what I'm saying? That ain't really, it's no big deal. As far as the room, I'm just sending that to Ari, you know what I'm saying? So I'll be good. Everything is already kind of set up, you know what I'm saying? Just gotta be there.
You gonna be there till what date, Shy?
Um, I can stay there as long as I need to, man. I know it's a council on that Monday, right? That Monday or two. Well, Salakia about that, but yeah, I'm gonna be there until like Monday. Salaki, you heard me out?
We wrap, Yeshaya. We wrap out. Said I'm on this damn plantation now, but we gonna wrap,
Con.
brother. I ain't gonna really be
Elder.
able to be on the clubhouse like that. Not
Yeah, me
KB like
neither.
that early.
Con.
Ain't gonna
Yeah,
be on that
held out there
later
working,
on.
man. Getting it back in, huh? Held out there grinding.
Hey, Shalom. Yeshaya, you hear me?
Yeah, Shalom. Y'all watching Shabbat what's happening?
Yeah, Shalom, Ak, Shalom. Salakia, man. Today's is a crazy day for me. And I think Shal Part 2 is tied up. But I did hear you say something about another room. If you want, like the elder priest said, I don't know if any other brothers can open a room countering that room. I think Corey was here earlier, but he stepped away. Yeah, it will be a good idea to make a room against that one. I can be in there, but I just can't do any heavy talking because I'm in between meetings and meeting people. Salakia.
Know exactly how it is, no issues. But yeah, we just stalling a little time, man. You know what I'm saying? Really, that's all we doing. But if anybody has any questions, we can definitely stall time that way. You know what I'm saying? By answering some questions or whatever until brothers get situated, or are in a position to speak a little bit more. I think I'm about to play the video up top, but I'm not sure if I could play it where you guys could hear it. If I just hit the play button, but let me know if you guys can hear this, and then if not, I'll go hook my speaker up. Hold on. Can you guys hear that? And is it clear?
Nah, you gotta you gotta play it off another device. So yeah, you gotta play it off your speaker or another phone.
Oh, this is gonna cause a damn echo or something. I think if I do that. Let me see. 1 second. Hey, Salaki, I think we still. Everybody can hear me. Still here, right? 119 people in the room. 1 second. Damn, that jumped down quick. Folks just started dipping.
Yo, they went to see what's the commotion, what's the fuss. You know, Jake, man. Most High knows his
Yes.
people, Shire. Most High knows his people, bro. Yeah, I'm telling.
You
Let
tell
me go
Jake.
see how many people. Huh?
You tell Jake not to do something. That's just like telling him to do something.
I knew that when I knew that when Andrew was doing that, I was saying to myself, yo, by him doing that, now everybody gonna want to go in there. Well, they're down to 36 people, but guess who's over there, man? Your man Corey's over there. So now,
God.
if he takes the stage, everybody gonna get that notification. They gonna run over there. It's all good though. It's all good. If he don't open something, which I think he probably will, but if he don't open something, I'm open something like in a half an hour, Lord willing, or less. Most I will.
God. Yeah, it's all good, man. We're gonna get rolling. Brothers got business to handle, that's all. All right, so here we go.
Shalom, family.
Shine, you got an echo.
Salaki.
Shaul, Shalom, brother. What's going on?
Oh, shalom, family. Thanks for inviting me for the room. I have a need, family. I'm homeless here in North Carolina. Any amount you're able to send to my Cash App or PayPal will be sufficient. Sends $1, $2, give a little bit help because I'm homeless here in North Carolina. Um,
Now,
my Cash PayPal
so
is in my
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I'm trying to do this delicately and stuff, but I don't know anybody else on the stage knows you, but I don't know. Do you know anybody on the stage?
No, sir. Except the spirit of Yahweh. Appealing to our common
That's
bond in the word of
stuff.
Yahweh.
Wait. Something like that, right? If you're in a situation you need, you could just come into the back chat of one of the brothers on the stage and let us know about that, and then we can instruct the people on what to do. But you really don't want to come to the stage, and the minute you unmic, the first thing you're doing is asking for money. That's not a good look, bro. I understand that you're in a situation, but there's a certain order that things are supposed to be done in, right? And that wasn't really. You have an issue, just come in our back chat, let us know what's going on, and we'll tell the people what to do, bro.
I
You
understand,
understand what I'm
brother.
saying to you?
I understand, brother. Thank you for
So the
inviting.
scriptures say, yeah, no doubt. So if you have an issue, just come in one of the brothers' back chat, let them know what you got going on, and then we'll take it from there. All right, there's brothers in North Carolina from different camps that could definitely offer you assistance, but just come in the back chat of any of the brothers that's on stage. All right,
Thank you.
appreciate it. All right, Yeshaya, y'all got brothers in North Carolina, right?
Yeah, we got brothers in North Carolina. It sounds like he's from the Israelite community, though. But yeah, we got brothers and sisters out there. Yahweh's camp is out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
There's brothers
con,
out there.
con, con. Somebody just came in my back chat. They know the guy. They said y'all all had a not so pleasant interaction with him, so I can't really read the whole message, but I'm getting it. I figured that, and that's why I told the brother he can't come on stage doing that. I already knew that. Yeah, who does that?
Right. You ain't never even graced the community to know enough people to come up and ask stuff like that. Like, just because you're an Israelite, you know what I'm saying? Don't mean you can come on stage and just that's the first thing you say. You know what I'm saying? Nah.
It tells you in the book of Sirach that when you're good, you're supposed to know to whom you're doing good to. So we have no issue with helping the poor or none of that stuff. That's the mandate. That's what we're supposed to do. But we also realize that amongst our people are found evil and wicked men. Sometimes people be trying to scam you. Nigga asking you for money and they got more money than you got. You know what I'm saying? Meanwhile, you giving them your last.
Right.
Nigga, you doing a good deed and that nigga got more money than you. You know what I'm talking about? Shoot. There have been people that died, Yeshaya, in New York, right? They died and they were homeless on the streets begging for money, like somebody that, the community was familiar with that person. And when they died, bro, it was in the papers that these people had hundreds of thousands of dollars in the bank, bro. You know what I'm saying? But they put on some dirty clothes and went to the corner and was begging for money for years. And the community felt sorry for them and was giving them money all the time. The person died and had more money than the folks that was giving them money, man. It'd be like that sometimes. Jacob is a supplanter for real. You know what I mean?
Yeah, Jake think it's funny. Jake think it's funny when he scam you too. You know what I'm saying? That's the worst thing about the scammers of our people. They think they are fucking hilarious, bro. Laughing at your ass.
Yeah, I'm about to go in the matrix myself in this area. So I'll check back in about 20 minutes or so and see what y'all got going on. I'll be back on.
Okay, I'm about to keep it alive for a little while. Play this video. Let's see. These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes. A swarm of extremists who Idaho police say to riot. 31 suspected white nationalists stopped a U-Haul full of dudes. A swarm of extremists who Idaho police say came to riot. 31 suspected white nationalists zip-tied and arrested blocks from a pride festival. These people want violence for us. We don't want violence for anybody. There was at least one smoking grenade. There was multiple shields
Coeur d'Alene police Saturday discovered the crowd crammed in a U-Haul after a 911 caller described seeing a little army at a local hotel with masks on their faces and slogans like Reclaim America on their shirts. Police charging all 31 with conspiracy to riot, noting they planned to swarm several parts of Coeur d'Alene and carried paperwork similar to an operations plan that a police or military group would put together. They traveled in from states all across the country, allegedly united by white nationalism. They appear to be affiliated with the group Patriot Front. Who is Patriot Front? Patriot Front is a white supremacist group that is anti-Semitic, racist, and homophobic to the core. Experts say the group formed following 2017's deadly Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia. Tonight, police in Idaho working with the FBI. Why Coeur d'Alene, Idaho? White supremacist movement has deep roots in Idaho. And sometimes they'll choose small towns. Less security, easy to show up, less resistance. Amid Pride Month, events across the country now on edge, knowing one small town may have dodged a violent confrontation. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
All right, that's NBC. See what ABC got to say about. Let's see what all these networks got to say about this. Of course, they gonna lie, try to cover up.
Well, new developments tonight following Saturday's arrest of a group of suspected white supremacists who were masked and wearing riot gear near a pride event in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. All 31 men have been charged with criminal conspiracy. CBS's Lilia Luciano is tracking the developments.
These guys stopped a U-Haul full of dudes, masked up.
Police in Coeur d'Alene pulled over a U-Haul, finding 31 suspected white supremacists packed inside. They were zip-tied and arrested, accused of planning to riot.
They had shields, shin guards, and other riot gear with them, including at least one smoke grenade.
The police chief said the dozens arrested on misdemeanor conspiracy charges appear to be members of Patriot Front, a hate group according to the Southern Poverty Law Center. A concerned citizen called 911 to report them.
Based on the gear that the individuals had all with them, the stuff they had in the possession and the U-Haul with them, along with paperwork that was seized from them, that they came to riot downtown.
The group was stopped just blocks away from an LGBTQ pride parade.
The quote that we received through dispatch was, it, quote, looked like a little army that was loading up into the vehicle.
The suspects come from 12 states, among them Thomas Ryan Rousseau. He's one of the leaders of the Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville, Virginia that turned deadly in 2017.
You can see in the back of the U-Haul, it's like a flag and what looks to be a shield.
The governor of Idaho praised law enforcement for the arrest, which come just 5 days after the Department of Homeland Security issued a warning in a bulletin saying that the country is under heightened threat environment and that domestic violence extremism remains one of the biggest terror threats to the nation's safety. Jerica. Lilia Luciano, thank you.
God. Now, what Israelite groups are going after planning on, you know what I'm saying, doing riots and tearing shit up and possibly even killing people? None. Zero. Right? But as you can see, the real hate groups are right before your eyes. On top. not on this stage. Right? The real hate groups are the white supremacists and all these other nationalities that think they're supreme over the children of Israel. Not us.
This evening, more than 30 people are in jail tonight in CUNY County for conspiracy to riot in downtown Coeur d'Alene and in the Pride in the park event. Good evening and thank you for joining us. I'm Emily Bloom. Police have reason to believe that group is connected to a white supremacist organization. Eleni Dow is live in Coeur d'Alene tonight with what we know so far. Eleni? Emily, Coeur d'Alene Police and the Kootenai County Sheriff's Office arrested 31 people at this corner here in Coeur d'Alene. And those people, they say, were part of a white nationalist group called Patriot Front. Police say they found riot gear in the U-Haul, including a shield, shin guards, and a smoker grenade. Coeur d'Alene Police say a concerned citizen called 911, saying they saw 20 people jump into a U-Haul wearing masks and had shields. Police stopped them about a block from the Pride in the Park Festival in Coeur d'Alene City Park. Police say those arrested are from multiple states, including Washington, Idaho, Texas, South Dakota, and more. The Coeur d'Alene police chief could not say whether or not they had other weapons besides a smoker grenade. Police also found papers that look similar to an operations plan. Those 31 people each face a conspiracy to riot charge, which is only a misdemeanor in Idaho.
And it wasn't just City Park that they were planning to riot in. There was some other information they were planning on going down Sherman, for instance. So preventing a riot by arresting 31 people with a misdemeanor, I will gladly do that every day of the week.
In addition to the 31 arrested, police arrested 2 more people at Pride in the Park event. One person for disorderly conduct and another for trespassing. Those people were not from Idaho either. All those arrested here today are being processed in jail tonight, and they will be facing a judge on Monday, which the police department says they will have more information then. Of course, we will continue to keep you up to date on this situation on KXLY.com and on 4 News Now. Live in Coeur d'Alene tonight, I'm Eleni Dow, 4 News Now.
Mainly because I wanted to, number one, share with you that we are the same city that we were last week. And that city is a city that respects everyone, that welcomes everyone, that it accords the basic human rights to everyone. And we are not a city that wants to discriminate. We are not a city who wishes to bring any hurt upon anyone. So it's important because Coeur d'Alene has experienced that before. We're not going back to the days of the Aryan nations. We are past that, and we will do everything we can to make sure that we continue to stay past those kinds of problems. If you were around in those days, or if you recall, with the help of a lot of citizens in this community and the Southern Law Center and other groups, we were able to completely rid ourselves of that group and the kind of awful culture that they were trying to present to our community. We are a culture of love, of kindness, and we will continue to be. Now, this morning, if you're expecting a lot of breaking news, I'm sorry, you won't get that. What you will get is an opportunity to visit with me and with Chief White regarding the situation as to where we are right now. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to the Chief.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't have any new information to provide to anybody this morning. We've been receiving a number of comments, though, that I can bring questions that maybe I can address before we start getting questions individually. One of the questions I get is what additional information we can release about the events on Saturday. I would tell you that the investigation process is ongoing. We obviously still have a lot of work to do in terms of writing reports and linking individual body camera videos with individuals who were arrested in the property that was associated with those individuals. And so that process is ongoing and likely will not be completed for some time. The other questions I've been getting, really not from from our law enforcement partners, but from the press, is how has the community been handling this? I will tell you that I had one of our captains assigned to listening to all the phone calls this morning, and of the 149 calls that we know of so far that have come in, they're about 50-50 split between individuals in our community who are happy to give us their name and tell us that they're proud of the work that we did and they're happy to be a part of this community. And the other 50% who are completely anonymous and who want nothing more than to scream and yell at us and use some really choice words, offer death threats against myself and other members of the police department merely for doing our jobs. Those people obviously remain anonymous and don't tell us where they're from, although we had a call as far away as Norway. I think it's my impression so far that the majority of the supportive things that we're receiving are coming from members of our community, which is Mayor Hammond just spoke about is a fantastic place. And then we obviously have the hate groups from outside that are giving us their opinion as well. With that, like I said, I don't have any new information to present, but I will stand for questions.
Before you do ask questions, if I can interrupt for just a moment, I failed to recognize Chief White and his staff for the excellent preparation that they did prior to this gathering on Saturday. They did the research, they paid heed to any concerns that were brought forth to them, and they were well prepared, even though it was a citizen that caught these folks that were climbing into the truck. That the chief made sure that there was sufficient personnel to deal with this kind of issue. And as the mayor and as a member of this community, I'm very appreciative of you and your staff. Thank you very much for all that preparation and for taking care of us in this community. Now, go after
Yes, sir. Is this for me or the mayor?
For you. I saw on Twitter somebody reporting that on other social media platforms and far right platforms that people were doxing police officers.
Yes.
Can you comment on that?
We've received threats of it. I'm sure it's ongoing. There's not a lot that I can say about it at this point.
I have another question.
Sure.
As far as weapons go that were found on the scene, we heard riot gear and one smoke grenade, but no firearms whatsoever. Is there anything there that you can tell us?
I can't provide further comment on that. I gave everything I had yesterday. I'm sorry.
So when will they be in court? My understanding is that they both wanted out, right?
That's my understanding as well. That's a separate agency that handles that. We basically booked them into the Kootenai County Sheriff's Department or Sheriff's Office, jail, and then from there the process is handled separate from our agency. They will be given dates to appear in court, and our city prosecutor will be able to answer questions regarding that.
So will they show up in person, do you know, or video?
I can't answer that, ma'am. That's going to go to the city prosecutor.
Man, that's enough of Esau and his shenanigans.
the facts. Right. You lying damn bastard devils, man. Right. Lying devils, man. Right. Read that, brother. This is the book of 2nd Ezra, chapter 6, verse 22. You give me Psalm 141, verse 10. Read. And suddenly shall the sown places. Let's get some of these classes. Appear unsown. What the Lord say? And suddenly shall the sown places. The Lord said what? And suddenly shall the sown places appear unsown. Like you got the store shelf. A lot of these store shelves starting to get empty. Right. There's still food around, but a lot of these store shelves getting empty. It's coming. Right. All right, they said it's going to be a dark winter. Right. Whatever the hell that means. Right. The full storehouse. A movie named that. Right. I think they had a movie or something like that. I got to go back and watch it, see if they do a subliminal with it. Right. All right, go ahead. The full storehouse. The Lord said the full storehouses, come on, shall suddenly be found. You got to be a goddamn fool to not see living in prophecy, man. Right. The Bible is saying directly stuff that's happening. Right. Read it again. And suddenly shall the sown places appear unsown. You got jobs that can't get people to work. Right. You got jobs, especially in Cali. You come out there, I take y'all brothers around LA, they got hiring signs everywhere. Wow. You know it's bad when a state full of Mexicans can't get nobody to work. Right. No disrespect to Issachar. Right. But Issachar names mean he is hired. Right. He is hired. One of the Elamites I do business with, the man said, listen, he said, yo, the Mexican guys, they don't come to work, man. That's when you know, man. I said, damn. It's a car like F that. To work, it's bad. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? The sown place is going to be unsown. Right. So now Elam is like, yo, a lot of days I got to close. I got to shut down early. I got to close my business just to take an order down the block. Right. So now it's affecting his bottom line. Right. All right, the sown places shall be suddenly unsown. Right. Come on. The full storehouses. The what? The full storehouses. The full storehouses, good, shall suddenly be found empty. This is direct prophecy out of the Bible, man. Right. Come on, it don't get no more realer than that. Right. And the trumpet shall give a sound. Now, the spiritual trumpet is sounding now with this word. Right, Esau? All right. You getting the Alec Baldwin shirt? Right, go ahead. Which when every man heareth. So and the trumpet shall give a sound. Lord said the trumpet shall give a sound. Come on. Which when every man heareth. When every man heareth, come on. They shall be suddenly afraid. They shall what? They shall be suddenly afraid. So now we're blowing a spiritual trumpet, going back, Larry, back on what you were saying. Right. The Israelis are getting afraid. Right. Their SWAT cells are learning who they are. Yeah. Right. All right, come on, man. They know they're the real Jews. Right. All right, the SWAT cells are waking up. Right. All right, and Israel is everywhere, man. Yeah. I go every goddamn way. I see fringes. I see, you know what I'm saying? You know it's bad. And I'm walking through Compton and Long Beach. Right. And the damn OG Crips is saying, Shalom, right. Yo, Shalom, man. Keep up the good work. You know what I'm saying? Right. I'm like, what? You know what I'm saying? Shalom, cuz. Right, Shalom, cuz. Shalom, cuz. Yo, you know, the OG. Right. With the white t-shirts on. And the blue jeans and the Dickies. Or the classic. The blue Levi's. Right.
All right, I'm just pausing the video in case anybody want to say something or whatever, bring out something about the topic or whatever. If not, because we had a long moment of silence, so if not, I'm just going to play some classics. All right. Anybody want to add something or y'all good? Y'all chilling? Silence gives me my answer.
They fucking vibe. Shalom, man. Keep up the good work. You know what I'm saying? Right? You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. I'm still about to go get this blood. Yeah. Man. Keep up the good work. I'm about to shoot this thing in his head. But shalom, cuz. You know these things about to be finished, Doc. Right. I'm like, shalom, brother.
Salakia, Yeshaya.
Fine. Shall friends fight?
Go ahead, Art.
Hey, Shalom, man. Yeah, if things are dying out, because I'm in between meetings today all day, man. Shut the room down, okay? Brothers open another room, they open another room. If not, we'll just see everybody tomorrow, all right? Our brothers are tied up on different projects right now, so we can't be in the room. And if it's not active right now, we just shut it down, okay? I'm gonna go ahead and shut it down. All right. All honor and glory. Go ahead, Yeshaya.
Khan, I already know the protocol, but I was just holding it for Priest Danyala
Because he said in like 20 minutes he was gonna be somewhere stationary, so he could, transfer over the people. But it don't even matter really, because the people gonna come as soon as he open it.
Oh yeah, yeah, they're gonna come. All right. Yeah, brothers are just busy. We got quite a bit going on. So, all right. All honor and glory to the Most High Yahawahshi. I was shy throughout everybody for tuning in. And, the first 3-4 hours, brothers were on here, but things just came up. So, Most High willing, we're gonna see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great day. Things happen. You know what I mean? So it is what it is. Shalom.
Shalom.